The teacher dismisses the class and orders the president to lead the final greeting. Choi Youngmin stands and commands the students to pay attention. Friends invite Choi Youngmin to shop for makeup after school. She agrees to pay for dinner before glaring at Ha Joo-hyun as the room darkens with a red aura. Classmates mock Ha Joo-hyun for her lack of hygiene and messy hair. Ha Joo-hyun sits silently at her desk and bites her finger. Choi Youngmin watches the girl and calls her filthy. Choi Youngmin approaches Ha Joo-hyun while the classroom empties. Choi Youngmin reveals that Ha Joo-hyun has been posting malicious tweets about her. She asks Ha Joo-hyun what she has been doing. The friends inspect the phone and see the numerous hate posts directed at Choi Youngmin. Choi Youngmin glares at Ha Joo-hyun with a mocking expression. She reaches down and snatches the red phone from her hands. Choi Youngmin glares at the girl before delivering a hard slap to her face. Ha Joo-hyun reels from the strike as Choi Youngmin stands over her. Choi Youngmin maintains a cold expression while holding the red phone. The surrounding classmates find the assault hilarious and mock Ha Joo-hyun for her humiliation. Choi Youngmin asks Ha Joo-hyun if she finds the situation unfair. She notes that they were the first to publicly humiliate and shame her. The friends command Ha Joo-hyun to keep her eyes down as she sits defeated. Choi Youngmin smiles mockingly at her victim. Choi Youngmin reaches toward the messy Ha Joo-hyun, who stares back in shock. Classmates laugh and express amusement at the slap while questioning what Ha Joo-hyun did wrong. Choi Youngmin asks if Ha Joo-hyun does the exact same thing to her every day and insults her before the dream ends. Ha Joo-hyun wakes up in her room and realizes she has returned to reality. She stares blankly at the ceiling of her dark bedroom. Ha Joo-hyun prepares for school while standing in her room. She realizes she has spent all the money in her piggy bank and looks at the empty container somberly. Ha Joo-hyun feels nauseous and states she cannot even eat because of her tormentors. A red-haired girl bumps into Ha Joo-hyun in the hallway. The girl turns back with a look of annoyance. Ha Joo-hyun enters the classroom and looks visibly drained. She expresses her frustration with people like her classmates. Choi Youngmin and the red-haired girl whisper to each other as Ha Joo-hyun passes by. They mock her while she continues to walk through the classroom. Ha Joo-hyun keeps her head down as the classmates continue to ridicule her. Ha Joo-hyun walks to her desk while the group of girls continues to watch and judge her. She avoids eye contact with everyone in the room. The girls loudly ask if anyone else smells something weird in the classroom. Ha Joo-hyun stops and listens to their taunts. Choi Youngmin laughs and suggests the smell is only coming from one specific place. Ha Joo-hyun stands frozen as her classmates laugh at her. Choi Youngmin stands at the front of the room with a bright smile. She calls the class to attention for the final greeting. The students exit the classroom and fill the hallway. Ha Joo-hyun walks alone among the crowd. Ha Joo-hyun sees that the student washroom is too crowded. She decides to go to the teacher's washroom on the first floor instead. Choi Youngmin hunches over the toilet and sighs about her life. Youngmin decides this is the only way to relieve stress because Joo-hyun turned her into a bully. In elementary school, Youngmin and Joo-hyun were best friends. They remained close despite rumors of Joo-hyun's bad personality. Youngmin watches Joo-hyun sit alone. She considers the rumors that Joo-hyun is clingy and pretentious. Youngmin invites Joo-hyun to the washroom. The two girls quickly become close friends. The two girls spend all their time together and remain inseparable. Joo-hyun asks Youngmin to stop playing with Jimin. She tells her she finds the other group weird. Youngmin realizes the rumors about Joo-hyun's true nature are true as she demands a promise of isolation. Joo-hyun ignores Youngmin's hesitation while holding a black pen. She proceeds to draw all over Youngmin's face. Jimin and her friends are horrified to find Youngmin in the restroom. They find her with ink smeared all across her face. The other girls ask if Joo-hyun is the one responsible for the mess. Youngmin begins to cry as she wonders what she should do. Youngmin claims that Joo-hyun has been forbidding her from playing with anyone else. The girls listen as Youngmin explains that Joo-hyun doesn't want them playing together. They urge Youngmin to stop playing with Joo-hyun immediately. The girls promise to stay by Youngmin's side if she cuts ties with Joo-hyun. Youngmin admits her fear of Joo-hyun's strange personality. Joo-hyun suddenly appears in the classroom doorway. Joo-hyun finds Youngmin and claims she was looking everywhere for her as Youngmin reacts with confusion. Joo-hyun asks why Youngmin cleaned her face. The other girls form a protective barrier in front of Youngmin. Joo-hyun's expression hardens as she looks at the group. The girls physically block Joo-hyun from reaching Youngmin. They shout for her to stay away and stop bothering her after school. Joo-hyun reacts with confusion when ordered to stop hanging out with Youngmin. The girls accuse Joohyun of forbidding Youngmin from playing with them while Joohyun remains stunned. Joohyun asks if Youngmin revealed her backstory to the group. The other girls declare that Youngmin is uncomfortable around Joohyun and will no longer hang out with her. Joohyun wonders if this approach to their friendship is truly acceptable. The group of girls prepares to leave as Joohyun continues to question the situation. Youngmin glances back in distress as she follows the other girls. Joohyun watches her leave with an intense, unsettling stare. Joohyun stands alone in the classroom looking desolate after being abandoned. The girls walk away together, leaving Joohyun behind in the empty hallway. Youngmin reflects that Joohyun never spoke to her again after that day while Youngmin laughs with her new friends. Years pass until the girls are in high school. Joohyun has grown into a presence in school that can never be ignored. Youngmin stands before the seated Joohyun. The silver-haired girl looks up from her phone with a cold expression. Joohyun walks past without acknowledgement. Youngmin wonders if she has been forgotten. Youngmin sits at her desk, haunted by the memory of her former friend's face. Youngmin recalls a bruised face from their childhood. She observes that, while Joohyun seems successful now, she remains terrifying. Joohyun looks back with a dark, unsettling gaze. The instructor orders the students to find partners and begin stretching. Youngmin stands isolated on the field. She laments being the only student without a friend for the new semester. A pair of girls approach and mock Youngmin for being alone. Youngmin reacts with a sudden sharp realization. She stares back through her bangs with trembling, wide eyes. The silver-haired girl whispers to her companion while glancing back. Youngmin realizes she is the subject of their laughter. Her heart pounds with dread as she realizes she was remembered the entire time. She concludes her school life will be a living hell. Youngmin sits at her desk in the empty classroom checking her phone. She remains isolated and silent in the quiet room. Several students loom over Youngmin and call out to her. She looks up and answers their questions tentatively. Two girls confront Youngmin and accuse her of bullying Joohyun in primary school, leaving her in total shock. Classmates whisper insults while walking past Youngmin. She is left questioning why she is being treated so poorly by everyone. The cruel whispers follow her throughout the school day. Students gather in the classroom and completely ignore Youngmin's presence. They carry on with their activities as if she doesn't even exist. Youngmin watches Joohyun from across the room. Joohyun stands alone by the window, isolated from the rest of the class. Joohyun laughs while checking her phone. Youngmin watches her former friend with a deep, growing sense of dread. Youngmin becomes a bullying target, finding a death threat on her desk and realizing how much her life has changed. Rumors spread that Youngmin was a primary school bully who needs psychiatric help. The whispers suggest that she is pathetic and crazy. Youngmin clutches her head in a dark room and denies the accusations to herself. Youngmin stands at the entrance of her room. Youngmin knocks on her mother's bedroom door in the dark apartment. Youngmin enters the room and finds her mother slumped over among broken glass bottles. She tells her mother she has something important to say. Youngmin says she wants to talk about her school life. She looks at her mother with a distressed expression. Youngmin reads online advice suggesting she tell her parents about the bullying and wonders if her mother would even listen to her. Bruises mark her mother's back as she struggles to function. Youngmin reads warnings that adults do not care and reporting bullying only makes things worse. Youngmin stares at a broken bottle on the floor and dismisses the mess as nothing. She retreats to her room and lies in the dark, gripping her phone with a weary expression. Youngmin researches lucid dreaming online and realizes she can make impossible things happen within her dreams. She thinks of her bullies and decides to take revenge on them in her sleep. She finds the idea entertaining. Youngmin reads the methods for inducing a dream from a conscious state and ignores the warnings of dizziness to focus on her goal. Youngmin wakes up in a bright classroom. She wonders why she is back at school and realizes she has successfully entered a lucid dream. The environment feels disturbingly real. She examines her hands and notes the vivid sensory detail. She looks around the room at the surrounding students. The other students appear with scribbled-out faces. She realizes she never bothered to remember their names or features in the first place. One girl stands perfectly clear in the center of the room. Youngmin recognizes Joohyun and recalls feeling relieved that the girl had friends in high school unlike in their primary school days. She confronts Joohyun asking if their past really justified this much pain and demanding that the girl say something. Youngmin grabs Joohyun and screams for her to speak. The suppressed words from her real life pour out as she blames Joohyun for making her school life a living hell. Youngmin begins to speak to the manifestation of Joohyun in her dream. Youngmin breaks down and begs the fake Joohyun to speak despite knowing the girl is not real. Youngmin kneels before the silent figure and questions if she truly desires a response. Youngmin reflects on the guilt she felt when she saw Joohyun surrounded by friends in high school. She wonders if her current suffering is a fair trade for the pain they had in her childhood. The teacher instructs the students to collect all homework books after the lesson concludes. Two girls gather the books while complaining about the workload and checking the student numbers. The students realize that the final missing book belongs to Youngmin Choi. The classmates stare at Youngmin with expressions of clear annoyance. One of the girls approaches Youngmin and bluntly demands that she hand over her math book. She taps Youngmin's shoulder to get her attention. Youngmin turns to look at the girl with sunken and exhausted eyes. Youngmin silently surrenders her notebook to the waiting classmate. The girl reacts with visible hesitation as she takes the book from the unresponsive Youngmin. Classmates mock Youngmin for her dead appearance 1 week after she began having lucid dreams. Youngmin realizes her revenge is stalled because she controls the dream version of Joohyun. She finds she has nothing left to say to the manifestation of her rival. Youngmin wonders if she truly hates the girl or just fears violence, realizing she cannot bring herself to harm her. Youngmin regrets losing sleep for nothing and vows to stop the lucid dreaming immediately. Joohyun laughs with her peers, certain that her social status will never change. The teacher asks for class president nominations and Hyejin eagerly volunteers for the position. The teacher rejects Hyejin for being irresponsible and nominates Joohyun instead. Joohyun expresses surprise at the nomination and suggests a democratic vote. The classmates pressure Joohyun into accepting the role. Youngmin watches as the room erupts in applause for her rival. Youngmin stares ahead with hollow, sleep-deprived eyes. The teacher confirms Joohyun as the new class president while Youngmin hides her face in her arms. She wonders if they would be sharing happy moments together if she had stayed. Youngmin feels pathetic and decides to head toward the canteen. Youngmin wakes up alone in the classroom. Youngmin remembers the moment she abandoned the other girl years ago. Her phone reveals it is already lunchtime. Youngmin stands up and pushes back her chair to leave. Youngmin overhears the group calling her a total loser. They discuss her history of bullying Joohyun in primary school. The girl asks Joohyun if she needs help dealing with the situation. Joohyun laughs and says she is fine. Joohyun claims that people like Youngmin eventually isolate themselves. She tells her friends she wants nothing to do with her. The group calls Youngmin gloomy and trashy based on her behavior in primary school. They wonder why she targeted Joohyun back then. Joohyun lies and says Youngmin befriended her just to talk trash behind her back. Her friends call Joohyun an angel. Youngmin reflects on the past and remembers that Joohyun was the one who did something wrong first. She realizes she had forgotten the exact reason she decided to leave Joohyun years ago. She recalls the girl's true manipulative nature that was hidden behind a smile. Youngmin watches the group from around the corner and decides to stay quiet despite what she hears. Youngmin recalls the exact reason she decided to leave Joohyun years ago, remembering the girl's manipulative nature. The flashback reveals Joohyun ranked her friends and treated anyone she deemed weaker like trash. Youngmin admits she almost got convinced by Joohyun's deceptive act of pretending to be nice. Youngmin observes Joohyun hugging another girl while thinking about how the group just wants a reason to torment her. Youngmin finds Joohyun's act of pretending to be nice revolting and admits she almost fell for the deception again. Youngmin dismisses the entire group as assholes as the scene shifts back to the quiet classroom. Youngmin walks past the group in the hallway. Joohyun watches her intently as she leaves. Joohyun calls out Youngmin's name and tells her to stop while the rest of the group stares in silence. Joohyun asks Youngmin if her skirt is too short. Youngmin looks down at herself without responding. The group crowds Youngmin while whispers fill the room as the tension rises. Joohyun and her group stare at Youngmin as she turns away in silence. Youngmin ignores their provocations and prepares to leave the room. Youngmin thinks Joohyun is insane for mocking her clothes. Joohyun maintains a cold and judgmental gaze. Youngmin clenches her fist but walks away without a word. The girls criticize her for ignoring them and mock her status as a victim. Youngmin uses her phone as a distraction to keep from losing her temper. She walks through the classroom while the group continues to insult her. Youngmin sits at her desk, unable to focus on her work. She wonders if her extreme exhaustion stems from her lucid dreams. The teacher reminds the class to take notes for the upcoming test. Youngmin feels her vision blur as she struggles to stay awake. Youngmin decides to stop fighting her fatigue and take a short nap. She rests her head on her desk and immediately drifts off. The teacher announces that the final period is sports and dismisses the class early. Youngmin remains asleep and motionless through the announcement. The classroom fills with noise and movement as students prepare for the next period. Youngmin stays slumped over her desk while the rest of the room clears out. Students head toward the canteen and begin to clear out of the room. They debate whether they should wake Youngmin but decide to leave her alone and exit the classroom. Joohyun stops at the door and looks back at Youngmin. She stares at her former friend sleeping in the quiet classroom. Classmates whisper that Youngmin bullied Joohyun back in primary school. They question the possibility of anyone picking on someone like Joohyun. The students head to the canteen and joke about how much trouble Youngmin will be in when the PE teacher finds her sleeping. Joohyun lags behind the group as they continue their mockery. Joohyun feigns stomach pains and tells her friends to go on without her while she visits the nurse. Her friends offer to cover for her. Once her friends disappear down the hall, Joohyun drops her friendly facade. Her expression turns cold as she watches them leave. Her eyes sharpen with a dark, calculated intent. She stands alone in the empty corridor. Joohyun slips back into the quiet classroom. Youngmin remains slumped over her desk, fast asleep. Joohyun looms over the sleeping girl. She stares down at her with a blank, unreadable gaze. A smirk spreads across Joohyun's face as she notes how soundly Youngmin is sleeping. She mocks her former friend for being pitiful. Youngmin does not stir as Joohyun remains in the room. Her face remains hidden behind her hair. Joohyun crouches beside the desk and reaches into the storage space. She searches for something specific. She pulls out a smartphone. Her eyes fixate on the device as she prepares to unlock it. Joohyun discovers there is no pattern lock on the phone. She stands up with the device in hand. She scoffs at the carelessness of leaving a phone unprotected. A cruel smile plays on her lips. Joohyun whispers that Youngmin should have been better to her since she has no family or friends to protect her privacy. She leans over the sleeping girl with a triumphant look. Joohyun stands in the classroom and prepares to look through Youngmin's phone. The screen illuminates as Joohyun begins scrolling through Youngmin's private social media feed. She carefully reads the posts and comments. Joohyun decides that her findings on the phone are insufficient for her goals. She leaves Youngmin asleep in the classroom as she prepares to head out. A loud shout startles Youngmin awake as the teacher calls her name. The teacher yells at Youngmin for sleeping through the entire sport period. Youngmin realizes with shock how much time has passed. She is horrified to find that it is already time for dismissal. The teacher orders Youngmin to report to the office the next morning. Youngmin slumps in her seat while Joohyun watches from a distance. Youngmin wonders why no one bothered to wake her up and grips her desk in distress. Youngmin walks behind Joohyun and her friends as they leave school. She remains unnoticed in the background until Joohyun suddenly calls out to her. Joohyun turns around and addresses Youngmin directly, leaving her visibly shocked by the interaction. Joohyun smiles and says she will see her tomorrow as Youngmin remains frozen in disbelief. The group walks away and leaves Youngmin standing alone, making the distance between them feel stark. Youngmin recalls how Joohyun usually only mocked her from a distance, never speaking to her directly. Youngmin trembles and wonders about Joohyun's hidden intentions with anxiety written across her face. Joohyun stands with her friends against a sunset backdrop as the group asks what she is thinking. Joohyun announces with a calm expression that she wants to try getting revenge on Youngmin. Joohyun's friends promise to help her be mean since they think the entire class hates Youngmin anyway. Youngmin wakes up at home and realizes it is much later than she thought, worrying about her greasy hair. Youngmin arrives at school and silently hopes for an uneventful day. Joohyun laughs with her group as Youngmin enters the classroom. Youngmin asks to pass, but the group blocks her path. The group mocks Youngmin for her inability to read the room. A classmate tells Youngmin to get lost while her friends crowd around. Joohyun stares at Youngmin and questions her gloomy attitude. Joohyun insults Youngmin's hygiene and tells her to cut her filthy bangs. Joohyun demands that Youngmin stay away as the class joins in on the mockery. Youngmin flinches as her classmates gossip about her past behavior. Youngmin turns and storms out of the room with her heart pounding. Youngmin fumes with rage and curses Joohyun for her cruelty. Youngmin vows to kill Joohyun as her anger reaches a breaking point. Joohyun laughs about Youngmin's reaction while the rest of the class looks on. The clique praises Joohyun's tactics before Joohyun offers to buy them dinner. Joohyun smiles and prepares to look at her phone. She checks a social media thread full of hostile comments. Joohyun laughs because Youngmin is venting online without knowing her account is exposed. Youngmin lies in bed and expects Joo-hyun to mistreat her tomorrow as she recalls a memory of them together at school. She hopes sleep will provide a path to revenge until a sudden noise startles her. The bedroom door opens and she realizes her father has arrived home. She attempts to welcome him home, but the man remains a silent, dark silhouette. He ignores her and slams another door, confirming that her mother is also home. Youngmin counts down to the moment her father begins shouting insults. She braces herself as he starts breaking things in the next room. The father threatens more violence while Youngmin hides under her blankets in despair. She contemplates if having power would let her retaliate against her tormentors at school. She wonders if she would be able to do something to the bullies at home as well. Loud crashes continue through the house as she remains curled up in the darkness. Silence finally returns and she closes her eyes in total exhaustion. Youngmin finds herself standing alone in a vast glowing void. She experiences a sense of déjà vu while observing the strange environment. She identifies the surroundings as a dream almost immediately. She acknowledges that she keeps lucid dreaming without meaning to. A figure observes her in the silence of the dream world. She resolves to attempt a dangerous action just this once. She turns back as the dreamscape begins to shift around her. She commits to her plan as her childhood home fully materializes. Her father brutally assaults her mother while shouting death threats. Youngmin watches the scene with a cold and determined expression. She orders him to stop, causing him to shift his rage toward her. He questions her disrespect and demands she approach him for further abuse. He continues to hurl insults at her, expecting her to submit as usual. He promises to beat her to death with her mother as he advances toward her. He reaches out to strike her while reiterating his murderous threats. She lunges and seizes her father by the throat with both hands. She tackles him to the floor and strangles him with all her strength. She realizes with satisfaction that her father is completely helpless against her. She commands him to die while crushing his windpipe with all her might. She breaks his neck with a final violent effort as a sickening sound fills the room. She hesitates as his hand goes limp and she calls out to him in sudden confusion. She stares at her trembling hands and wonders if he is truly dead. Youngmin wakes up screaming and realizes the violent struggle was only a nightmare. She questions if the horrific events in her dream happened because of her own dark thoughts. Her disheveled father enters the room while she is still shaken from the vision. Youngmin flinches as he stares down at her in an oppressive silence. She feels paralyzed under his intense, wordless observation. The man's presence looms over her as a dark shadow at the edge of her bed. The man stumbles toward her briefly before turning and moving away. Youngmin gasps for breath in the wake of the unsettling encounter. She cries as she runs, thinking she would rather die than face the embarrassment of her classmates. Youngmin bumps into a male student on the sidewalk. She offers a frantic apology and continues running without looking back. The boy watches her flee as she finally reaches the school gates, gasping for air. She arrives at the classroom door just as the bell rings. Youngmin enters the room looking exhausted and disheveled. She takes her seat while her classmates whisper insults about her unwashed hair and general appearance. Youngmin internally curses her peers for their cruelty. She opens her phone to vent her anger. She posts a vitriolic rant on her anonymous social media account. She admits to herself that this is her only way to relieve stress. While wallowing in self-pity, she hears a classmate call out her full name. Youngmin turns around with a look of pure dread as a student approaches her desk. A girl shoves a phone in her face and asks if the secret hateful account belongs to Youngmin. A student calls out to Youngmin in the middle of the classroom. Youngmin turns around as footsteps approach her desk. Jaehyun shoves a phone in Youngmin's face. She asks Youngmin if she owns the secret account shown on the screen. The surrounding students watch as Youngmin is confronted with the evidence. Youngmin panics and wonders how her private account could have been accessed. Jaehyun notes that the hateful posts match their classmates' situations perfectly. Youngmin desperately denies the accusation. She claims the initials used in the posts refer to other people entirely. Jaehyun argues that no one else would write such cruel things about their class. She points out that the latest post on the account was published just moments ago. Jaehyun smiles confidently as the classroom fills with murmurs of suspicion. The screen displays messages wishing for the death of her classmates. Classmates begin to whisper and call Youngmin a freak as the truth comes out. Youngmin shakes her head in denial, insisting that she isn't the owner of the hateful account. Tears stream down her face as she begs her classmates to believe her. Jaehyun towers over her and coldly orders Youngmin to prove her innocence. The two students stare each other down in a tense moment of silence. Suddenly, Jaehyun snatches the phone right off the desk as Youngmin cries out. Youngmin jumps up and begs for her phone back in a desperate panic. Jaehyun simply smirks and mocks her for continuing to tell such obvious lies. Jaehyun slams the phone down on the desk with a sharp smack. She exposes the matching account to the entire classroom while students whisper about what a freak Youngmin is. Her classmates watch the confrontation with expressions of shock and disapproval. The girls in the room continue to observe the fallout of the exposure. Youngmin sits in stunned silence with a red mark on her cheek as her classmates continue to watch her. Jaehyun asks if Youngmin is still going to try and deny that the account belongs to her. Jeongmin stands frozen in the classroom as her heart pounds frantically against her chest. Jeongmin questions the cruelty she faces as her heart breaks. Her classmates cruelly mock her appearance and hygiene as they gossip about her. Seeking a way out of the classroom, Jeongmin begins to flee from the scene. She leaves the floor and walks down the stairs toward the teacher's office. Jeongmin arrives at the entrance to the teacher's office seeking help. She approaches the teacher's desk in a desperate state. She asks the teacher for permission to go home early because she feels unwell. The teacher stares in disbelief at her disheveled state and the red mark on her face. He refuses her request and threatens to beat sense into her for missing gym class. Jeongmin is dismissed and ignored by the teacher after her plea for help. Jeongmin stands in the middle of the office weeping from the humiliation and pain. In her dream world, Jeongmin returns to find Jaehyun kneeling and ready for punishment. She reflects on being the victim and considers if she is allowed to retaliate. She decides that since this is a dream, she is finally allowed to vent her rage. Jeongmin convinces herself that no matter what she does in this world, she is not doing anything wrong. She grabs Jaehyun by the hair and declares she has nothing to be ashamed of. Reality returns as classmates insult her for sleeping and being a slow learner. They continue their insults, openly hoping that she overhears their cruel words. The verbal abuse intensifies until Jeongmin finally sits up at her desk. She admits her deep hatred for Jaehyun and her urge to destroy everyone picking on her. Her inability to kill her tormentors in real life fuels a growing inner thirst. She feels a lingering dissatisfaction that her lucid dreams can no longer quench. In a dark moment of reflection, she stares into the abyss of her own thoughts. The girl pins a man to the floor during a red-tinted dream. She wonders if her shaking stems from guilt or the adrenaline of murder. She decides to experiment with more violence to understand her own thrill. She raises scissors over her victim and resolves to follow every impulse. Her gaze sharpens with a new dangerous resolve during her waking hours. At her school desk, she laments wasting sleep on lucid dreams that change nothing. She contemplates ending the dreams because her miserable reality remains the same. She convinces herself that dream world murder carries no real-world consequences. The girl looks down with a hollow expression, feeling the weight of her dream world actions. She stands over the bleeding, collapsed body of her tormentor. She watches the light-haired girl gasp for air while blood pools around her. She tells the dying girl that her cruelty led to this inevitable outcome. A hidden observer watches the scene with a chilling and satisfied expression. She questions if the exhaustion from lucid dreaming is worth the empty results. She justifies the violence by stating that her dream world actions are not wrong. She grabs the victim's hair and claims her behavior is better than real-life bullying. She repeats her warning to the dying girl, her voice cold and devoid of empathy. The mysterious patient smirks from the darkness, relishing the brutality of the moment. The boy in the hospital gown watches the violence with a satisfied smile. The girl finishes her morning routine and stares at her reflection in the mirror. The girl finishes her morning routine and notes that her lucid dreams have significantly reduced her daily exhaustion. She begins her walk to school feeling a strange sense of lightness. She notes that the release found in her dreams has also managed to reduce her overall stress. The girl enters the school building heading toward her classroom. She pauses as she hears the sound of concerned voices nearby. Inside the classroom, the girl listens to students discussing Jaehyun's failure to answer any of their phone calls. The girl sits at her desk and observes the empty seat where her tormentor usually sits. The girl hopes Jaehyun never returns as the teacher calls the class to order for the morning announcements. The teacher informs the class that Jaehyun was rushed to the emergency room following an unexpected incident. The news of the sudden accident causes a wave of shock to ripple through the students. The teacher explains that Jaehyun lost consciousness and began bleeding heavily during the middle of the night. The students whisper amongst themselves and question how someone could sustain such injuries while they were asleep. A sudden memory of the girl stabbing 𝒩𝒑hyun during her recent lucid dream flashes through her mind. She reels in shock as the gruesome details of the morning announcement match her dream. She begins to sweat as she realizes the impossible and terrifying connection between her dream and reality. She wonders if her dreams are actually a miracle that allows her to control 𝒩𝒑hyun's physical fate. Looking over the murmuring classroom, she questions if she has developed a supernatural ability. She scoffs at her own thoughts and begins to doubt her reasoning. She dismisses the idea of having powers as total nonsense. 𝒩𝒑hyun eventually returns to school with a facial bandage and is immediately embraced by her group of friends. Her friends crowd around her, bombarding her with questions about where she got hurt. The girl watches with intense disgust, while 𝒩𝒑hyun's friends pretend to care and ask for details about the injury. 𝒩𝒑hyun describes a vivid dream where she was stabbed and woke up to find her stomach bleeding in real life. 𝒩𝒑hyun admits she cannot recall the attacker's face from her dream clearly. She notes only that the man who stabbed her had white hair. 𝒩𝒑hyun sits alone until 𝒩𝒑hyun and her group confront her for eavesdropping on their conversation. 𝒩𝒑hyun labels 𝒩𝒑hyun a freak and demands she stand up immediately. 𝒩𝒑hyun threatens 𝒩𝒑hyun, telling her that her face makes her want to kill her. 𝒩𝒑hyun stares back in shock, her eye wide with terror at the unprovoked hostility. 𝒩𝒑hyun intervenes, telling her group not to waste effort on someone so insignificant. 𝒩𝒑hyun mocks 𝒩𝒑hyun's silence and asks if she enjoyed her absence from school. She claims 𝒩𝒑hyun's social isolation is simply a result of her own creepy nature. The group laughs and praises 𝒩𝒑hyun as a total saint for her perceived mercy. 𝒩𝒑hyun listens to the insults with a silent, darkened expression. Within a dark dreamscape, 𝒩𝒑hyun erupts with fury over the constant abuse she suffers. She reflects on being called a freak and being threatened with death. 𝒩𝒑hyun asks her victim what they think she feels when she looks at them. 𝒩𝒑hyun overpowers her bully in the dream and pins her to the ground. She brandishes a sharp knife, offering to make the girl's death wish a reality. She raises the weapon, determined to end her tormentor's life once and for all. The girl freezes as a sudden, unexpected presence enters her mind. The white-haired man from 𝒩𝒑hyun's dream suddenly appears in the dark void. 𝒩𝒑hyun recoils in fear as the stranger begins to approach her. She begins to panic as she realizes she did not summon this stranger into her mind. 𝒩𝒑hyun becomes frantic as she realizes she has completely lost control of her own dream. The mysterious man suddenly seizes her and mocks her inability to govern the dream world. He looks at her with a chilling smile and reveals that he is not a product of her imagination. The stranger moves in closer to speak to her directly, promising to cut to the chase. The stranger kneels before 𝒩𝒑hyun and confesses that he actually likes her. The white-haired man offers to make everyone who torments 𝒩𝒑hyun disappear forever. He asks 𝒩𝒑hyun if she truly wishes for him to fulfill her dark desire and make her enemies vanish. The man reveals once again that he is not a creation of her mind. He addresses 𝒩𝒑hyun Choi by her full name while looking deep into her eyes. 𝒩𝒑hyun glares back at the stranger and demands to know the man's true identity. She continues to question him, refusing to be swayed by his sudden appearance. The stranger notes her calm suspicion and remains unbothered by her hostility. He remarks that she is clearly not easily deceived by his words. 𝒩𝒑hyun asks how long he has been watching her, and he questions if she intends to tell anyone about him. 𝒩𝒑hyun scoffs at the man's concern about her telling others. She tells him that no one would believe her story anyway. She notes that she is simply having a dream, so there is no reason for anyone to take it seriously. The man ignores her dismissal and offers his assistance. 𝒩𝒑hyun asks how he entered her dream in the first place if he is not some kind of god. The stranger observes that 𝒩𝒑hyun does not recognize his face. He dismisses her confusion and shifts his focus. He changes the topic to the nature of lucid dreaming. The man mentions the various articles written about controlling dreams. He also brings up urban legends surrounding the ability to influence what happens while sleeping. He references a figure known as this man who enters dreams and remains beyond the dreamer's control. The man suggests that 𝒩𝒑hyun think of him in the same way as the urban legend he mentioned. 𝒩𝒑hyun notes that the legend was proven false, though she remains wary of his presence. The stranger asks if she wants to serve justice with him or have her enemies killed. 𝒩𝒑hyun recalls an old story of a girl who dreamt of being stabbed and woke up with actual blood on her stomach. 𝒩𝒑hyun reaffirms to herself that she never invited this man into her dream world. The mysterious white-haired man stands before her in the dark void of her mind. He mocks her for being mesmerized by his beauty, even as she immediately turns to flee. Jeongmin runs while suspecting he is the ominous man from Jaehyun's stories, deciding he is untrustworthy. She resolves to stay away from him to avoid any further involvement with his dark offers. The man watches her depart into the distance and calls her a coward. Back at school, the bullies continue to harass Jeongmin without any signs of stopping. They cruelly claim that she deserves the abuse as karma for her strange behavior. The bullies mock Jeongmin for her silence while she keeps her head down. One of the girls condescendingly pats her head to further humiliate her. They continue their mockery, laughing at how used to the abuse she has become. The two girls eventually run off toward the teacher's office. Jaehyun watches Jeongmin from the doorway, observing her from a distance. Jeongmin remains slumped at her desk, unaware of the eyes on her. Jaehyun is noticed by a classmate who calls out her name. She is summoned away to attend to her responsibilities as the class president. Jaehyun gives a final glance before turning to follow the other students. Other students praise Jaehyun's intelligence and grace as they walk down the hall. Jeongmin watches them go, staying silent to avoid drawing more unwanted attention. School ends for the day and Jeongmin begins her walk away from the campus. She walks alone through the streets as the sun begins to set. She sighs as she nears her destination, deeply dreading her arrival home. She laments being an invisible outcast as she walks alone through the city. Deep down, she hates that she lacks the courage to stand up for herself. Jeongmin cries and concludes that not reacting is her only way to make the bullies get bored. Her attention is caught by a small sticker that someone has dropped on the pavement. She carefully picks it up, wondering who it might belong to. A boy approaches her, asking if she is looking for the item he just lost. She realizes it's a unique sticker of an off-brand cartoon character. The boy panics over his lost rare item while Jeongmin hesitates to speak, worrying he'll find her creepy. She is startled when he begins to frantically retrace his steps to find the sticker. He rummages through his pockets while questioning the whereabouts of his off-brand character. He continues his frantic search, lamenting how the loss will affect his online game progress. Jeongmin returns the lost sticker to Yi-hyuk, who thanks her and asks for her name. The sudden positive attention causes Jeongmin to blush uncontrollably. After learning they are both 17, Yi-hyuk suggests they speak casually to one another. Jeongmin agrees, finally feeling a small moment of peace away from the school bullies. Yi-hyuk stops Jeongmin as she begins to leave their meeting. He looks at her with a smile and claims that he recognizes her from somewhere else. Jeongmin is taken aback by his sudden statement and stops in her tracks. Yi-hyuk introduces himself as Yi-hyuk Jo with a friendly demeanor. He asks if he may say hello whenever they happen to run into each other again. Jeongmin gives a small, shy smile in response to his polite request. She feels a bit overwhelmed by the positive interaction she just had. Yi-hyuk smiles brightly and remarks that the entire situation is quite interesting. Jeongmin reflects on how her mood has improved significantly after their long conversation. She watches him go as Yi-hyuk waves goodbye while heading in the opposite direction. Jeongmin remains preoccupied with a mental puzzle she cannot solve while Yi-hyuk follows closely behind. Yi-hyuk startles Jeongmin by suddenly appearing right beside her on the sidewalk. He gives her a friendly wave and admits that he fully intended to surprise her. Jeongmin recalls the details of their first meeting. The two realize their school commutes coincide. Yi-hyuk leans in extremely close to Jeongmin, leaving her flustered and overwhelmed. Jeongmin turns away as she continues to struggle with her internal confusion. Jeongmin recalls a mysterious silver-haired man. She questions who he might be. Jeongmin begins to wonder if he is merely being polite. Yi-hyuk asks if he can greet her later as they walk together. Yi-hyuk initiates a conversation about the blue sky while Jeongmin feels they belong to different social circles. Yi-hyuk continues walking while Jeongmin struggles with her internal social anxiety. Yi-hyuk mentions a gaming friend he spoke with the other day. Yi-hyuk explains how his friend blamed him for losing a game of League of Legends. Jeongmin listens with a nervous and flustered expression. Yi-hyuk plans to play with his friend again after school. The mention of gaming leaves Jeongmin searching for an appropriate response. She attempts to force a polite smile to stay engaged. Jeongmin provides a brief reply and immediately worries she sounds disinterested. Yi-hyuk remains quiet as Jeongmin fears he regrets being friendly toward her. Jeongmin tries to think of something to prevent the conversation from ending. She asks about the cartoon sticker he found. She continues to worry if she is able to talk to a boy normally. Yi-hyuk excitedly details the plot of his favorite cartoon as they walk. He asks Jeongmin if she is also a fan of the show. Yi-hyuk explains how much he enjoyed watching every episode. Jeongmin is surprised by his intense enthusiasm for the simple cartoon. Yi-hyuk asks for Jeongmin's phone number. He suggests they keep in touch so they can talk more later. They arrive at the school gates together just before class starts. Yi-hyuk laments having to stop their conversation for the day. He waves a cheerful goodbye as they reach the entrance. Jeongmin is left feeling stunned by the positive interaction she just had. Yi-hyuk pulls out his phone one last time before heading inside the building. Jeongmin is startled when someone calls out to her as school ends for the day. Yi-hyuk proposes walking home together after school. Jeongmin happily accepts his offer as they stand by the school gates. Jeongmin is caught off guard by her growing feelings for her new friend. Yi-hyuk's friendly personality makes it easy for her to open up to him. Their relationship evolves into a daily routine of walking home together and talking. Jeongmin returns home at night and retreats to her room. She smiles while reflecting on her recent conversation with Yi-hyuk. Later that night, she lies in bed scrolling through her new text messages. Jeongmin starts laughing while Yi-hyuk messages her about his friends mocking his choice of off-brand cartoons. Yi-hyuk continues to joke about his friends' reactions as they text late into the night. Jeongmin bursts into laughter alone in her dark bedroom. She tells Yi-hyuk that she enjoyed the cartoon and notes that talking to him helps her endure the constant bullying. Jeongmin smiles as Yi-hyuk asks to walk home together, admitted that talking to him makes her feel better. In the school bathroom, the bullies notice Jeongmin smiling at her phone. They suggest escalating their harassment of her to maintain their control. The long-haired girl listens quietly as her friends continue to plan against Jeongmin. The long-haired girl expresses regret for her past actions before the group leaves school for the day. The girl walks alone down the street as the sun begins to set. The silver-haired girl walks alone along the sidewalk during sunset. She continues her steady pace, looking downward at the pavement. Her gaze sharpens as she looks toward the street. Jeongmin walks ahead in the distance, laughing with a tall male student. The silver-haired girl recognizes Jeongmin from a distance. She stops and watches the pair walk away. Jeongmin smiles and continues her conversation with the boy. The observer remains still watching them with a dark expression. She recalls a memory of laughing happily with a friend. The memory of their past joy fills her thoughts as she observes them. The boy glances back and wonders about the identity of the person watching them from afar. The silver-haired girl remembers questioning if Jeongmin is using drugs. She continues to reflect on her growing suspicions regarding Jeongmin's recent behavior. She recalls seeing Jeongmin constantly smiling at her phone. A sudden realization strikes the girl. She concludes that the boy is the reason Jeongmin finds life worth living lately. The teacher concludes the lesson and dismisses the class for the day. He instructs the students to begin preparing for their next class. The room fills with the sounds of students gathering their materials and moving about. The blonde girl scowls upon noticing that Jeongmin appears to be enjoying herself. She resolves to stop bothering Jeongmin because her lack of reaction has become boring. Jeongmin wonders if math is the next subject and finds herself standing near Hyejin Kim. Jeongmin feels doomed after realizing she is standing next to Hyejin Kim. Hyejin Kim glares back with a look of extreme irritation. Hyejin Kim mutters a curse and turns away without escalating the situation. Jeongmin is left stunned by the girl's sudden refusal to engage with her. She expects to be cursed out but checks a notification from Yi-hyuk instead. Yi-hyuk reports a prank at his desk while Jeongmin realizes her own bullying has stalled. Jeongmin notes that the class has lost interest in her since the main clique stopped picking fights. Despite remaining isolated, she reflects on the recent changes in her life. She finds that school life is no longer a nightmare. Jeongmin laughs as Yi-hyuk messages that she is the only person who listens to his complaints. Other students watch her from a distance. Jeongmin reflects on the absence of direct harassment lately. A man reflects on his lack of need for lucid dreaming since another person appeared in his life. A voice calls out to Jeongmin repeatedly while she sits at her school desk. Two classmates approach Jeongmin, who immediately fears she is about to be bullied. Jeongmin worries she let her guard down as Sora tells her it is nice to see her smile. Sora asks who Jeongmin is messaging while Jeongmin frets that others might hate seeing her happy. The girls encourage Jeongmin to smile more often and tell her it suits her. Yoonju invites Jeongmin to hang out with them. She notes that Jeongmin would have more friends if it were not for Hyejin. Jiangmin hesitantly asks the two girls for their names. Sora slams the desk in disbelief. She is shocked that Jiangmin does not even know the names of her own classmates. Jiangmin is taken aback by the girls' sudden and loud reaction. The girls introduce themselves as Sora Choi and Yoonju Seo. Sora demands that Jiangmin remember their names from now on. The group decides to head to the snack shop together. Sora and Yoonju lead the way out of the classroom. Jiangmin watches them leave, still stunned by the sudden friendly interaction. A blonde girl watches the interaction from a distance with a dark, unsettling expression. Yoonju asks what the blonde girl is doing. She then asks if the girl intends to join them. She rises from her seat with a look of disbelief. She stammers a question about her inclusion, but Yoonju tells her to follow. Yoonju expresses annoyance at Sora's hunger while Sora denies the complaint. She follows them while questioning if someone like her belongs in their group. They common school routines by visiting the restroom and cafeteria together. The simple act of walking to the snack shop with friends feels profoundly special. Her relief vanishes as a sense of unsettling repetition takes hold. Sora begs for forgiveness and pledges to pay back a debt the next day. Sora explains her financial situation while Yoonju scolds her for her borrowing habits. Yoonju demands her friend grow up. Sora attempts to defend her actions, maintaining a tense atmosphere between them. She interrupts the conflict by offering to cover the cost of the meal. Sora excitedly accepts the offer while Yoonju remains visibly irritated. She realizes that acting as a mediator is the key to preserving their new friendship. Jiangmin approaches Yoonju and Sora in the classroom. She rushes toward them and asks if they are heading home. She explains her usual walking partner is busy and asks to join them. Sora declines and says they are going shopping for makeup and clothes instead. Yoonju mentions a new amusement park trip. Jiangmin clenches her hand while recalling Sora's previous claim that she was broke. She asks to accompany them on the shopping trip. The pair laughs and tells her she will not understand the conversation or have fun. They dismiss her by stating her presence would only make the outing uncomfortable. Sora waves goodbye as she walks away with Yoonju. Jiangmin offers a pained smile and tells them goodbye. She reflects on their lifelong friendship and her status as a recent outsider. She insists to herself that everything is all right. She turns to leave. She walks home alone and decides she is simply being too sensitive. A girl tells her that she will never understand the context of their private past. The white-haired boy lets out a long yawn. He sits up on a white floor clad in a patterned hospital gown. He wonders when she will finally return. Footsteps rhythmically tap against the floor of the hallway. Jiangmin pauses near the window, her expression dark and tired. She stands alone, gripped by her own gloomy thoughts. A heavy sigh escapes her before she enters the classroom. She walks to her desk, her head aching from a weekend spent overthinking her social status. A girl wearing glasses calls out to her immediately. The girl excitedly tells Jiangmin to come over so she can show her something. They begin to scroll through photos on a phone together. They find a photo of a mutual friend acting cowardly on a roller coaster. Jiangmin joins the laughter, agreeing that their friend's face looks funny. The girl explains they only had 2 tickets because they were purchased before Jiangmin joined their group. Jiangmin feels relieved that her friend cares for her while another classmate asks about their conversation. Yoonju stares in shock at the revelation. Sora admits to showing the embarrassing photo to Jiangmin. Yoonju confronts Sora for sharing the image without her permission, but Sora dismisses it as a joke. Yoonju calls the unauthorized sharing of her photos a crime while Sora laughs in disbelief. Yoonju demands that Sora fix her rude behavior and stop taking pictures of her to mock. She stares at Sora, waiting for a response to her demand. Sora argues that Yoonju creates the situations that make it impossible to be nice to her. Yoonju looks on in disbelief as Sora continues her verbal attack. Frustrated by the circular argument, Sora compares talking to Yoonju to a wall. Sora walks out of the classroom while Yoonju warns Jiangmin not to follow Sora's example. Sora snaps one last time over her shoulder before making her exit. She turns her back on them and leaves the room. Jiangmin apologizes to Yoonju for viewing the pictures. She softly asks Yoonju if she is all right after the harsh confrontation. Jiangmin wonders why Sora chose to show her that specific picture as she watches her friend leave. A sudden vibration prompts Jiangmin to check the new notification on her phone. Jiangmin reads a text from Sora Choi telling her to meet in the first-floor faculty restroom. Jiangmin enters the designated restroom as instructed. She calls out for Sora to see if she is already there. Sora claims she already apologized to Yoonju. She urges Jiangmin to return to class before school starts. Sora suddenly stops. She begins to tremble violently while emitting a low groan. Sora explodes in a frenzied rage, screaming curses at Yoonju while Jeongmin cowers in terror. Sora rants about Yoonju's fake persona and her habit of looking down on others despite their long friendship. Sora mocks Yoonju's tendency to involve the law in every conversation. She questions why she would make anyone feel bad. Sora questions if Jeongmin noticed the behavior. She warns her not to trust a certain worshipper of Jaehyun-ha. Sora smiles and promises that she is on Jeongmin's side while mentioning another girl's obsession with Jaehyun. Sora tells Jeongmin that she is the only person she trusts and demands that their conversation remain a secret. Jeongmin observes that Sora and Yoonju have reconciled immediately despite the underlying complexity of their relationship. Jeongmin drinks from a can. She feels relieved that she is not the one being excluded from the group. Jeongmin lies in bed reflecting on her current life and her desire to stay awake. Jeongmin decides to attempt lucid dreaming again to find peace through flying or floating on water. She wonders if the strange man will reappear but dismisses his previous visit as a mere hallucination. A voice in the darkness startles Jeongmin by asking if she has finally returned. The white-haired man appears and smiles at her, as she realizes he is not a hallucination. Jeongmin reacts in shock as the man tells her he has been waiting for days and was bored to death. Jeongmin realizes the man was waiting for her while he smirks from the floor. The white-haired man asks if she was waiting for him too. Jeongmin asks why he chose her, and he replies she is the most fun. Jeongmin recalls telling the man that she wanted to help him. The man claims he helped because he pitied her school life. Jeongmin warns him not to pity her based on limited observations. Jeongmin remembers her isolation at school and questions his judgment. Jeongmin screams that she is not an outcast. The man asks why he would ever need her help. He questions her silence and asks why she stopped talking. The man notes she stopped using him to release stress and asks if life is better. He asks if her peace will last while her bullies remain unpunished. The man offers his help so she can achieve true freedom. The man notes she has stopped visiting to vent and asks if life is worth living lately. He reminds her that the girls she resents remain unpunished and asks if that troubles her. She admits to herself he is right, recalling the school bullies she thought she had moved past. The white-haired man repeats his promise to help her. She feels he has uncovered her buried emotions as he invites her to serve justice with him. He offers to kill the students for her if she wishes. Chills run through her as she freezes in response to his lethal offer. She refuses to go that far, leading him to express disappointment at her hesitation. He tells her to find him later. He suggests that new people might make her life difficult in the future. She asks who he means, but the man claims not to know. He asks if she has friends, and she confirms that she does. He suggests that those very friends could be the ones to cause her trouble. She yells that it is not them, but he tells her she did not need to shout. The man watches the girl closely, as she desperately mumbles that her friends are not the ones. The man smirks. The girl smirks while typing rapidly on her phone. She reads a chat message asking if Jeong broke up with her boyfriend and thinks the news is significant. She continues to tap away at her screen. Sora finds the gossip boring and trusts Dasum to provide the truth. Another student approaches, calling Sora's name and inviting her to visit the snack shop. Sora finds the girl annoying and asks for Yoonju's location. The girl explains Yoonju is going to the bathroom and suggests they all go together. Sora questions why she should join since the girl is uncomfortable around Yoonju, and offers to go quickly by herself. Sora thinks the girl is acting important just because of a few past compliments. She decides the girl is a useful audience for trash-talking Yoonju. Sora smirks to herself. Sora agrees to go because she wants to hear what the girl has to say. Sora intends to build the girl's trust while they walk. They run into Yoonju, who mentions she just started her period. Yoonju asks about their plans, and Sora claims the other girl wanted to visit the snack shop. Yoonju asks them to wait while she gets a pad and returns to the bathroom. Sora lies to Yoonju that the other girl is too hungry to wait because she skipped breakfast. The girl realizes Sora is lying to ensure they go alone. Yoonju expresses frustration that they cannot wait a moment and tells them to stay. Jeongmin remains silent as they prepare to leave. Sora asks if something is wrong with Jeongmin and mocks her for being unable to speak without Yoonju. She points out that Jeongmin cannot even say anything to her directly. Sora states that hearing Yoonju speak for Jeongmin feels terrible while Jeongmin looks down in silence. Yoonju agrees to wait and asks Jeongmin if she is also fine with staying behind. Jiangmin looks uncertain as she is put on the spot. Sora suddenly grabs Jiangmin's hand and begins to pull her away down the hallway. Yoonju asks if Jiangmin wants chocolate milk while Sora guides her along. Sora tells Jiangmin to wait at her desk until they return as the other girls depart. Sora asks Jiangmin how she intends to function in society with her current attitude. Sora repeats her cutting question about Jiangmin's future social survival. Jiangmin looks on with a visibly upset expression. Sora tells Yoonju to let the situation go because Jiangmin is always like this, smiling mockingly. Sora smirks and tells Jiangmin she will eventually talk to them normally, daring her to keep looking down on them. Sora and Yoonju walk away laughing together while Jiangmin watches from behind. Jiangmin watches them with tear-filled eyes, feeling isolated and distressed by the sight of their bond. Jiangmin notes an uncomfortable feeling as she watches the two girls turn a corner, leaving her alone in the hallway. Jiangmin stands alone outside the school as a voice calls out a final farewell to her. Sora reveals to Jiangmin that her dislike for Yoonju Seo is an irrefutable fact. Sora mocks another student for wearing a terrible cardigan and for attempting to copy Jaehyun's style. Jiangmin admits that she feels no guilt while listening to Sora gossip about a friend behind her back. Sora mentions the close bond between Yeonji-jo and Seungha before expressing her own dislike for Seungha. Sora complains that Seungha acts superior to everyone else simply because she is an artist. Sora asks if Jiangmin has any siblings, and Jiangmin confirms that she is an only child. Sora suggests that being an only child is lucky compared to living in a household with siblings. Jiangmin clarifies that despite the assumption of luck, her home life was not full of love. Jiangmin admits with a distressed expression that she has never truly felt loved. Sora asks for the reason behind Jiangmin's lack of love as Jiangmin begins to panic. Jiangmin hesitates and wonders if she should truly disclose her personal history to Sora. Sora tells Jiangmin that she does not have to her secrets and suggests they return to Yoonju. While Jiangmin feels she was being honest, Sora privately finds her behavior annoying. The school day ends as classmates bid Jiangmin farewell under the light of a sunset. Jiangmin stops a classmate to ask if he is heading home and confesses that she is nervous. Jiangmin asks why they are not walking together, but the girl points out that Jiangmin lives in the opposite direction. Jiangmin realizes she has made a mistake and worries that Sora is angry as she watches the girls walk away. Sora tells her companion that they should leave because Jiangmin is annoying her. Sora questions why Jiangmin is so curious and reminds her that they are merely friends. Sora calls Jiangmin creepy and asks if she thinks they are more than friends. Sora demands to know what Jiangmin will do if they go somewhere else. Jiangmin stammers and maintains that she is only curious about their plans. Sora sighs and tells Jiangmin that no one likes her while a boy reflects on her difficult predicament. The girls leave in frustration, leaving Jiangmin to feel the weight of her isolation. The boy observes Jiangmin and asks if she actually has any friends. Jiangmin insists she has friends, but the boy suggests those girls are not the ones. Jiangmin watches from a distance as her classmates head away. She continues to look on as the girls walk toward the city buildings. Jiangmin considers the possibility that Sora says the same hurtful things to everyone else. Sora tells Jiangmin that she is being creepy and asks if they are girlfriends. Sora bluntly states that no one likes Jiangmin. The sun sets over a quiet rooftop house as the day ends. Jiangmin enters her passcode and steps into the silence of her home. She stands alone in the shadows of her cramped and messy kitchen. She drops her heavy backpack onto the floor and enters the room. She walks past a pile of discarded clothes toward the far wall. She collapses onto the floor and pulls her knees to her chest in the dark. The morning sun shines brightly over the massive high school building. Sora chats with Yoonju in the classroom. Jiangmin looks on from nearby. Jiangmin nervously offers to buy them snacks. Sora mockingly tells her to outcast her and leave with Yoonju instead. Jiangmin frantically denies having any intention of betraying or outcasting her friends. Yoonju looks away with a cold expression while offering a blunt apology. Jiangmin forces a small smile and agrees to follow Sora and Yoonju out of the room. Sora stops suddenly as they walk and announces that she left her phone behind. Sora complains about having to walk back for her phone, prompting Jiangmin to volunteer while claiming she also left something behind. Jiangmin tells the others to go on without her and gives Sora instructions. The girl with glasses watches them depart, thinking that the situation is becoming interesting. As she walks away, Jiangmin admits to herself that she had become arrogant. She realizes she misjudged her standing. She mistakenly believed she had finally escaped toxic people. Jeongmin reaches the classroom. She pushes the classroom door open. The entire room falls silent as the students turn to stare at her. The silence breaks into a wave of hushed, judgmental chatter from the classmates. Jeongmin realizes no one is on her side. She acknowledges that she had intentionally ignored the signs of betrayal. She breaks into a cold sweat as the reality of the situation sinks in. She reaches for a mobile phone. She stares at the device with a hollow, dejected expression. She recalls a time when she believed her companions were genuine friends. She questions how they could betray her so easily. Jeongmin looks down, processing the weight of the situation. She remembers a cold encounter. She breaks into a wide, unsettling grin. The frantic expression fades. She returns to a blank and wide-eyed stare. Jeongmin stands alone in the empty classroom. She questions how this could happen to her as she acknowledges the teacher's dismissal. She ignores her buzzing phone and bids the teacher goodbye. Her classmates discuss their dinner plans while she watches them walk away. She stops herself from speaking. She realizes she has been forcing her presence on the group. Yi-hyuk calls out to her as she walks across the school grounds at sunset. Yi-hyuk smiles and urges her to come over to him. She stares at him in quiet disbelief. He explains why he texted her and she assures him that everything is fine. He recounts being held up by a friend at a PC room while she listens silently. She tells him that he is out of her league. She worries that she looks like a loser and falls into a tense silence. She fears that her behavior seems like a desperate plea for comfort. He asks why she would say such things and insists there is nothing wrong with her. He claims not to understand her comment and asks what leagues could possibly exist between friends. She remembers once sharing the same thoughts as they walk together. Yi-hyuk claims he is not as cool as she believes him to be. He states that looks do not matter and asks her to listen to what he has to say. Yi-hyuk calls her pretty. He looks at her with a nervous expression as he continues. He asks her to speak up if the comment makes her uncomfortable. He thanks her for her high opinion. He explains that he never views anyone as being beneath him. He reasons that since she views him as a good person, then she must be a good person too. She thinks to herself that everything Yi-hyuk said is wrong and views him as the best person she has ever met. She admits to herself that she finds enjoyment in gossiping about others. She acknowledges that her own arrogance knows no bounds. She confesses an internal joy in hurting people within her own dreams. She believes his kindness only exists because he remains ignorant of her true personality. She returns to the conversation explaining she was distracted and thanking him for making her happy. Yi-hyuk smiles and tells her that he also gets like that sometimes. He reassures her that everyone has those days while she embraces him and thinks that he is the only thing she needs. Jeongmin smiles and leans toward Yi-hyuk while he holds her. She admits she chose this dream because he would never offer such comfort in real life. The white-haired man watches her from a distance and thinks she has become boring and normal. A memory surfaces of a bloodied, injured girl lying on the floor. Jeongmin looks at the bleeding girl and tells her she should have treated her better. The white-haired man smirks and remarks that her previous nature attracted him even though her current disgust hurts his feelings. Returning to her dream, Jeongmin asks Yi-hyuk to stay by her side during hard times and he agrees. She thanks him with a smile while the white-haired man watches her from the shadows. The white-haired man watches the display and finds her behavior gross. The intruder interrupts her peace by calling out her name with a playful gesture. Jeongmin recoils in shock and wonders if she subconsciously invited him into her dream. She demands he stop interfering with her dreams, but he mocks her for kissing Yi-hyuk. He brings up her history of stabbing classmates and mocks her current affection for Yi-hyuk. The man asks for a story before she departs and promises not to offer any help. The white-haired boy explains that he basically lives here and wants to hear stories about the outside world. He asks the girl to stay longer and treat him like a lonely child, pointing out she has no one else to talk to so freely. The girl remains silent and looks away with a somber expression. She reflects that because he has no connection to reality, he is the only person she can talk to without acting fake. The girl agrees to stay as the interaction concludes for the moment. The white-haired boy asks for a story before she leaves, reiterating his desire for news from the outside world. The girl realizes his lack of connection to the real world makes him the perfect person to confide in without pretense. She decides to stay a little longer. The white-haired boy, now in patient attire, asks if she feels stuck between her two friends. The girl laments that her friends were never genuine, while the boy simply watches her complain. She claims she is only staying because he begged and demands to hear his opinions. He clarifies that he only intended to listen and notes she usually hates being told what to do anyway. The girl explains she just wanted someone to complain with her before sighing and announcing she must leave. The boy asks why she is leaving so soon, and she states she has to go to school. The white-haired boy questions the girl's narrative about her friends. He expresses doubt that they would help her merely to use her for labor. He notes they value their reputations too much to take in someone with a bad record without reason. The girl asks him to elaborate on what he means. The boy suggests they have a hidden motive, leading Jeongmin to wonder what they could want from her. Jeongmin broods over the conversation at her school desk, regretting that the suspicion now haunts her. She observes that her friends seem to be excluding her from their plans more often. The feeling of being left out weighs heavily on her as she watches them from afar. Feeling drained by lucid dreams, she decides to nap at her desk to avoid her thoughts. A voice calling out her name wakes Jeongmin from her desk. Her two friends stand over her and invite her to a new cafe. The sudden invitation leaves Jeongmin stunned and confused. She tries to decline due to exhaustion, but they insist she can spare at least 30 minutes for them. The girls claim they waited specifically to go with her. Jeongmin agrees to stay for a short while, and her friends celebrate as they lead her away. Jeongmin questions why they are suddenly acting kind again. She pretends to go along with them while maintaining her guard. She wonders what they could truly want from her. The boy's warning about an ulterior motive repeats in her mind. The group arrives at a cafe named Paprika. The girls express relief at their early dismissal from school. The girls discuss the popularity of the cafe's new drink and the risk of it selling out early. One girl asks Jeongmin for her order, but Jeongmin requests only a simple Americano. The friends pressure Jeongmin to choose a more expensive specialty drink. Jeongmin insists she is satisfied with her original choice. Jeongmin admits she lacks the money for a pricey order. Her friend offers to pay, claiming she owes her anyway. Jeongmin grows suspicious of her friend's sudden shift in attitude. She observes the group's rapidly changing atmosphere with concern. She remains wary as she tries to figure out their true intentions. The girls confess they brought Jeongmin to the cafe specifically to talk. Jeongmin expresses confusion at the news. They claim Jaehyun instructed them to stop hanging out with her. They explain that their distance was not meant to make her feel like an outcast. Jeongmin asks why they didn't resolve the matter privately. Her friends claim they didn't want to reopen old wounds. The girls emphasize how guilty Yoonju felt after Jeongmin left. They claim they decided to come clean because they could tell Jeongmin was worried about their opinion. Jeongmin listens intently, processing their unexpected confession. Jeongmin questions the truth of their claims and recalls a past confrontation where she was mocked for being unable to speak for herself. She realizes their explanation does not bridge the emotional distance she has felt until now. She stares in silence, feeling the gap between their words and her own reality. Jeongmin fears that without their presence, her life will revert to the isolation she faced at the start of the school year. She resolves to use this conversation as a chance to win back their approval. Jeongmin resolves to provide whatever the two girls desire, thanking them for their honesty while masking her deep discomfort. The girls express relief at her understanding. They criticize Jaehyun for her annoying behavior. Jeongmin remains silent, observing their sudden change in attitude. The girl with glasses leans in, her expression becoming more serious. She questions if Jeongmin actually bullied and hit Jaehyun during grade school. Jeongmin dismisses the claims of physical violence as lies, while the purple-haired girl mentions rumors of social ostracism. She denies all bullying, speaking firmly to defend herself. She claims they simply grew apart due to a good reason. Jeongmin laments the unfair rumors as the others push for the truth. Her friends promise to believe her and wait for her to continue. She hesitates to reveal everything because she lacks complete trust in her companions. Despite being told she can remain silent, Jeongmin finds the pressure irritating and prepares to speak. She ultimately decides to reveal her version of events, realizing she can manipulate the narrative just as Jaehyun did previously. She begins recounting her past, trying to keep her voice steady as she speaks. She convinces herself she is merely telling the plain truth, plain and simple. A morning alarm rings loudly on a smartphone resting on the bedside table. A hand reaches out and silences the persistent ringing with a quick tap. Jeongmin rises from bed, looking visibly drained and tired after a long night. She scratches her neck, her body feeling heavy and unrefreshed from her lack of sleep. She regrets staying up late to recount the entire situation to Sora. Jeongmin regrets opening up to others because the confession made her heart feel heavier instead of lighter. A classmate cheerfully invites Jeongmin to hang out again after school. Jeongmin notices the group is making a conscious effort to include her more than before. She offers a small, tentative smile, feeling a glimmer of hope at their inclusion. She walks with her new friends as her memories of past hardships begin to fade into the hazy background. At a cafe, Jeongmin spreads malicious gossip about Jaehyun to secure her place in the group. The others enjoy the rumors, giving Jeongmin a brief, intoxicating sense of social success. Jeongmin finds it difficult to maintain the engagement once the gossip about Jaehyun is exhausted. She struggles to keep her classmates interested as they finish talking about the malicious rumors. She heads toward the school restroom during a break to clear her head. Jeongmin hesitates at the door when she realizes someone is already inside. Jaehyun is standing at the mirror, prompting an immediate wave of fear in Jeongmin. Jeongmin remains frozen in the doorway, terrified to either leave or enter. Jaehyun mocks her, stating that it is obvious when Jeongmin is plotting something. She asks if Jeongmin is truly happy now that she has regained her social circle. Jaehyun questions the longevity of Jeongmin's current happiness and friendships. Jaehyun expresses mock pity and tells Jeongmin to enjoy the moment while it lasts before walking away. Jeongmin trembles violently as her composure begins to crack under Jaehyun's scrutiny. Back in the classroom, Jeongmin is startled by a sudden noise as she tries to regain her focus. Jeongmin asks Sora and Yoonju if they want to hang out today, hoping for a distraction. However, they decline her invitation by claiming they must study at home, leaving her feeling isolated. Yoonju admits she is tired of Jeongmin's presence. Both girls then abruptly leave her standing alone in the classroom. Jeongmin watches in silence as her former friends walk away down the long corridor. Sweat beads on Jeongmin's face as she stares blankly at the floor. She clenches her jaw in a sudden burst of frustration. Sora and Yoonju praise Jaehyun's saintly nature. They mock Jeongmin for believing they were actually her friends. They reveal they were only testing to see if Jeongmin would trash-talk the person she bullied. The girls laugh at how quickly Jeongmin fell for the trap while she overhears them from around the corner. Jeongmin leans against a brick pillar, listening to the girls continue their mockery of her. The bullies admit they only befriended Jeongmin to test her. They wanted to see if she would trash-talk Jaehyun behind her back. They continue their stroll, mocking how easily she was manipulated. Jeongmin stares into the distance and decides she no longer cares about the identities of those around her. She tells the white-haired boy she is tired of being a fool and wants revenge on her tormentors. The white-haired boy promises to serve justice on her behalf. Jeongmin leans on her hand, processing the weight of their pact. Back in the classroom, Jeongmin sits in a daze, ignoring the activity around her. The girls suddenly tell Jeongmin to get up and follow them. Jaehyun watches silently as the group prepares to move. Jaehyun smiles, looking forward to visiting the snack shop with the others. The group heads toward the snack shop together to beat the crowd. Jeongmin follows the laughing girls as they walk down the hallway. She watches them with a dark and brooding expression. Her face remains silent and cold while she observes her bullies. In the dream realm, Jeongmin asks if the boy was responsible for Jaehyun's mysterious injuries. The boy explains that his mastery over dreams allows him to physically affect the real world. Jeongmin asks if he can kill them and plans to ensure the girls never return to school. She questions if inflicting physical pain is enough to satisfy her need for vengeance. She wants to make her bullies suffer significantly more than she ever did. She recalls the mocking laughter of the girls who made her life miserable. The faces of her tormentors flash through her mind as she processes her anger. She vividly remembers the cruelty and malice of the girls who bullied her. Jeongmin tells the boy she will be gone for a while. She decides to grant him her full permission for the coming events. She is prepared for him to take whatever action is necessary. Finally, she gives him total permission to do whatever he wants to her enemies. Seon tells her he wants them both to witness the looks of pain on their tormentors' faces. He explains that he has a far more exciting idea for how they should proceed with their revenge. Jeongmin listens to his proposal with a subtle dark smile. She tells him to act as her backup rather than taking the lead himself. She tells him firmly that she wants the satisfaction of getting revenge herself. Class ends for the day and Jeongmin sits alone in the quiet classroom. She realizes that her long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived. While the other students leave for gym class, she remains behind in the room. She waits for everyone else to depart so she can act without being seen. She returns to the empty classroom with the intent to find her target's belongings. She reflects on how she used to fear being alone, but today she welcomes the isolation. She stands in the quiet space feeling emboldened by the lack of witnesses. Seon asks who she wants to target first, and she names Sora Choi without hesitation. She asks if he can use astral projection to obtain Sora's phone and messaging passcodes. She waits for him to gather the information she needs to strike back. She recalls Sora's previous behavior and the mocking way she used her phone. She prepares to test the passcode Seon provided to verify its accuracy. Crouched in the empty classroom, she attempts to unlock the device to verify Seon's information. The phone unlocks immediately, confirming the accuracy of his powers. Thrilled that everything he said was true, a dark grin spreads across her face. She begins searching the phone for leverage while staying hidden in the classroom. She continues to dig through the private messages looking for any usable secrets. She finds group chats where classmates mock Sora for being starved for affection. She realizes that Sora's social standing is far more fragile than it appears. Further messages reveal that Sora's own friends find her incredibly annoying. She laughs as she sees they plan to drop her from the group entirely. Realizing she has enough information to make Sora an outcast, Jeongmin prepares to act. She begins taking screenshots of the incriminating conversations on the phone. Seon smiles as she resolves that she has nothing to fear. She feels a sense of security as long as he stays by her side in the classroom. Jeongmin approaches Sora and asks her to go somewhere private to talk. Jeongmin watches her intently as she waits for a response. Sora agrees while secretly hoping for some excitement from the confrontation. Sora puts on a fake smile, pretending to be compliant. Jeongmin notes that Sora will likely prefer having no one else around for their discussion. Sora texts her group chat that Jeongmin has finally snapped, and her friends respond with mockery and jokes. Jeongmin finds Sora's behavior obvious and pathetic as she watches her type away. She questions the intelligence of Sora's friends for being so easily fooled by her act. Once they are alone, Jeongmin demands the truth, accusing Sora of only befriending her to cause embarrassment on Jaehyun's behalf. Jeongmin reveals she followed Sora and Yoonju the previous day and confirms that Sora was only hanging out with her because Jaehyun ordered it. Sora reacts with fake shock, asking if Jeongmin really followed them. She tries to deflect the accusation by appearing deeply offended. Sora calls Jeongmin a creepy stalker and warns her that her behavior is criminal. Jeongmin remains cold and unmoved by Sora's desperate attempts to turn the tables on her. Jeongmin suggests they see who the worst person really is. She holds up her phone to show Sora a very familiar chat screen. Sora is paralyzed with shock as she views the incriminating contents displayed on the phone. Jeongmin claims to have a full record of all their disparaging private conversations. Jeongmin warns Sora not to use force to take the phone, explaining that everything is already backed up in another location. Jeongmin threatens to show the messages to the whole class if Sora retaliates, declaring she has nothing left to lose. Jeongmin challenges Sora to determine who is the bigger villain, revealing her phone screen showing the group chat evidence. Sora is horrified to see her private messages displayed on Jeongmin's screen. Jeongmin explains that she has a full record of all their conversations. She confirms that she has already secured backups of the evidence in a secondary location. Jeongmin vows to ruin Sora by exposing her behavior to the entire class. She tells Sora that she no longer needs friends and is done playing along. Coldly, she declares that she has given up on everything. Sora falls to her knees, begging Jeongmin to hide the incriminating screenshots. She desperately offers to do anything Jeongmin tells her to in exchange for her silence. Jeongmin sneers at her pathetic display, looking down at the groveling girl. Jeongmin realizes how little Sora actually amounts to as she watches her beg. Sora confesses that Jaehyun orchestrated their outing to mock Jeongmin as an easy target. Jeongmin listens as Sora admits the whole plan was meant to ridicule her. Jeongmin realizes they only wanted to mess with her and have fun at her expense. Jeongmin tells Sora her apologies are sickening. She expresses how even hearing Sora say sorry makes her physically sick. Despite her disgust, Jeongmin offers Sora a chance at redemption. Jeongmin commands Sora to stay by her side and defend her while remaining subservient and groveling. Sora realizes she must comply with these humiliating terms to save herself. Jeongmin questions Sora's hesitation while checking her phone for more evidence. Sora agrees to the terms with a forced, desperate smile. Jeongmin mocks her simplicity and dismisses the idea of Jaehyun's kindness. Jeongmin reflects on Jaehyun's true nature, certain the other girl never truly wished her well. Yoonju confronts them in the classroom, demanding to know what they are up to. She accuses Jeongmin of taking Sora away just to exclude her once again. Jeongmin remains cold and unbothered by the sudden confrontation. Jeongmin maintains her icy demeanor as she faces Yoonju's anger. She calmly states she only needed a private word with Sora and nothing more. Jeongmin watches with a smirk as Sora prepares to follow her new orders. Suddenly, Sora steps in to defend Jeongmin against Yoonju. Sora shouts at Yoonju to stop picking fights, leaving Yoonju completely speechless at the sudden shift in loyalty. Sora quickly drags Jeongmin away under the flimsy excuse of needing to go to the bathroom. Jeongmin follows along, observing Sora's desperate attempts to please her. Jeongmin laughs at the absolute absurdity of the situation they just left. In the bathroom, Jeongmin tells Sora that her performance was good and commands her to keep it up. Jeongmin asks if the task was difficult. Sora desperately pledges her total commitment to the act. Jeongmin plans to watch Sora and Yoonju destroy each other while she continues to reflect on Jaehyun. She enjoys the thought of making Sora feel exactly as she once did. Jeongmin arrives at school early and greets Yoonju in the classroom. She explains that she is only there because she wanted to avoid being at home. Yoonju aggressively confronts Jeongmin and demands to know why Sora has suddenly started sucking up to her. Jeongmin feigns ignorance with a smile, prompting Yoonju to insult her before losing her nerve. Jeongmin challenges Yoonju to continue her insult and mocks her sudden silence. She suggests that Yoonju has no idea what to do now. She observes how lost Yoonju looks now that Sora has turned her back on her. Jeongmin looms over the seated Yoonju and asks if she is terrified of being left alone in silence. Jeongmin mocks Yoonju by asking if she is suddenly mute. She warns that Yoonju's behavior will lead to a future as a social outcast, causing Yoonju to begin trembling visibly. In the hallway, Sora is startled as Yoonju grabs her arm to stop her in her tracks. Yoonju intercepts Sora and tells her sternly that they need to talk. Sora looks back at Yoonju, feeling trapped by the sudden confrontation. Jeongmin watches the two from the classroom and tells Sora to go ahead, noting that she will be waiting. Both Sora and Yoonju look unsettled and nervous under Jeongmin's watchful presence. Outside, Yoonju demands an explanation for Sora's sudden attachment to Jeongmin. She dismisses the idea of Sora being caught gossiping as a minor issue that doesn't justify her acting so meek. Yoonju insults Jeongmin's status while Sora tries her best to deflect the conversation. Yoonju continues to push Sora for more details, unwilling to let the matter drop. She demands to know exactly what Jeongmin said to Sora earlier that morning. Sora repeats Jeongmin's insults about being mute and becoming a future social outcast. When Yoonju reacts with shock at the cruelty, Sora reveals that Jeongmin was only repeating Yoonju's own past words. Yoonju is stunned into a cold sweat as she realizes her own toxic behavior has come back to haunt her. Sora stares at her former friend with a look of cold clarity, refusing to be swayed by Yoonju's shock. Yoonju claims she does not remember saying such things, but Sora insists she was there to hear them and tells Yoonju she is reaping the consequences. Sora suggests that Jeongmin was likely fed up with Yoonju's behavior and tells Yoonju that she needs to grow up. Yoonju remains stunned into silence as Sora continues her harsh assessment of their relationship. Sora asks if Yoonju has any plans for the future or if she simply viewed her as an easy target all along. Sora screams that she cannot endure the situation any longer and asks if she appears to be an easy target. Sora decides to terminate the friendship and voice her true feelings while Yoonju stands bewildered. Sora reveals that all her other friends despise Yoonju and insults her for being a mood killer and a social pariah. Sora questions why Yoonju has no other friends and wonders if she understands why people avoid her. Sora begins her confrontation by accusing Yoonju of being a hypocritical gossip. She tells her that Yoonju is someone who thrives on the misfortunes of others. Sora continues her tirade, letting all her pent-up frustration out. Sora shouts that Yoonju betrayed her biggest secret back in grade school. She recalls how Yoonju told the entire class about her parents' divorce without even batting an eye. Sora remembers the humiliation she felt as the news spread through the school. She explains how that betrayal fueled a long-standing resentment deep inside her. The memory of the whispering and judgment still hurts her to this day. This pain caused her to become increasingly harsh and cold toward Yoonju over the years. Yoonju listens, her expression hardening as the past is brought up. Sora explicitly blames Yoonju for the current state of her personality. However, Yoonju remains unmoved and scoffs at Sora for being so emotional over a childhood memory. Yoonju mocks Sora for holding such a long grudge and labels her a total loser. She dismisses Sora's feelings with a cruel laugh, showing no remorse. This cold reaction leads Sora to finally see Yoonju's true character for what it really is. Yoonju officially ends the relationship. She turns and prepares to walk away. Yoonju walks away, leaving a devastated Sora behind. A devastated Sora collapses to her knees. Left alone, Sora collapses in tears. Sora laments her inability to reach Yoonju before the scene shifts to a classroom. In the classroom, Hyejin approaches Jaehyun. Jaehyun ignores Hyejin's questions and physically distances herself from the group. Hyejin observes Jaehyun's sour mood from a distance. She realizes the mood is directed at the crowd surrounding Jeongmin. Hyejin remains confused by Jaehyun's inscrutable behavior. She watches as the other students continue to interact with Jeongmin. Hyejin reflects on the strange atmosphere in the room. She follows when summoned to the snack shop. Jaehyun remains brooding and silent at her desk. Hyejin watches her closely while they are in the classroom. Yoonju sits alone in the classroom until Jaehyun approaches and calls her name. Jaehyun asks Yoonju to step outside to discuss what happened. Outside on a bench, Yoonju tells Jaehyun that Jeongmin is evil. She claims she was betrayed by her friend. Jaehyun ignores the sentiment and demands to know the details of the conflict with Jeongmin. She listens intently as the story unfolds on the park bench. Yoonju justifies her gossip by reminding Jaehyun that Jeongmin was the one who bullied her. Yoonju vents her frustration at Sora for the way she's been treated. She blames Sora for prioritizing her reputation over their long-standing bond. The two sit in silence as the weight of the betrayal sinks in. Yoonju feels a sense of desperation as she reflects on her current isolation. Jaehyun listens to the end of the story and thanks Yoonju for the information. Yoonju is startled by Jaehyun's neutral reaction after her emotional confession. Yoonju desperately believes Jaehyun might save her from her sudden isolation. However, Jaehyun seems disinterested in involving herself further. Yoonju starts to sweat as she realizes the conversation is coming to a close. Jaehyun dismisses the conversation and states her intention to leave. She moves to head back to the classroom, leaving Yoonju standing there. Yoonju stops Jaehyun in disbelief, shouting if that's all she has to say. A thick, awkward tension settles over the courtyard as they face each other. Jaehyun turns her cold gaze back toward the frantic girl. Yoonju clenches her fists, unable to understand the lack of empathy. Jaehyun bluntly asks Yoonju if her being alone is somehow Jaehyun's fault. Yoonju awkwardly starts to approach Jaehyun, looking for a way to bridge the gap between them. She tentatively suggests eating lunch together, hoping for a return to their previous dynamic. Jaehyun grows increasingly disgusted by Yoonju's presence and physically pushes her away. Jaehyun looks down at the other girl with an expression of pure, unadulterated contempt. Jaehyun turns her back, telling Yoonju that associating with her is becoming embarrassing. As she walks away, she adds a final insult by stating that Yoonju's hair color looks terrible. Jaehyun begins to realize her plan failed because Jeongmin is actually the one in control of the girls. Jaehyun seethes with rage as she dwells on the extent of Jeongmin's unexpected influence. She continues to spiral into a silent fury over how Jeongmin managed to outmaneuver her. The tension is broken when Hyejin approaches and asks if she is ready to pack her things. Jaehyun quickly composes herself and dismisses the concern, claiming it's nothing. Hyejin reminds Jaehyun of their plans to meet some boys for karaoke after school. Jaehyun flatly refuses to attend, showing absolutely no interest in the gathering. She stays firm in her decision as Hyejin looks on in a state of growing disbelief. Jaehyun prepares to leave the classroom, signaling that the conversation is over. The harsh rejection leaves a cold, awkward silence hanging between the two girls. Hyejin protests, arguing that the boys are only coming because they specifically want to see Jaehyun. Jaehyun repeats her refusal, her expression remaining hard and completely uncaring toward her friend's plea. She bluntly states that she just wants to rest at home for the rest of the day. Jaehyun starts to walk away, leaving Hyejin standing there feeling frustrated and ignored. Jaehyun asks if she's just a sidekick before telling Hyejin to go with Yoonju and calling her pathetic. Hyejin glares with intense resentment as the other students begin to wonder where Jaehyun has gone. Jaehyun notices an incoming call from Yoonju appearing on her phone screen. She quickly disconnects the call, having no desire to speak with any of them. Jaehyun continues to walk away from the school grounds, choosing to be completely alone. Jaehyun stops when she spots Yi-hyuk walking and laughing with another girl. She stands frozen as she catches sight of them together across the school grounds. Jaehyun watches from a distance as Yi-hyuk and his companion walk away together. She continues to stare, unable to process the friendly scene unfolding before her. Sora's friends begin to question why she wants to hang out with Jeongmin instead of Yuju. They press her for an answer, confused by her sudden shift in loyalty. Sora explains that her friends felt bad about how Yoonju treated her and claims Jeongmin helps prevent awkward dynamics. Sora reflects on her stabilized school life and how much things have improved recently. She realizes the class stopped picking on her after she finally gained a supportive friend group. The feeling of security is a welcome change for her after so much past bullying. Jeongmin watches the interactions between the students from a distance. Jeongmin observes the group from afar, her sharp gaze taking in every detail. She smirks to herself, seemingly satisfied with the way the social dynamics are shifting. Two students smoke in an alley and comment on the terrifying silent atmosphere between Hyejin and Jaehyun. Yoonju dismisses the suggestion that she fought with Jaehyun and looks away. Yoonju abruptly leaves for the classroom despite Sora's attempts to intervene and bridge the gap. Sora vents her exhaustion over the constant tension and fighting between her friends. Yoonju seethes with resentment at how everyone reflexively sides with Jaehyun in every dispute. Yoonju remains silent and bitter, realizing that no one will listen to her side of the story. Jeongmin's friends invite her to eat after school, but she is clearly distracted. Jeongmin brushes off her friend's invitation by bragging about meeting her boyfriend. A classmate mentions seeing Jeongmin leaving with a handsome boy from another school the previous day. Jeongmin denies that the boy is her boyfriend, prompting her friends to claim it is impossible for them to be dating. Jeongmin clarifies that he is not her boyfriend yet, causing an immediate stir. She admits that they aren't officially together, though she seems hopeful. Her friends demand to see a picture of the mysterious boy she mentioned. Jeongmin privately acknowledges Yi-hyuk, reflecting on their interactions. She believes that their chances of dating are not non-existent and feels optimistic. In a dream, Jeongmin asks Seon if he can help her get Yi-hyuk to date her. Her blunt request leaves Seon in utter disbelief as he stares at her. Seon notes how much Jeongmin's school life has improved after she threatened Sora. He looks at her closely and asks if Yoonju is now isolated from the rest of the group. Jeongmin confirms that Yoonju is likely alone now, while Seon watches her with a knowing smile. Seon finds Jeongmin's changing life entertaining, enjoying the new dynamics. Despite the conversation, he refuses to explain why he always appears in a hospital gown. Jeongmin grows frustrated that Seon constantly deflects personal questions despite her being completely open with him. Jeongmin vows to uncover Seon's secrets as revenge for his invasion of her privacy and asks how he began lucid dreaming. Jeongmin promises to protect Seon if he trusts her, but he questions her persistence and asks if she truly wants to know the truth. Seon asserts that he can kill others without notice because deaths occurring in dreams leave no physical evidence behind. Seon declares that murdering someone is effortlessly easy and a piece of cake for him. He asks if she understands now and warns Jeongmin to stop being curious about his life at all. Seon tells her to keep that in mind while promising to aid her with the revenge she wants. Jeongmin gulps, unsettled by his cold warning and his offer to help her retaliate. Seon smirks and tells Jeongmin that it is finally time for her to return to school. Jeongmin watches Seon walk away into the distance and remarks that he is a very strange person. Seon claims that taking a life is simple because it happens in dreams where no traces or prints are left behind. He repeats that murdering someone is a piece of cake to him, leaving Jeongmin with chills. Seon demands that Jeongmin remain incurious about him at all. He tells her to keep that in mind as their arrangement moves forward. He reiterates his offer to assist with the revenge she wants. Seon dismisses Jeongmin and tells her it is time to return to the real world for school. Jeongmin looks on with a troubled and confused expression as the dream interaction concludes. Jeongmin observes Seon's hospital clothes and realizes that questioning him about his past will only make him more defensive. Seon lies unconscious in a hospital bed with a bandage on his face. Enrollment 4 drip is connected to his arm while he remains asleep in the facility. Jeongmin fumes while walking down the street and wonders why Seon would suddenly brag about his lethal capabilities. The group questions whether the handsome guy mentioned by their classmate actually exists. The group concludes the story is a total lie and turns to Sora for her thoughts on the matter. Sora's friends demand an explanation for why she is suddenly associating with 𝒩𝒑min. Sora reveals that 𝒩𝒑min is blackmailing her with records of their group chat insults. Sora denies being the one who leaked the chat logs to their enemy. She insists she has no choice but to follow 𝒩𝒑min's orders for the time being. The friends agree to play along until they can uncover 𝒩𝒑min's own secrets to use against her. Inside the classroom, 𝒩𝒑min tells Hyojin that she needs to drop her attitude. She encourages Hyojin to be the one to initiate a reconciliation. Hyojin questions exactly when 𝒩𝒑min arrived at her desk this morning. 𝒩𝒑min explains that she has only just arrived to start the day. 𝒩𝒑min greets her surprised classmates with a bright and cheerful smile. The group is stunned to see her arriving at school unusually early today. Hyojin notices that 𝒩𝒑min is in an unexpectedly good mood today. She begins to wonder if their long-standing conflict has finally ended. 𝒩𝒑min invites Yuju to hang out with her later that day. She wants to meet up before her upcoming academy schedule begins. 𝒩𝒑min pressures Hyojin into joining their planned outing. Hyojin reluctantly agrees to go along with the group. She feels forced into the situation but doesn't voice her protest. Hyojin tells her friend to stop using her mascara for free and demands payment. 𝒩𝒑min heads to the bathroom alone while the others remain in the classroom. Hyojin pulls Yuju aside and confesses that she feels absolutely miserable. Yuju is unsympathetic to Hyojin's frustration regarding her ongoing fight with 𝒩𝒑min. Yuju suggests that 𝒩𝒑min's invitation to hang out is an attempt to reconcile. Hyojin is skeptical and continues to harbor resentment towards the situation. She wonders if the girl even thinks before she speaks. Hyojin clenches her jaw in frustration. She decides she simply cannot forgive the past. Hyojin recalls her previous role as the one who would step forward and crush people whenever 𝒩𝒑min needed it. In middle school, Hyojin's peers blamed a group beating entirely on her. The incident ruined her future reputation among her peers. Hyojin admits she broke a girl's nose but claims the legal consequences were disproportionate because the victim's parents were lawyers. Hyojin transfers to a new school mid-year. The teacher introduces Hyojin to the class as their new classmate. The teacher asks 𝒩𝒑min to assist her with getting settled. Hyojin immediately begins to worry about her ability to make friends. 𝒩𝒑min approaches Hyojin with a friendly smile. Hyojin's first impression is that 𝒩𝒑min is completely perfect. 𝒩𝒑min introduces herself as the class president and offers Hyojin help with anything she might need. 𝒩𝒑min is widely popular and well-liked by all her classmates. The boys in the class clearly admire 𝒩𝒑min. Frequent romantic attention from other classes makes 𝒩𝒑min feel like she belongs to a different world. 𝒩𝒑min suddenly orders Hyojin to stop bullying 𝒩𝒑min despite previously wanting revenge. Hyojin describes herself as a well-trained dog who followed every one of 𝒩𝒑min's commands. 𝒩𝒑min enters her school classroom and looks around at her surroundings. While standing at her desk, she answers an unexpected phone call from Hyojin. She maintains a pleasant smile as she listens to the details of the conversation. 𝒩𝒑min discovers Hyojin and her group mocking a classmate. She witnesses the classmate crying in an alleyway following the group's harassment. Hyojin continues her aggressive behavior without showing any remorse. Hyojin laughs about the victim's rumors of attempted murder and tells 𝒩𝒑min that people must be crushed to stay silent. 𝒩𝒑min leaves the group in silence. The other girls follow her in confusion. 𝒩𝒑min begins avoiding Hyojin and ignores her attempts at conversation in the school hallways. 𝒩𝒑min realizes that Hyojin only approached her out of pity and that they were never alike. 𝒩𝒑min watches a classmate laugh at her desk before turning away in indifference. 𝒩𝒑min stands over Hyojin while she's sitting alone at her desk. 𝒩𝒑min calls Hyojin's name to get her attention. She looks back to ensure her friend is listening. 𝒩𝒑min announces that she is heading to the bathroom with her friends. The other students start to follow her out of the room. 𝒩𝒑min asks Hyojin if she wants to join the group. In a flashback to middle school, a student bumps into Hyojin. The student aggressively tells her she is constantly in the way. Hyojin panics over rumors about her past until 𝒩𝒑min approaches her desk for the first time. Hyojin stands alone in a classroom while contemplating her social isolation. Hyojin bows and apologizes to 𝒩𝒑min, promising never to repeat her behavior. 𝒩𝒑min watches silently while Hyojin grapples with the consequences of her actions. 𝒩𝒑min claims she previously defended Hyojin against rumors while Hyojin begs for another chance, admitting she was not thinking clearly. 𝒩𝒑min accepts the apology and begins to reassure Hyojin. Hyejin vows not to cause any more embarrassment to Jaehyun or the group. Jaehyun promises to fix Hyejin's reputation with their peers and tells her not to worry anymore. The social atmosphere shifts instantly once Jaehyun takes Hyejin under her protection, yet Hyejin remains deeply troubled. The two transition into high school together as the narrative jumps forward in time. Hyejin notices Jaehyun is distracted and looking elsewhere during their conversation. Jaehyun remains silent and stares into the distance, ignoring Hyejin's question. The class gathers for gym as the teacher tells everyone to find a partner and get in line for stretching. Jaehyun asks Hyejin to be her partner for stretching during gym class. Jaehyun directs Hyejin to look at a specific student standing alone on the field. Hyejin laughs at the lonely girl standing alone on the sports field. Jaehyun pulls Hyejin closer to whisper a secret into her ear. Jaehyun identifies the girl as someone who used to bully her back in grade school. She explains that her past harshness was an unintentional trauma response to those difficult days. Jaehyun looks down with a sad expression while sharing her inner feelings. She expresses a dark wish for the other girl to suffer through the exact same thing she did. Hyejin interprets Jaehyun's unspoken command and begins bullying Jeongmin in her place to satisfy her wishes. Hyejin realizes that Jaehyun only approved of the harassment because of her specific hatred for the girl. Jaehyun abruptly orders Hyejin to stop bullying Jeongmin immediately. Jaehyun stares back with a somber expression, leaving Hyejin to wonder why she is suddenly abandoning her revenge. Hyejin reflects on becoming a villain to satisfy Jaehyun's desires and wonders what is making her companion unhappy now. Flashbacks highlight Hyejin's growing annoyance with being ordered around like a sidekick. She feels irritated by the lack of control over her own actions and wonders why Jaehyun is mad again. Hyejin questions why she must constantly follow orders and act as a sidekick who comes and goes on command. Hyejin recalls being confronted for her actions but remains confused about what she did wrong. A sudden shout snaps Hyejin back to reality. Yuju asks why she is spacing out. Hyejin claims she was thinking of a past Yuju would never understand, feeling increasingly suffocated. Hyejin ignores her better judgment and asks Yuju's opinion of Jaehyun. She believes Jaehyun only controls her while Yuju remains unaware. Hyejin vents about Jaehyun's erratic behavior and sudden outbursts. Yuju reminds her that they always reconcile quickly. Hyejin demands to know why Yuju favors Jaehyun and questions the value of their own friendship. Despite wanting to stop, Hyejin accuses Yuju of being a handmaiden who has never seen Jaehyun's true colors. Hyejin insists Jaehyun is a liar who manipulates those around her. She claims Jaehyun's victim narrative regarding Jeongmin is total nonsense. Hyejin tells Yuju to wake up to Jaehyun's suspicious behavior. Yuju reacts with sudden horror. Yuju points frantically and tells Hyejin to look behind her. Hyejin turns around in shock to find Jaehyun looming over her. Jaehyun stares at Hyejin with chilling intensity. Yuju is startled awake as someone warns Hyejin to look behind her. Jaehyun stands right there, having discovered their secret meeting. Jaehyun observes the group and remarks that they were having a very interesting conversation. Hyejin stares back in stunned silence at the sudden appearance. Jaehyun continues to watch them both with chilling intensity. Hyejin reflects on being abandoned by Jaehyun while standing alone in a classroom. She processes the sudden and bitter end of their friendship. Hyejin tries to claim the situation is a misunderstanding, but Jaehyun violently slaps her hand away. Jaehyun tells her not to touch her and calls the display gross. Jaehyun accuses Hyejin of using her to mess with Jeongmin just to protect her precious reputation. Hyejin yells back, accusing Jaehyun of orchestrating events just to look like a hero to the rest of the class. Hyejin complains about how hard it was to play the role of the villain in Jaehyun's place. Jaehyun mocks her and says that this is too much even for her. Jaehyun states that no one would ever assume someone like Hyejin was actually a nice person. Jaehyun reminds Hyejin that she was clearly in the wrong 2 years ago and that she never ordered the bullying of Jeongmin. She admits she was more worried about what would happen to Hyejin than she was about Jeongmin. Jaehyun insists she acted as a friend to prevent Hyejin from being blamed if something serious happened. Jaehyun points out she wouldn't be friends with someone expelled for bad behavior if she only cared about her reputation, stating that Hyejin never regretted her actions. Jeongmin watches the breakdown of the group from a distance and feels that something is not adding up. Jeongmin spots Yihyuk walking down the street and calls out his name. Yihyuk stops walking and turns toward her. Jiangmin pretends their meeting is a coincidence despite having waited for him since the early morning. She smiles, brightly hiding the fact that she has been waiting there for hours. They begin their walk to school together, enjoying each other's company. Jiangmin accidentally bumps into Hyejin on the sidewalk and immediately panics. She fears that Hyejin will pick a fight right there on the street. She is terrified of being humiliated in public, especially right in front of Yihyuk. Her heart races as she waits for a reaction that never comes. Hyejin ignores the bump entirely and walks past without saying a word. Yihyuk watches her go left to wonder if something is seriously wrong with her. Jiangmin eventually arrives at the school building, still shaken from the encounter. Jiangmin notices the permanent change in the classroom seating and confirms that Jaehyun has cut Hyejin off. A classmate approaches her and asks if she wants to go to the snack shop. Sora pulls a reluctant Jiangmin out of the classroom by her shoulder. She insists on taking her somewhere else to speak in private. Sora explains that Hyejin and Jaehyun had a fight and are no longer on speaking terms. Jiangmin asks for more details about the situation. Sora only knows that Hyejin overreacted to a minor issue. Jiangmin decides she cannot trust the boy anymore. She resolves to find out the truth on her own. Jiangmin stays in bed and hopes the boy waits forever since she will not show up. The boy asks why she is late and requests a story. Jiangmin refuses to talk to him and turns away. The boy offers an apology for his recent behavior. Jiangmin demands her privacy and tells him there are things she doesn't want others to know. She tells him to stay out of her dreams from now on. Jiangmin declares that she no longer needs his help. The boy smirks behind her as she tries to push him away. The boy notes her anger while Jiangmin yells that he is annoying and never understands her. Jiangmin realizes she entered the dream involuntarily and hears that the boy is truly trapped there. The boy claims he understands her and notes that she does not know his true identity. He claims to be famous and tells her to research him. He smirks and insists she find out who he is instead of asking him directly. He tells her to do so without asking any more weird questions for now. Jiangmin agrees to the deal and the boy asks for her help with a specific task. Jiangmin returns to her classroom and sighs while reflecting on her situation. Jiangmin observes that the friendship is over and the boy agrees there is no hope for reconciliation. The silver-haired boy observes the red-haired girl staring at her phone late at night. He notes her refusal to sleep while she remains fixated on her task. He observes her continuous monitoring of her device from behind her chair. The boy backs away as the red-haired girl suddenly smashes her phone in a fit of rage. The boy decides to return to Jiangmin as the device shatters against the floor. The boy watches the girl stand over the wreckage, trembling and gasping for breath. He observes her intense emotional state before departing. Jiangmin asks if they can talk and suggests they seek retribution against Jaehyun together. She emphasizes the girl's need for payback to convince her to join forces. The red-haired girl reacts with hostility, dismissing Jiangmin as a loser and declaring any association with her would be humiliating. The girl orders Jiangmin never to speak to her again. She prepares to storm off while Jiangmin remains behind. Jiangmin acknowledges her persistent fear and helplessness. Jiangmin reflects on the power dynamic and questions how much longer she must live in fear. She wonders if she can ever stop avoiding her tormentor. Jiangmin tells the girl that anyone who knows Jaehyun's true nature should not let her escape consequences. She insists they take action. She explains how Jaehyun looks down on others and easily abandons them. Jiangmin admits she was also a victim of Jaehyun's bullying. Jiangmin proposes they join forces to get revenge or at least disrupt Jaehyun's life once. She stands firm in her offer of an alliance. She asks the girl to consider the unfairness of graduating without ever fighting back. Jiangmin challenges her to break her silence. Jiangmin reaches out and urges the girl to join her, stating it is no time to be picky. The pink-haired girl hesitates in silence. She is visibly shaken by the offer. She nearly accepts the hand before changing her mind. Hyejin makes the sudden choice to run away. Jiangmin laments the missed chance while Hyejin chooses her pride over an alliance. Hyejin desperately searches her phone for any contact willing to listen to her side. Contacts flee from chat groups and ignore her calls as she begs for a single response. Hyejin finally connects with a recipient. She pleads for a moment of their time. She warns Hyun that Jaehyun is systematically turning everyone against her to isolate her. Hyejin details how Jaehyun exploited her weaknesses. She is unaware that Jaehyun is standing right beside the listener. Hyejin pleads for belief while Jaehyun mocks her by reaching for the phone. Jaehyun casually makes plans with the girl on the phone to further torment her. Jaehyun laughs as she walks away, leaving Hyejin in a state of desperation. The girl on the line tells Hyejin they will never meet. She warns Hyejin to be careful about what she says. Hyejin listens in shock as Jaehyun begins to insult her through the line. Jaehyun takes the phone to call Hyejin evil and remind her of the help she received in middle school. Hyejin tries to defend herself, clutching the phone tightly. Jaehyun shuts her down immediately and declares all her efforts completely useless. Jaehyun demands Hyejin stop bothering her friends, stating that she now stands completely alone. Jaehyun delivers a final taunt regarding her past behavior as the devastated girl drops her phone. Hyejin tells Jeongmin she cannot forgive Jaehyun for acting fine after abandoning her. Jeongmin agrees the behavior is wrong. Hyejin claims Jaehyun looks down on everyone and proposes they seek revenge together. Hyejin watches from the shadows as Jaehyun and a friend laugh together in an alleyway. Filled with resentment, Hyejin observes the interaction with a dark and focused expression. Hyejin resolves to mess with them at least once to disrupt their peace. Jaehyun corners Yi-hyuk in the alleyway and asks him directly if he has a crush on her. Yi-hyuk stands nervously as the two girls confront him about his presence in the alley. Yi-hyuk frantically claims that he only wants to be friends with her, trying to hide his true feelings. Yi-hyuk avoids eye contact, clearly feeling pressured and uncomfortable under their gaze. Jaehyun and her friend watch him with mocking expressions, enjoying his obvious anxiety. Jeongmin returns to her quiet home at sunset and enters the house. Jeongmin's mother welcomes her home with a gentle greeting. The mother prepares a bowl of kimchi stew, hoping to lift her daughter's spirits. Jeongmin looks on, tiredly grateful for the warm meal waiting for her. Mother and daughter sit down to eat the meal together. Jeongmin eats in silence, savoring the familiar taste of the stew. She speaks up to tell her mother that the food is absolutely delicious. Jeongmin continues to eat, finding comfort in the quiet atmosphere. The mother informs Jeongmin that her father is currently away on a long business trip. She explains that because of his work, he will not be home for quite a while. Jeongmin considers her mother's comment about her improved mood. She smiles and agrees with her mother's observation about her happiness. The two of them continue their dinner, enjoying each other's company in their peaceful home. Jeongmin eats heartily during the quiet dinner at home. Her mother watches her eat with a calm and gentle expression. Jeongmin reflects on how much the home atmosphere improved without her father. She leaves for school the next morning, feeling a newfound sense of relief. Jeongmin smiles while wishing that every day could be as peaceful as this one. Sitting at her desk, Jeongmin exchanges texts with a friend about the bad school lunch. Suddenly, she senses someone approaching and standing directly behind her chair. Jeongmin turns her head and sees that Hyejin has suddenly loomed over her desk. Hyejin looks down at her with a serious and unwavering gaze. Hyejin commands Jeongmin to follow her outside for a private conversation. Hyejin leads the way as they walk through the school corridor. Jeongmin looks up at Hyejin with an expression of confused shock as she follows. A classmate watches with concern as Hyejin passes by in the hallway. Hyejin walks down the hallway, her presence felt by everyone nearby. She moves with a heavy dragging gait that echoes through the quiet corridor. Hyejin leads the way as she and Jeongmin walk into the classroom together. Students gossip about the hallway tension as Hyejin leads Jeongmin back into the room. Hyejin puts her arm around Jeongmin's shoulder in a show of sudden forced closeness. Hyejin puts her arm around Jeongmin and suggests they all go out together soon. She smiles and says they should go out to celebrate their friendship. Hyejin insists they are getting along perfectly, while Jeongmin notes the girl's obvious and forced effort. Jaehyun watches the interaction from her desk with an expression of pure disbelief and horror. Jaehyun observes that no one in her current circle manipulates her anymore. She thinks about how no one ruins her reputation like others have done in the past. She continues to watch the unsettling display between the two girls. The school bell rings and Hyejin dismisses Jeongmin to her seat with a promise to call her over later. Jaehyun questions the situation and wonders if Jeongmin intentionally brought Hyejin into her presence. Jaehyun reflects on her successful manipulation of others and considers the process easier than she initially expected. Yi-hyuk waits alone against a brick wall as evening approaches. He catches sight of Jaehyun and greets her with an enthusiastic, wide smile. Jaehyun asks if he was surprised by her request to meet and if he disliked the invitation. Yi-hyuk stammers that he enjoyed being asked out and suggests they grab a meal. They agree to find a place to eat before heading off to their cram school. As they walk, Jaehyun asks if he had been waiting long for her to arrive. While dining together, Yi-hyuk admits that he has always wanted to grow closer to Jaehyun. Jaehyun tells him that she also has something important she wants to say. She lets out a subtle smirk, feeling a sense of control over how smoothly things are proceeding. Yi-hyuk promises to listen to anything she says with his full attention. Jaehyun warns him that her news might be sudden and potentially unexpected. Jaehyun notes that although they have not known each other long, they have become quite close. She confesses her feelings for Yi-hyuk and asks if he would like to start dating her. Yi-hyuk walks through the neighborhood at sunset with Jaehyun while appearing dazed. They hold hands as Yi-hyuk tells Jaehyun that there is something he wants to know. Jaehyun walks ahead appearing calm while internalizing the current situation. Jeongmin notices Yi-hyuk is constantly distracted by his phone while they walk together. Jaehyun smiles slightly as she thinks about how things are changing between them. Jeongmin finds his behavior suspicious since he has never ignored her for his phone before. She watches him closely, noting that he has never been on his phone so much around her before. Jeongmin asks who he is messaging, but he dismisses the question as nothing. She spiraled into a panic, terrified that he has developed feelings for someone else. Jeongmin questions why he treated her so kindly if he intended to change. Yi-hyuk asks why their relationship must be kept secret from Jeongmin, and Jaehyun replies that she wants to surprise her later. Jeongmin stands before the white-haired boy as he sits in his hospital bed. She commands him to astral project and discover who Yi-hyuk is talking to. The white-haired boy initially refuses the boring task of spying on Jeongmin's behalf. Jeongmin stands firm and reminds him of his promise to help her with anything she asks. Jeongmin breaks down in tears and confesses that she cannot live without Yi-hyuk. The boy flinches as he sees how truly desperate and heartbroken Jeongmin has become. The boy sighs and agrees to help on the condition that she stops crying immediately. The white-haired boy's spirit begins his mission and follows Yi-hyuk on his walk home from school. He maintains a ghostly presence behind the boy as he travels through the neighborhood. He observes Yi-hyuk smiling widely at whatever is on his phone screen. He scoffs to himself, annoyed, and notes that he is much more handsome than the boy. The spirit watches as Yi-hyuk remains completely distracted by his incoming messages. He continues to hover behind Yi-hyuk as they approach a corner on the quiet street. The spirit watches as Yi-hyuk finally meets up with Jaehyun on the street. The spirit recognizes the girl with Yi-hyuk as the person Jeongmin hates more than anyone else. He realizes that Jeongmin is completely unaware of their connection and would have mentioned it otherwise. The spirit watches over a dejected Jeongmin as she sits alone in despair. He struggles with whether he should reveal the painful truth of what he saw during his mission. Jeongmin asks the spirit if the boy she likes has started dating another girl. The spirit remains silent for a moment, weighing how much of the reality he should. He decides to lie to protect her feelings, unable to bear seeing her in more pain. He claims that Yi-hyuk was merely hanging out with a male friend from school. Jeongmin listens intently, desperate to find some sense of relief in his words. She wonders aloud if the boy's lack of romantic interest in her means he is attracted to men instead. The spirit tells her to stop it as she continues to spiral into new theories about the boy. He reassures her that the new friend is a temporary distraction and that things will soon return to normal. The spirit stares away with a guilty expression, burdened by the deception he just provided. A girl stares at her phone during class, waiting for a reply from Yi-hyuk that does not come. Jeongmin realizes the boy has stopped reading her messages instantly as she dejectedly stares at her phone. Her classmates gossip about her relationship right behind her back, questioning if she really has a boyfriend. The girls continue to whisper and speculate about her personal life while she tries to ignore them. Jeongmin speaks up and tells the other girls that she is the one being pursued in the relationship. She claims that she finds the boy's constant attention annoying and that he is bad at taking a hint. A friend offers quiet support while the rest of the class continues to whisper behind her back. A student informs the girl that her peers believe she is making up stories about a boyfriend just to look cool. The red-haired girl whispers a warning, letting her know exactly what the others are saying about her. The classmate adds that everyone thinks she is simply imagining things to compensate for her loneliness. The girl smiles and reveals that she never truly considered any of the gossiping classmates to be her friends. As class is dismissed for the day, she continues to check her phone for any sign of a response. Yi-hyuk sends text messages asking if she reached school safely and if she wants to walk home together. Jeongmin makes her first phone call to him, feeling a sense of desperate urgency. Yi-hyuk answers the call and greets her, his voice finally breaking the long silence. She asks if he is willing to walk home with her and her friends this evening, seeking validation against school rumors. She is relieved when he agrees to meet at the gate. Jeongmin prepares to introduce him to her classmates, fully trusting he will stay by her side during the encounter. She looks forward to showing her peers that he is truly there for her. Her life had improved once her father left on business, and her mother regained her former warmth after years of tension. Jeongmin reflects on the absolute faith she once placed in Yi-hyuk's unwavering loyalty. She arrives at the school gate to find Yi-hyuk standing right next to her former bully Jaehyun. The watching classmates are confused to see the boy Jeongmin mentioned standing with Jaehyun. Jeongmin stares in shock as she realizes the two of them are together. Yi-hyuk explains that Jaehyun gave him permission to reveal the truth to her now. Jaehyun smiles maliciously at the devastated Jeongmin. Yi-hyuk explains they met at a cram school and questions the assumption of their childhood friendship. Jeongmin screams at him that they are not friends, drawing a crowd of shocked onlookers. Yi-hyuk questions rumors of a talking phase with Jeongmin. Jeongmin's heart begins to pound with dread as he continues to speak. He reveals he is actually dating Jaehyun, shattering Jeongmin's remaining hope. Jeongmin stands frozen in shock. The couple remains completely indifferent to her presence. Jaehyun smirks as she watches Jeongmin's spirit break. Jeongmin recalls her rival's lies about Yi-hyuk being the one obsessed with her. Despair takes hold of Jeongmin as she questions why Jaehyun was chosen over her. Yi-hyuk coldly apologizes for the confusion. He demands she stop insulting Jaehyun before he leaves. Students whisper that Jeongmin was rejected for trying to steal a boyfriend, fueling her silent fury. Jeongmin dashes away from the scene to hide her mounting humiliation. She cries out internally, wondering why her deep affection was ignored for another girl. Jeongmin realizes that the secret source of his happiness was always Jaehyun. The memory of her own naive optimism causes her to crumble. As the pain becomes unbearable, devastation consumes her as she stands alone in the street weeping. Jaehyun apologizes to Yi-hyuk for the sudden shock. As they walk together past a cafe, Yi-hyuk asks why Jaehyun is apologizing and offers to talk to Jeongmin. Jaehyun refuses the offer, claiming that Jeongmin no longer considers her a friend. She explains that she only ever tried to help her friend but was rejected. Jaehyun reveals that Jeongmin bullied her in the past, despite her own desire for friendship. She begins to cry, claiming that Jeongmin suffocated under her care. Yi-hyuk grabs her hand to comfort her after hearing her lies. He promises to support her and stay by her side no matter what. Yi-hyuk reaffirms his commitment, calling her his only girlfriend. Jaehyun smirks and thanks Yi-hyuk for his unwavering loyalty. Si-yeon waits in a dark void and notices Jeongmin is missing. Lying in a white expanse, Si-yeon wonders if his physical body is dead. He reflects on the months of unconsciousness he has endured while trapped here. Si-yeon admits his hatred for the white space and his exhaustion from being trapped there. Si-yeon reflects that the white space is only fun when Jeongmin visits because she is all he has left. Jeongmin enters the space early and Si-yeon asks if anything interesting happened. Without a word, Jeongmin slaps a card against Si-yeon's face. Si-yeon is stunned by her cold and aggressive behavior. Her expression remains hollow and grim as she faces him. Jeongmin laughs darkly and confirms that something massive occurred. Si-yeon questions her loyalty, but Jeongmin declares she will never return to this space. She confronts Si-yeon about his lies regarding Yi-hyuk and Jaehyun's relationship. Si-yeon flinches as she reveals she knows the truth. She realized that he was aware of the situation all along. Si-yeon claims he hid the truth because he was worried about her. Jeongmin argues that if he were actually worried, he would have told her. She laments being publicly humiliated and tells him she never should have met him. Jeongmin glares at him with visible resentment. She begins to turn away from him, her heart filled with bitterness. Si-yeon tells Jeongmin that he never should have met her either. He looks away, signaling that he is done with the conversation. He declares that their meeting was a mistake and orders her to never show her face again because she is useless. Jeongmin coldly responds that she also regrets ever meeting him. She retorts that she was getting tired of him anyway. She turns her head in disgust and prepares to leave. Jeongmin stares him down one last time with a look of cold fury. Jeongmin promises to disappear since he would rather die than see her and wishes him a nice life. Jaehyun greets Jeongmin in the classroom and mockingly notes that she arrived early. Jaehyun asks Jeongmin how it felt when the only person on her side turned their back on her. Jeongmin remains silent, her face darkening with resentment. Jeongmin glares with hatred at the girl tormenting her. She threatens to rip Jaehyun's mouth apart if she does not shut it. Jaehyun giggles and walks away while other students notice the hostile atmosphere in the room. Jaehyun turns her back to the confrontation, ending the interaction. As she walks away, she wears a dark smirk of satisfaction. Nearby classmates look on in shock at the intense atmosphere. They whisper among themselves, frightened by what they just witnessed. The students note that they have never seen Jaehyun look so terrifying before. Jeongmin stares at her phone, seeing a message from Yehyuk Jo asking to talk. Despite the notification, she cannot bring herself to read the message. She collapses onto her desk, wishing for death while replaying the boy's harsh rejection in her mind. Jeongmin scowls in frustration, wondering why she continues to think of the person who abandoned her. A classmate approaches to ask if Jeongmin plans to eat lunch. Jeongmin refuses the offer and prepares to sit in silence. Jeongmin leans close to threaten her classmate, warning her to keep her friends quiet or face the release of incriminating screenshots. She continues to stare blankly at her desk, her mind filled with bitter thoughts. Finally, she stands up and leaves the classroom to be alone. The red-haired girl sighs as she sits alone on a desk. She admits to herself that she likely made a mistake by siding with Jeongmin. Jeongmin stares at a text message from Yehyuk Jo asking if they can talk. She continues walking home at sunset, deciding to ignore the notification. Her mother spots her on the street and calls out her name. Jeongmin looks up, her expression filled with weariness. She notices the rustling of heavy grocery bags in her mother's hands. The two of them begin walking home together through the neighborhood. Her mother gently asks if she is struggling with anything at school. Jeongmin denies having any problems, wanting to keep her situation private. Her mother looks at her with concern, sensing that something is wrong. Jeongmin tries to take the heavy bags from her mother to change the subject. Her mother begins to laugh as they walk together through the quiet neighborhood. She laughs while recalling a childhood memory of Jeongmin breaking eggs while trying to help. Her mother continues the story, looking back on those days with a nostalgic smile. Jeongmin offers a sheepish apology for her childhood clumsiness, trying to match her mother's mood. Jeongmin stays silent as her mother's tone suddenly turns serious and heartfelt. Her mother apologizes for her past emotional absence during Jeongmin's most difficult times. Jeongmin responds with a soft ah, surprised by her mother's sudden vulnerability. Her mother encourages Jeongmin to express her feelings and talk to her like she used to. Painful memories of the confrontation with Seon flash through Jeongmin's mind. Jeongmin realizes she cannot possibly tell her mother the truth about her current situation. She instead decides to admit that she said something harsh to a friend who lied to her. Jeongmin reflects on how she told Seon he was useless and realizes she did not actually resent him. She admits her emotions were overwhelmed by Yehyuk and begins to worry about Seon now that he is gone. Jeongmin resolves to apologize to Seon despite their separation, wondering why he finally obeyed her order to stay away. Jeongmin struggles with guilt over Seon's absence while her classmates discuss a new song release by the idol group DZX. Jeongmin listens as the students gossip about a former trainee named Seon Beek who was supposedly selfish. Her classmates express shock at her lack of idol knowledge when she fails to recognize the group they are discussing. Annoyed by the constant chatter at her desk, Jeongmin finally asks who the idol group DZX actually is. One of the students shoves her phone directly in Jeongmin's face to show off the different idol group members. Jeongmin stares at the image on the screen, her expression shifting to one of sudden and intense recognition. Jeongmin quickly snatches the phone away from her classmate to get a closer look at the photo. She stares at the screen in total disbelief, unable to believe the person she is seeing in the lineup. The photo on the screen reveals Seon among a group of trainees during their early days together. Jeongmin recognizes the boy she knows as a former idol candidate named Seon Beek. A classmate clarifies that the group is DZX and that Seon was actually eliminated during a trainee documentary show rather than debuting. Seon was the most popular member during the broadcast and maintained a massive social media following among fans. His debut seemed guaranteed due to his frequent and charismatic communication with his dedicated fan base. Seon vanished from public life and school after being cut from the final lineup, leaving Jeongmin to ponder the reason for his sudden elimination. Classmates cite a car accident as one of the primary reasons for Seon's sudden decline in popularity. They also mention a bitter rivalry with another trainee that further damaged his reputation. The student suggests watching the documentary for the full story as 𝒩𝒑min stares intently at Seon's face on the screen. 𝒩𝒑min notices Seon smiling while other trainees struggle and connects the footage to his previous hint about being famous. She wonders if he hid his true identity because he felt embarrassed by his difficult past experiences. She realizes that he deeply resents anyone attempting to dig up his painful history. The documentary's final episode shows Seon in a hospital bed after a devastating car accident. The accident ultimately prevented him from joining the final debut lineup for DZX. Seon addresses his fans from the hospital and promises to begin personal promotions once his injuries heal. 𝒩𝒑min instinctively feels that Seon is lying about his future plans during the emotional broadcast. The video shows Seon forcing a smile despite the heavy bandages covering his face. His expression suddenly shifts to a look of profound sadness. 𝒩𝒑min identifies Seon's school uniform and agency location from the video footage. She immediately rushes toward a nearby hospital. She reaches the hospital reception desk and asks for Seon Baek's ward. She suddenly realizes her actions were impulsive and that she has no plan for what to say to him. The receptionist asks for her specific reason for visiting. This leaves 𝒩𝒑min to question her own motivations for coming. The staff member then asks what her relationship is to the patient. 𝒩𝒑min recalls their time together and tells the nurse that they are friends. A second nurse approaches and asks what is happening at the desk. The first nurse explains that 𝒩𝒑min is there to see Seon. The staff concludes that 𝒩𝒑min is telling the truth. They decide to keep security on standby while evaluating the situation. The nurse finally decides to lead her to the room. As they walk, the nurse explains that many strange people try to visit the patient and 𝒩𝒑min realizes his location had been kept a secret from the public. The nurse reveals that Seon is in a vegetative state. This condition was caused by a severe emotional shock. The staff member leaves 𝒩𝒑min with a final instruction to remain quiet and use the call button if anything happens. 𝒩𝒑min enters the room. She expresses surprise at finally seeing Seon in person. She walks slowly toward the hospital bed. She stands over Seon Baek and reflects on finally uncovering his name and his current condition. 𝒩𝒑min laments that her long search for him felt wasted since she eventually learned the truth from someone else. She is suddenly overcome by a wave of exhaustion. Her tension fades as she watches him sleep. She continues to look at him as he rests. She wonders if he is trapped inside his own dreams and notes that the public remains unaware of his condition. 𝒩𝒑min yawns and struggles to stay awake. She remembers that she stayed up all night searching for him. Time passes in silence as 𝒩𝒑min watches over the unconscious patient. Exhaustion takes over and 𝒩𝒑min falls asleep while resting her head on the edge of the hospital bed. She drifts into a deep sleep right beside him. 𝒩𝒑min spots a small figure standing alone in a dark, shimmering void. She stares out into the darkness of her dream. She shouts into the darkness, questioning if the person can hear her. Seon Baek flinches as she screams his name. Seon turns to face her and asks why she is there. She continues to yell, demanding to know if he can hear her voice. She shouts again, desperate for a response. Young Seon rushes home with a perfect test score, hoping to finally see his parents. His father dismisses his grades as average. The man ignores Seon's request for a family dinner. He continues to treat his son's accomplishments with indifference. Seon realizes that no amount of effort will ever make his parents truly look at him. He notes that while his peers and teachers love him, his parents remain indifferent. His father slaps him across the face, raging over his dream of being an idol. The man continues to scream at him about his falling grades. Seon stands in silence, wondering what he did wrong to deserve such treatment. He asks why his parents react with violence to his dreams while his father demands an apology. He asks his parents if they ever bothered to ask what he was thinking before judging him. Seon accuses his parents of neglect while his father shouts that their hard work only serves to pay for his college. His father lists the expenses they cover and lists the phone bills he pays for. The man strictly forbids Seon from pursuing a career as an idol. Seon tells his parents to stop being his family since he is clearly unwanted in the house. Seon recounts running away after his father slapped him and finding refuge in an idol agency dorm. 1 year later, Seon receives high marks on his monthly evaluation from the agency president. The president leads Seon toward the practice room while acknowledging his talent for winning people over. Seon walks into a surprise birthday celebration thrown by his fellow trainees. The group presents a cake and celebrates Seon's birthday with excitement. They reveal that the president was in on the surprise the entire time. Overwhelmed by the gesture, Seon begins to cry while his friends jokingly call him a crybaby. Seon considers these people his real family after everything he has been through. The president asks for a final gift to be brought out for Seon. The president presents Seon with a brand new school uniform. The agency offers to support Seon's education by paying for his schooling. The president explains that this is so he can stand proudly before the public after graduation. Seon is deeply moved by the unexpected kindness and support from the agency. Seon reflects on his happiness as his teammate Na-hyuk returns to the room. Seon excitedly asks the news that they will be attending the same school together. He is completely unaware that Na-hyuk deeply resents his easy admission into the prestigious school. Na-hyuk grows bitter over why everyone favors Seon despite Na-hyuk having been a trainee for much longer. Seon celebrates their joint school attendance while a younger trainee asks to join them. Na-hyuk remains silent as he watches the interaction. After a meeting about a documentary, Na-hyuk asks a staff member about his own schedule. The man ignores him and leaves the room. A manager dismisses Na-hyuk as ordinary and lacking star power. He decides to focus on Seon's charm for future variety shows and dramas. The manager acknowledges Seon's past as a runaway but sees it as a way to gain sympathy. He labels Seon as the company's primary source of profit. The executive decides to prioritize investment in Seon while Na-hyuk stands outside and listens to his own dismissal. Seon debuts his bleached hair at the dance studio. He asks if he looks like an idol now. Seon explains his agency styled him early to make a good first impression at school. He considers giving chocolates to his new classmates. Seon asks Na-hyuk about what the kids in his class are like and wonders if they would like to receive chocolates. Na-hyuk stares back at him with a silent blank expression. Na-hyuk mumbles under his breath about Seon stealing his classmates away from him too. Seon looks on with a confused expression wondering what Na-hyuk is thinking. Na-hyuk forces himself to fake a smile for Seon's benefit. Na-hyuk tells Seon that anyone would like him causing Seon to brag loudly about his endless charms. Na-hyuk remains silent as he watches Seon's exuberant and boastful reaction. At school, the students buzz about the upcoming celebrity transfer and ask Na-hyuk if he is close to the new student. Na-hyuk looks away as his classmates continue to pry for more information. The teacher stands at the front of the classroom to announce that a celebrity is transferring to their class. She glances nervously toward the door as the students begin to whisper in excitement. Seon makes a dramatic entrance into the classroom and loudly introduces himself as Seon Baek. Na-hyuk listens to his classmates' gossip about how handsome the new guy is. Seon introduces himself to the class and highlights his friendship with Na-hyuk. He claims he dyed his hair specifically to impress everyone in the room. The classroom erupts in cheers as students fight for Seon's attention and invite him to lunch. Seon asks for normal treatment despite the enthusiastic reception from his peers. Na-hyuk watches the chaos and finds the entire situation infuriating. Seon stands up and asks a brooding Na-hyuk if they should talk outside. Na-hyuk remains silent while feeling overwhelmed by the noise of the class. The classroom erupts in cheers as students compete for Seon's attention and invite him to lunch. Seon tells the class he is looking forward to getting to know them. Seon Baek's presence has a massive impact on the entire student body and not just his own class. Na-hyuk finds the noise annoying and sighs. Seon notices his frustration and prepares to help him out. Seon suggests they leave the room to talk after noticing his friend's mood. Seon leads the crowd away by offering snacks bought with his CEO's credit card. Na-hyuk is further annoyed that Seon correctly interpreted his facial expression. The teacher dismisses the class for lunch as Seon stretches and invites Na-hyuk to go eat. A pink-haired girl stops the boys in the hallway as they head toward the cafeteria. Na-hyuk finds Seon's talkativeness increasingly irritating as they walk. Na-hyuk recognizes the girl as someone he rejected previously. Na-hyuk looks on hoping that the girl will bother Seon instead of him. She surprises Na-hyuk by reaching out towards Seon with a gift box. The girl offers homemade chocolates, leaving a shocked Na-hyuk to wonder why she is back. Seon accepts the gift and tells the girl he is sure it tastes great. The girl waits nervously as the gift exchange takes place. Seon smiles warmly at her while she continues to wait. The girl blushes and stammers a reply as Seon looks down at her. Na-hyuk storms off in a rage after realizing the chocolates were for Seon. Classmates laugh at him and mock his embarrassment for assuming the gift was his. Students praise Seon's perfect personality, while Na-hyuk walks alone in the shadows questioning why everyone is drawn to Seon. A music instructor asks Na-hyuk why he is falling behind in his vocal training, questioning if he is feeling unwell given his poor performance. The instructor hopes comparing Na-hyuk to others will motivate him. She notes that Seon has already completed the training. Na-hyuk flinches as she highlights Seon's vocal improvement and asks why he has to hear about him again. Na-hyuk rages at the constant comparison and ends the lesson immediately. He walks away despite her attempts to explain. Na-hyuk questions why Seon's likability makes him superior. He stops when he hears rumors from the other trainees that he might be expelled. The shocking news leaves the witnesses gasping in disbelief. Na-hyuk slams into the trainees gossiping about his expulsion while Seon and the other students stare in frozen silence. Seon tries to leave, but Na-hyuk blocks him and sneers that Seon must be enjoying his misfortune. Seon attempts to de-escalate the situation. Na-hyuk demands to know if he is being pitied. Na-hyuk grabs Seon's shirt and vows never to lose. He shoves past Seon with a burst of aggression. He leaves the others trembling in his wake, his jaw clenched in anger. Na-hyuk shoves past Seon, promising to prove his superiority once and for all. Na-hyuk recalls his years of toil to debut and scoffs at Seon for thinking friendliness is enough to win. Trainees express anxiety about unscripted filming and hope they don't mess up. Na-hyuk decides to manipulate public perception at any cost. The supervisor departs to find a missing item, unaware he is being watched. Na-hyuk intercepts the supervisor to return the lost object. Na-hyuk offers a polite bow before returning to work, leaving a positive impression. The supervisor commends Na-hyuk for his sharpened intuition. An executive observes Na-hyuk's calculated behavior and orders him to be placed in the documentary group. An observer expects an interesting story as Na-hyuk enters the room and startles the trainees. He smiles pleasantly and asks the group if they are taking a break. Na-hyuk stares down a pink-haired trainee who tentatively apologizes for a previous encounter. Na-hyuk dismisses the apology with a calm, practiced smile. He pets the boy's head while mentioning that the CEO has just gone to his office. The others remark on his drastic change in personality and how much he has changed. Seon stares in silence, sensing the artificial and worth-filming nature of Na-hyuk's effort. Seon senses an unsettling aura from Na-hyuk as he watches him interact with the other trainees. He compares Na-hyuk's calculated behavior to a specific dangerous individual he once knew. Seon dismisses the unsettling comparison as a trick of his imagination. In a classroom setting, a student announces that the day is over. He turns back to the group and asks if anyone is hungry. Na-hyuk invites the group to the snack shop to maintain his friendly facade. Seon watches them leave with a cold, suspicious expression. Seon stands up quickly and begins to feel lightheaded. He begins to stumble as dizziness from low blood pressure overcomes him. He continues to sway and struggle to stay upright. The sudden movement causes his head to throb with a sharp pain. Seon tries to push through the disorientation and steady himself. A blonde student catches Seon before he falls, and the boy explains his medical condition while thanking him. Seon suddenly punches the student in the gut and slams him violently against the classroom lockers. A hooded figure confronts Seung-hyun-yu and his companions in a dark alleyway at night. The stranger identifies Seung-hyun-yu and offers a proposition based on their dislike of Seon-beek. The stranger proposes a deal and passes over an envelope containing a large sum of cash. The blonde man mocks the small payment because Seung-hyun comes from a very wealthy family. He claims the money is less than a monthly allowance and doubts anyone would listen for such a low price. The stranger argues that the agency will cover up trainee scandals quietly to protect their reputation. He explains that Seon is a runaway with no parents to defend him, making him an easy target. The blonde man decides targeting the trainee would be entertaining and laughs at the prospect of the task. The hooded man says they only need to exert mental pressure on Seon as the plan is finalized. Television production begins for the group, and they appear on the broadcast as filming starts. Filming concludes, and Seon's popularity increases, though he flinches when a classmate approaches him. Seon feels sick as he experiences blatant hatred from others for the first time. He struggles to process the sudden hostility from his peers compared to his past experiences. Seon attempts to focus in class while feeling relieved that the incident remains a secret. He watches carefully as his peers move around him in the classroom. A classmate tells Seon he is popular and that half the online comments on the video platform are about him. Seon reacts with genuine surprise to the news of his rising popularity. The group assures Seon that his debut is guaranteed, and he smiles while telling himself that nothing has changed. Seon stands before the studio cameras and prepares for the next round of filming. He tells himself to be confident despite the cold sweat breaking out on his face. The camera lens focuses on Seon as the pressure mounts and his pulse thumps. Seon gasps and clutches his chest while hyperventilating. He struggles to catch his breath as the sudden panic begins to overcome him. A man asks if he is all right as he collapses under the mounting pressure of the shoot. Seon hears that Nahyuk is performing well and is urged to work harder due to his own popularity. He views online polls comparing him to Nahyuk and stares ahead with a cold, focused expression. Nahyuk smirks and vows that he will never lose to Seon no matter what happens. Nahyuk watches Seon from behind and bites his nail as Seon feels his position slipping away. In a flashback, Nahyuk commands Seon to look down and threatens to beat him up just like before. Seon begs not to be mistreated in front of the other students while visibly distressed and sweating. Nahyuk looks away and remarks that the entire situation is annoying. Nahyuk approaches Seunghyun with a canned drink and offers it to him, claiming he bought it by mistake. Seon watches from a distance as Seunghyun accepts the drink from Nahyuk. Nahyuk tells Seunghyun to drink the soda and feel better. Seunghyun watches Nahyuk walk away and notes how obvious he is being. Seon decides to reach out to Nahyuk despite his discomfort. He approaches him in the classroom to discuss something. Seon asks Nahyuk if he is close with Seunghyun. He mentions that he had a run-in with Seunghyun while Nahyuk was out of the room. Nahyuk explained that Seunghyun had begun picking on him. Nahyuk warned Seon that Seunghyun was targeting him. He noted that the boy's wealthy family was too powerful to challenge. Nahyuk advised Seon to lay low to protect their group's reputation before offering a subtle smirk. Nahyuk led Seon away for their scheduled photo shoot. Seon remained silent and pensive as he followed behind Nahyuk. Seon suspected that Nahyuk understood the conflict perfectly and was secretly enjoying the situation. The producers discussed the show's dropping viewership and expressed concern over the lack of progression in the storyline. A staff member interrupted the producers to report a sudden crisis occurring in the middle of filming. The production team sprinted through the facility to intervene in a violent altercation. Seon pinned Nahyuk to the floor of the practice room as bystanders screamed for the fight to stop. The producer questioned Seon on why he had chosen to strike Nahyuk in the face. Nahyuk laughed off the accusation and attributed their similarities to their long history as trainees. The producer reflected on his high expectations for Seon. He wondered if he had been mistaken about the boy's potential. Nahyuk claims Seon is an easy target and mocks his confusion about the situation. This provocation prompts Seon to retaliate by accusing Nahyuk of being a copycat. Nahyuk brushes off the tension as a joke, telling Seon not to be so serious. He maintains a dismissive attitude, suggesting that he is simply doing what is right for the show's success. Nahyuk points out Seon's lack of experience compared to the veteran trainees who have been there for years. Nahyuk mocks Seon for being angry that someone else is finally receiving more attention than him. He cruelly suggests that Seon is starved for attention because he has no parents. Production staff decide to air controversial footage of the trainees to fix their failing view counts. The agency moves forward with the broadcast without seeking Seon's consent. The video goes viral, causing viewership to explode as the controversy takes hold online. Clips of the trainee conflict flood social media, fueling a massive wave of public interest. The public turns Seon into a scapegoat to satisfy their desire for a clear narrative villain. The documentary views spike as Seon becomes the primary target of intense public hostility. The producer orders more conflict-driven edits to capitalize on the drama. He calls Nahyuk in for a secret meeting to discuss the next phase of the production. Nahyuk plays the victim in a television interview, putting on a remorseful act. He claims he was merely spiteful because of Seon's natural talent and quick success. Seon questions the heavy cost of fame before becoming physically ill from the overwhelming stress. Seon vomits into a toilet while gasping and sobbing from the intense public pressure. He trembles in despair, his body breaking down under the weight of the controversy. Students whisper and point at Seon as he walks down the school hallway the next day. Bullies mock Seon by calling him an assault idol after seeing the latest broadcast. They taunt him relentlessly in class, making light of the situation for their own amusement. The group laughs and warns each other to watch out so Seon does not beat them up too. Seon ignores the taunts and asks his classmates if they want to go to the snack shop. The classmates nervously apologize to Seon for their cold behavior. They make a quick excuse to go to the bathroom instead of joining him. The bullies continue to ridicule Seon for being ignored by his peers. Seon stops and turns back toward the group with a cold, piercing stare. Seon wordlessly approaches the laughing bully who was taunting him. He prepares to strike, his fist clenched tightly in anger. Seon tackles the bully to the floor in the middle of the classroom. He seizes the boy by the throat, pinning him down as the class watches in shock. Seon strikes the bully across the face with a powerful blow. Witnesses panic and scream for someone to stop the violent fight. The teacher enters the classroom and demands to know what the two are doing. The bruised bully denies fighting to avoid getting into further trouble with the school. The rest of the class murmurs about Seon's frightening and erratic behavior. The class stands and salutes the teacher at the end of the school day. Na-hyuk invites his classmates to join him for a celebration as he finishes his final day of filming. He suggests they all go to a buffet together, mentioning that his CEO even gave him a credit card to blow off steam. As they walk, a classmate notes that celebrities like Na-hyuk are truly on another level. The classmate then admits that Seon's recent behavior in class has become terrifying and off-putting. Despite their fears, the classmates decide to walk home with Seon because he is alone, believing they are doing a good deed. The group approaches Seon at his desk and invites him to walk home together. Seon agrees to join them but suggests they visit a specific location first. Seon stands up to join the classmates, surprised that they are actually willing to go with him. He tells them that his filming schedule does not matter and he doesn't care if he is a little late. The classmates watch him with an uneasy silence, sensing a strange intensity in his sudden smile. Seon stops and turns to the others, mentioning that their secret hideout is cozy as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. A group of bullies waits for them in the isolated alley where the leader demands retribution for Seon's previous actions. Seon tells the classmates to leave before things get worse. The classmates apologize for their betrayal and quickly flee the scene. Friends search for Seon at a cafe, but Na-hyuk claims he left school early and does not know where he went. A student rushes in with terrible news for the group. He reports that he has finally made contact with Seon, but the situation is dire. Seon lies beaten and bloody on the ground. He whispers a plea for help into his phone. Slumped against a brick wall and covered in blood, Seon begs for someone to help him. Seon twitches and wakes up in a hospital room as his worried friends gather around. Seon sits up despite his painful injuries and asks his friends about the status of the film shoot. The man in the suit informs the group that the episode has been postponed. Seon hears the devastating news that his injuries will prevent him from ever dancing again. The man in the red cardigan bites his thumb while worrying about the personal fallout of the incident. He hopes his own career remains unaffected since the culprit comes from a wealthy, influential family. Seon notes that his attacker remains unpunished, causing the man in the red cardigan to flinch in the background. Seon identifies the person responsible as Seung-hyun-yu, a student from his own class. He demands that the boy face legal consequences despite the CEO's desire to settle the matter quietly. Seon remains determined to see justice served as a man in a suit waits in the hospital hallway days later. A woman approaches the man in the hallway and offers an apology for her son's poor behavior. She presents a business card to the man in the suit. The man in the suit is visibly stunned after looking at the card and discovering her identity. Realizing she is the wife of the H Corporation CEO, the man becomes deferential and invites her into the room. The woman walks into the hospital room while Seon watches her entrance with a cold expression. She refers to her son's actions as bad, but Seon sharply corrects her by stating it was a crime. She reaches into her bag, offering a financial settlement to secure her son's future. Seon is prompted to question her focus on the attacker's prospects instead of his own well-being. Seon declares that her son has ruined his entire life. Seon tells the woman he knows her intentions. He refuses to accept any financial settlement. The woman mocks Seon's defiance and questions what a lone high schooler can achieve before leaving. The agency representative informs Seon that they are moving on from the incident. The man expresses his disappointment and reminds Seon to graduate quietly. Seon is officially removed from the debut lineup and the agency. The man introduces Na-hyuk as the trainee who will take Seon's place. Seon asks what will happen to him now as his former teammates watch in silence. Seon falls from his hospital bed and crashes onto the floor. He continues to plead with the man, offering to bear the entire burden alone if he can stay. Seon calls them his family while the man sighs and turns his back. A woman strikes Seon and calls him useless because his face is ruined and he can no longer dance. The man tells Seon that since he has nowhere else to go, he must finish his remaining work. The man looks at Seon and contemplates his current situation. He asks Seon if he is in need of money. PS Entertainment proceeds with a formal announcement to the viewers of the DZX documentary. The manager informs Seon that his car accident has ruined his debut. He instructs Seon to mention upcoming broadcasts to prevent rumors from spreading. The manager encourages Seon to perform as well as he usually does. Seon believes that finishing this task properly will make the CEO need him again. Television hosts introduce the group DZX as the hottest new rookies on the scene. Seon watches the group's debut performance from his hospital bed. Seon laughs at a bandmate's insults toward Na-hyuk as the chat group banters about the debut. Seon jokes with his teammates about them buying him food once they are wealthy. He feels comforted by their support despite the physical pain he endures every day. The teammates look at their phones and smile while reading Seon's responses. Late at night, a ringing phone wakes a sleeping bandmate. He sees numerous missed calls from Seon on his screen. He sighs and ignores the device. Another phone illuminates the dark room as a new call comes in. The noise wakes the roommates who argue about putting the phone on silent. The bandmate confirms it is Seon calling yet again. One member urges the other to answer to keep Seon secure. They complain about Seon's constant attempts to get in touch. They discuss Seon's growing obsession and how he acts like he is dying if they do not answer. They resent being forced to manage his behavior. A bandmate yells in frustration about Seon's behavior. Seon continues to call from his hospital bed, pleading for someone to answer. A phone rings in the dark room, prompting a question about who is calling at such an hour. The purple-haired boy checks his glowing phone while his roommate complains about the noise. He explains that Seon relies on him because of their past closeness. The boy notes Seon's increasingly frightening and bizarre behavior. His phone log shows a relentless stream of missed calls from Seon Beek. The roommate urges him to answer the phone so they can both sleep peacefully. The boy resents being forced into this responsibility yet again. He shouts in frustration over Seon's constant and extreme demands for attention. He declares that Seon has become completely obsessive. Seon sits alone in a dark hospital room and holds a phone to his ear. He listens to the ringing and pleads for someone to pick up. Seon asks through tears if his friends truly intend to abandon him. He forces a smile despite the evident emotional distress. He stares ahead with a hollow, wide-eyed expression as isolation sets in. Seon breaks into a manic laugh as the realization of his abandonment sinks in. He recognizes that the friends he considered family have finally left him behind. Seon stands over a sink in a dimly lit bathroom, staring forward with a dark, twisted smile. He remains convinced that his friends will not actually leave him. Seon limps down the hospital hallway while a hooded figure follows him. Seon questions his future before the stranger suddenly grabs him from behind. A girl reveals herself and declares her love, causing Seon to recoil in shock. Hospital staff rush to the scene and pull the intruder away from Seon. A nurse asks if Seon is unhurt while security restrains the screaming girl. The girl is dragged away while shouting that Seon is a piece of shit. She yells that he should die for bullying Na-hyuk. Seon gags and covers his mouth in a fit of physical distress. The nurse calls out to Seon as he continues to retch and gag. Seon reflects on his desire to be loved and questions if this outcome was truly his goal. His vision blurs, and he collapses while the nurse calls for help. Seon opens his eyes in the darkness of his hospital room. He recalls his mind being awake despite his body being paralyzed and unable to move. Seon sits up in bed and looks around his quiet hospital room. He wonders about the strange and frightening events that happened earlier in the hallway. He remembers the intruder's distorted screaming face and suddenly begins to laugh. Seon breaks into a manic laugh while clutching his hair in the middle of the dark room. A high-pitched ringing fills Seon's ears as he suddenly wakes up in a hospital gown. He finds himself suddenly transported from his room to a familiar classroom. Seon stares at the empty desks and questions why he has returned to school. A sudden violent kick knocks Seon over. He looks up in absolute confusion and shock. Seunghyun stands over Seon looking down at him with an intimidating expression. He demands Seon apologize properly for offending someone important to the group. Seon lies helpless on the floor while disembodied voices begin to mock him. They call him a pathetic loser despite his celebrity status. Seon sweats as the voices question why he persists in talking to them. The insults continue as the voices label him an exposed coward. Seon begs for them to stop. The voices suggest abandoning him entirely for Nahyuk. Seon yells for the torment to finally end. The voices declare they are superior celebrities while Seon is just a bullied commoner. Seon gasps awake with a bandage on his face. Seon realizes the recurring dream reflects his own thoughts and wonders if imagining happy things will change the outcome. In a new vision, the bullies stand before Seon and apologize for their wrongdoings. They beg for his forgiveness and admit they could never fill his shoes. Seon smiles and remarks that he knew this would happen. Seon performs on stage as fans chant his name, reflecting that these fantasies are his only reason for living. In reality, he sits bandaged in a hospital room, finds the world boring, and watches a video about astral projection. He experiences a sudden shock and wonders if he has succeeded. He looks down and realizes he possesses a special talent. Seon explores the hospital and hears a nurse tell her colleague that she has been dreaming of Seon Beek. The nurses discuss how he appears in their dreams every single day. One nurse jokes about having a dirty dream while Seon watches them from the shadows. He confirms that his ability worked and concludes that he is special. Feeling trapped, he decides to astral project to get some fresh air. He wonders where to go and decides to see how his school has changed. He prepares to leave his body, hoping to avoid catching anyone's attention. Seon wonders what his school is like after his sudden departure. Seon admits that despite his distrust, he still craves human warmth from others. He enters his school and notes that it remains a terrifying place for him. He walks through the crowded hallway, relieved that no one can see him. Seon observes that the school remains unchanged even in his absence while watching his classmates laugh. A student enters the room with a cheerful greeting while Seon stands behind him unnoticed. Seon reflects on losing everything because of his enemy. He watches two students laughing in the classroom and wonders how they can be fine. A student rushes into the room with news about a girl named Yerin Song from the neighboring class. The students discuss Yerin Song's recent suicide. Seon listens in shock as they identify her by her pink hair. The bullies joke about being too mean while Seon stands directly behind them. Crying students reveal that Seunghyun Yoo bullied Yerin for being a fan of Seon Beek. Seon enters the classroom stunned by the tragic news of her fate. They explain that Yerin had posted evidence of Seunghyun's bullying on the internet. The students note that Seunghyun's rich family easily deleted the posts. Seon stares at the memorial left on Yerin's desk. Seon remembers the first time Yerin approached him. He recalls her attempting to give him a gift in the school hallway. He remembers standing there while others watch the interaction. A dark shadow consumes Seon's face as his rage builds. Seon follows Seunghyun down the hallway and accuses him of taking everything away. Seunghyun turns around as the accusations reach a breaking point. Seon punches Seunghyun in the face and demands to know why he is still alive. Seon trembles and clenches his fist, stating that breathing the same air as the other man is disgusting. He shouts for the monster to just die. Blood splatters across Seon's face as he continues his demand for death. Seon pants heavily with blood dripping down his neck and chest. He stares vacantly while touching the blood smeared on his chin. Seon recalls beating Seunghyun's face to tatters and finding the sight of his pain horrific. Despite the violence, Seon admits that he felt no remorse. Awake in a hospital bed, Seon wonders when he shifted from astral projection into a dream. He learns from the news that Seunghyun barely survived a brutal murder attempt. Seon stands up and prepares to leave his room. Seon overhears students discussing the lack of evidence and the mystery behind Seunghyun's attacker. Seon smiles widely and declares that he is special. A news broadcast reports Seunghyun Yoo's hospitalization for severe facial injuries while Seon watches the screen. Observers express confusion and alarm as they link Seunghyun's injury to Yerin's previous incident. The dark-haired girl stares into the distance with a grim, silent expression. Seunghyun sits silently in his hospital gown, lost in thought. Seunghyun continues to stare ahead with an unreadable, intense gaze. Seunghyun asks if the man involved in the incident is dead. Seunghyun's mother demands the doctor fix his face at any cost, despite warnings of permanent scarring. The mother hysterically insists that Seunghyun is the company's future while he remains motionless. Seunghyun lies in a hospital bed with thick bandages wrapped entirely around his head. Seon reaches his hand toward the throat of the bandaged Seunghyun and declares that the whole family is within his grasp. Seon considers their lives to be as insignificant as ants. Seunghyun whimpers for his mother as Seon leans over his hospital bed. Seon notes that despite their immense wealth, Seunghyun's life remains firmly in his hands. He stares down at the bandaged boy with a cold, intense gaze. Seon's hand clenches tightly around Seunghyun's bandaged neck. Seon smiles and promises that he will not kill his victim. Seon recalls how discovering his abilities led him to seek refuge in his dreams where he felt special. He explains that he spent his time infiltrating the dreams of others to observe them. A voice from the waking world suddenly interrupts his thoughts. The nurse asks if he is feeling unwell, but he tells her that he is fine. Seon claims that he is happy lately despite his condition. He warns the woman never to wake him while he is sleeping. The woman mentions that he has stopped eating and spends all his time asleep. The idol group DZX appears on screen to thank their fans for the attention. The announcer begins to introduce a member named Yul before the screen cuts to black. Seon uses the remote to abruptly turn off the television. He stares at the darkened screen with a cold, brooding intensity. Seon reflects on how his past relationships all ended the same way. He admits to becoming exhausted with maintaining those connections. Seon remains lost in a silent, brooding thought. Seon stands up in his hospital attire while contemplating if he should leave the dream space. A sharp red flash of memory jolts Seon, causing him to react in shock. Seon stares at his trembling hand with confusion. Seon struggles with a physical reaction, closing his eyes as sweat beads on his skin. Seon questions the girl about whether she sought him out after the incident. The girl explains that the medical staff believes his inability to wake is due to severe mental shock. Seon finds it interesting that people might feel sorry for him. Seon confirms his previous actions with a dark, focused gaze. Seon admits he spent a long time watching others from a distance without ever approaching them. Seon explains he was drawn to the girl because of her unique talent for lucid dreaming. Seon walks into a red void, reflecting on the effort he put into creating this mental space and trying to forget. Seon describes how watching the girl's dreams became his only source of entertainment while he was stuck in his own mind. Seon questions his sudden actions and attempts to calm himself. He tells the girl that any resulting injury will be minimal. He insists his motives were based purely on cold sympathy. He demands entertainment as payment for saving her life. Seon smiles and declares he will act differently now. He vows never to make the same choices again. He mocks his own behavior and labels it as pathetic. The girl reflects on her own lack of personal growth. Seon confesses he manipulated her as a test of his own power. He urges her to flee before he proves how flawed he is. He claims he only used her, but she interrupts his confession. She tells him to stop assuming her thoughts and listen. She reveals that she never trusted him despite her dependency. She notes that he finally feels human, which confuses him. She admits she never expected anything from him, leaving him stunned. The girl apologizes for calling the boy useless and admits she is bad at controlling her emotions. The boy stares at her and says he is sorry. She urges him to leave the hospital and promises to help him escape the miserable place. He explains that he has tried to leave constantly but has nowhere else to go. He states that reality is even worse for him than staying where he is. She asks if he genuinely wants to leave or if he has simply convinced himself he is trapped. He admits his fear that no one will be happy to see him if he wakes up. She grows frustrated and orders him to wake up. She continues to yell, asking if she means nothing to him. She offers her phone number so he can text her whenever he feels lonely. He reaches out toward her face. He pulls her close and asks if she is really going to stay by his side. She says she will stay if he does not mind, and he suddenly grabs her hand. He smiles warmly while holding her hand close to his face. He closes his eyes and thanks her as the dream begins to fade. The girl jolts awake in a dark room with a gasp. The boy tells Jeongmin to keep her promise to stay by his side. He reaches out toward her face and asks if she is telling the truth. He brushes her hair while asking what time it is. The boy smiles as he watches her. He grabs her hand after she offers her assistance. She asks why he is staring and he replies that he is fascinated. The girl says she is going home and tells the boy he needs a checkup. He tells her to bring the other girls during her next visit. He waves goodbye and says he will send her a text. The girl reflects on the boy's changed behavior and concludes that her visit helped. She offers her phone number to someone and admits she is poor at comforting others. The boy repeats his demand for Jeongmin to keep her promise. Seon waves goodbye to his visitor as they exit the hospital room. He wears a faint, weary smile despite the bandages and bruises on his face. Seon decides he must leave to help Jeongmin but refuses to return home. He picks up his phone and dials a contact labeled CEO. Seon waits as the phone rings, holding the device to his ear. He greets the man on the other end and identifies himself. The CEO reacts with visible shock and perspiration upon hearing Seon's voice. The man stares at his phone screen displaying Seon Baek's name in disbelief. The CEO claims there is no room left for him, but Seon dismisses the rejection. Seon demands a house in exchange for his silence until he becomes a legal adult. He continues the conversation with a cold, mocking expression on his face. Seon remarks that it would be unfair for him to die alone. He threatens to broadcast his own suicide live on social media for the public to see. The CEO panics and shouts for Seon as the connection begins to fail. The call ends and the man curses Seon while questioning his sudden change in behavior. Seon warns that people with nothing to lose are the most dangerous. A notification appears stating Seon has started a live broadcast, causing the man to panic in the street. The hospital room remains vacant with the window left open. He decides to get some fresh air before officially checking out of the hospital. Seon checks his phone as viewers express surprise and curiosity about his whereabouts during the live stream. He enjoys the audience's reactions, but thinks that he no longer requires this level of public attention. Seon plans to go shopping for the first time in a while. He tells himself that he needs to look his best. Seon stretches outdoors. The girl stares blankly as her phone vibrates repeatedly on the classroom desk. She reaches out and lifts the device to see who is contacting her. Seon sends a photo of himself from the bus with a playful message. She stares at the message and questions what Seon wants from her. Recalling Seon's offer to stay in touch, she smiles and thinks that this is what she deserves. Jeongmin questions his methods for handling their problems as she considers how intimidating Sora temporarily stops the school gossip. A classmate startles Jeongmin from her brooding thoughts about Yi-hyuk. Her friends notice her distraction and tell her to pack her bag. The group discusses Seon's recent livestream while walking through the classroom. One friend asks if she still likes Seon while they prepare to leave. Jeongmin brushes off the questions as they head out for dinner. She leads the group outside, feeling anxious about following Seon's orders. She maintains a quiet focus while walking down the path. Jeongmin halts as she spots a familiar face. Yi-hyuk waits near the school entrance. Yi-hyuk addresses her, sparking a sudden feeling of déjà vu. She wonders why he has shown up now. Yi-hyuk asks if she saw his messages, and Jeongmin apologizes for her silence. Jaehyun arrives to meet Yi-hyuk, making Jeongmin realize their meeting was just a coincidence. Jeongmin walks away alone and describes herself as miserable. Seon Baek grabs Jeongmin and asks if her phone is on silent while she wishes to escape. Jeongmin asks why he is there. He states he came to pick her up. Seon wonders why she missed his calls and asks if she has been waiting long. Jeongmin questions his presence while he reiterates he arrived to get her. She demands to know the reason for his sudden appearance. Nearby students recognize Seon Baek and whisper about his connection to Jeongmin. Jeongmin is flustered as the crowd identifies Seon and notices her standing beside him. The pair remains silent while the surrounding students continue to gossip. Yi-hyuk watches the scene from a distance with a sullen expression. Jaehyun approaches and mockingly asks if she can finally do whatever she wants with her school uniform. Jaehyun mocks her previous criticisms and asks if she is free to act without Jeongmin's interference. Jaehyun smiles maliciously and notes how much Jeongmin hates her actions. Seon stares Jaehyun down with a silent, menacing look. Intimidated by Seon's cold reception, Jaehyun quickly excuses herself and flees. The girl with glasses questions why a fellow student is fleeing the area in such a hurry. The girl with glasses wonders why the hallway is emptying so quickly while Jeongmin and Seon stand behind her. The girl with glasses thanks Seon for the food and bids Jeongmin farewell as they part ways. Seon argues that a public relationship is the easiest way to gain respect from their peers. Jeongmin questions why his presence as her boyfriend would earn her any respect. Seon notes that Jeongmin played her part well despite her objections. Jeongmin admits she only acted that way because she was angry. Seon poses confidently and asks how a face like his could not command respect. Jeongmin stares at Seon with a completely flat and unimpressed expression. Jeongmin sighs about the confrontation with Yi-hyuk. Seon claims that he was also shocked by the encounter. Jeongmin considers finally talking to Yi-hyuk after avoiding him for so long. Out of fear, Seon reveals he is leaving the hospital soon and intends to live somewhere close to Jeongmin. Seon explains how he manipulated a CEO by threatening to broadcast his suicide. Jeongmin wonders about the nature of their relationship. A group of students watches the pair in stunned silence as they stand together in the hallway. Seon pulls Jeongmin close and suggests they move to a more private location to avoid the crowd. Seon uses a nickname that Jeongmin finds disgusting as they walk away from the school together. The group eventually gathers at Joe's 𝒩𝒂ℜℚ, where Seon directs everyone to their seats. Jeongmin observes his performative hospitality while a student recognizes Seon as a former member of the idol group DZX. The friends eagerly question how Jeongmin managed to land someone as attractive as Seon. Seon offers to answer their questions about himself and Jeongmin to the best of his ability. Yeonji remains silent until her friend bluntly asks if the pair are currently dating. Yeonji stares with a look of intense silent distress at the prospect of their romance. Jeongmin frantically denies the relationship while Seon coolly confirms they are not dating. Seon explains that his status as a public figure prevents him from dating anyone, so he can't do that to the fans who were waiting for him. Jeongmin reacts with a visible twitch when a girl questions why Seon would ever date someone like her. Yeonji abruptly stands up and announces her departure after claiming she received a call from home. Yeonji quickly exits the restaurant alone without looking back at the group. A friend dismisses Yeonji's behavior as fan devotion while Jeongmin remains suspicious. Jeongmin observes Seon's subtle tension and worries that her friends are pushing his buttons. Seon pays the bill for the entire group and explains that he instructed Jeongmin to bring her friends. The friends gush over Jeongmin's handsome boyfriend and beg for permission to tell others about him. A friend asks Jeongmin if she noticed the look on Jaehyun's face earlier. Jeongmin realizes she was too distracted to speak with Yi-hyuk before they departed. The friend advises Jeongmin to improve her appearance and style to match Seon's level. The friend suggests that Jeongmin would have avoided being bullied if she had tried harder to look better. Seon checks on Jeongmin's emotional state. Jeongmin insists that she no longer cares about the past. Seon watches her with a calm smile. Seon insists on walking Jeongmin home despite her concerns about his health. Yi-hyuk sits in a cafe with a girl looking somber. Jaehyun stares at her phone with an expression of deep irritation. Jaehyun questions how an idol trainee like Seon could possibly know Jeongmin. An observer watches Jeongmin walk away with Seon and expresses surprise that she knew someone like him. The dark-haired girl stares ahead with an expression of cold fury. Jaehyun feels deeply slighted because Jeongmin ignored her as if she never even noticed her presence. Yi-hyuk asks the girl sitting across from him if she is in a bad mood and what is wrong. The blonde girl forces a smile and insists that she is fine. Yi-hyuk reaches for her hand and pleads with her to look at him instead of her phone. She smacks his hand away in annoyance and tells him that they will talk later. The girl studies a group photo on her phone and realizes she has seen one of the boys before. A violent, fragmented memory of a man surfaces as she tries to place where she met him. The girl maintains a cold, distant gaze while Yi-hyuk watches her with growing concern. Yi-hyuk remains silent with a look of deep sadness and uncertainty. Girls who previously ignored Jeongmin now crowd her to ask about her relationship with Seon and request her phone number. The girls ask if he is a gangster because he was famous on the internet. They claim he hit people, but Jeongmin keeps the truth to herself with a quiet smile. Jeongmin realizes these people merely envy her and compare themselves to her. She concludes it is obvious who started the rumor that she and Seon are dating. Jeongmin turns toward the girl behind her, causing her to flinch. The girl sweats with nerves, surprised the news reached this far. Jeongmin deems the girl's actions rude but decides to let it go. She reflects on how quickly her social standing shifted due to her connection to him. Classmates ask Jeongmin about a girl's long absence and joke about being jealous of her illness. Jeongmin playfully calls the girl a jerk. She gazes at the empty desk. Others question why someone like him would date her. Jiangmin touches her neck with a smirk. Seon asks what the occasion is for the nice meal she is providing. Jiangmin asserts she has a conscience and is treating him because she owes him a favor. Seon smiles brightly and thanks her for the food. Jiangmin watches Seon eat as they sit across from each other at the restaurant. Seon questions how Jiangmin managed to enter his dreams while he was hospitalized. Jiangmin explains that it happened naturally and asks if he has her ability to dreams. She waits for his response, appearing slightly nervous about the admission. She expresses doubt that such a D-connection is even possible, but he maintains that he is the living proof. Seon jokes about the possibility of astral projection dates while she tells him to quit playing around. Seon smiles warmly at her, his expression suggesting he is in a much better mood. Jiangmin smiles as she notices that Seon appears to be in much better health now. She hesitates before mentioning that something has reminded her of a difficult request she needs to make. Seon continues to eat while Jiangmin contemplates her next words. Jiangmin lets out a heavy sigh and asks to continue using him as her fake boyfriend. Jiangmin tries to shift the conversation away from the heavy topic after his intense response. She secretly admits that his attractive appearance is almost too eye-catching to ignore. She recalls Hyejin's advice about needing to match the level of an exceptionally handsome partner. Jiangmin wonders why she is dwelling on such nonsense and why Seon always looks so flashy. Seon compliments the quality of her skin, but she credits the appearance mostly to her makeup. Seon reveals he is wearing makeup too and boasts about his natural technique, while Jiangmin reacts with shock. Jiangmin asks how he applies it and wonders aloud what she would look like with makeup too. Seon claims she does not need makeup, leading Jiangmin to worry that he doubts her skills. Seon looks her in the eye and tells her that her face is already more than pretty enough. Jiangmin freezes in place and reflects silently on his sudden praise. Jiangmin tells him to keep his compliments believable, but Seon insists she could rival potential idols. Jiangmin grows visibly flustered and tells him he is going too far with the flattery. Jiangmin stares blankly as a memory begins to surface. She remembers a past moment when Yi-hyuk smiled and told her she was pretty. The realization that Yi-hyuk once said the exact same thing leaves her deeply troubled. Seon breaks the silence by announcing a shopping trip and leaves Jiangmin confused. Jiangmin asks if he is buying more clothes despite having many and questions if he has money to waste. Seon smiles brightly and confirms that he indeed has plenty of money to burn. Jiangmin remains speechless and stares at him with an unimpressed expression. Seon calls for her attention while trying on a new jacket, and Jiangmin tells him it looks good. Seon tries on a layered jacket, and Jiangmin confirms it looks nice. He poses in another outfit while she offers another brief compliment. Seon smiles in a long cardigan as Jiangmin gives her approval. 2 hours later, Jiangmin listens as Seon rejects every item he tried on. Jiangmin bites her lip in frustration and decides to buy a simple T-shirt. She wanders through the clothing racks alone. She pauses to examine a gray hoodie jacket. Seon approaches and asks if she is interested in the garment. Jiangmin begins to put the jacket on while acting indifferent. She sees a price tag for 150,000 won and gasps, then shoves the jacket back at Seon. Jiangmin leaves Seon behind as she walks away. Seon watches her with a neutral expression. That night, Seon carries several shopping bags as they walk down the street together. Seon asks if they will meet in their dreams later tonight, but Jiangmin admits that she is too tired. Seon smiles at her. He hands her a bag, explaining that he bought the jacket she had tried on earlier. Jiangmin stares at the gift in shock and questions why he would do something like that. Seon claims the jacket is repayment for the meal she bought him, brushing off her protest that the food was inexpensive. Seon insists that the meal was the best he has ever eaten before telling her to go inside. Jiangmin stands alone in the street and sighs while clutching the shopping bag to her chest. As Jiangmin walks through the school hallway, a classmate compliments her on how good her new jacket looks. Jiangmin arrives at school wearing the gift from Seon, while someone nearby greets another student named Yeonji. Her friends note that she usually only wears a blazer and ask if it is true that Seon bought the jacket for her. A girl with purple hair suddenly stops Jiangmin in the middle of the corridor. Yeonji stands in disbelief, arguing that the current accusations make no sense. Jiangmin admits she never wanted to be friends and accuses Yeonji of blackmailing Sora. Sora stops Yeonji from approaching, nervously asking if Jiangmin was the one who revealed their secrets. Seon asks how Sora found them, and she confesses to following them out of suspicion. Jeongmin stares down the group and demands that Sora choose a side immediately. Sora panics upon realizing Jeongmin possesses incriminating chat logs from all her group chats. Fearing her gossip will be exposed, Sora forces a smile and pledges her loyalty to Jeongmin. Sora tells a stunned Yeonji to apologize to Jeongmin, prompting a cry of betrayal. Jeongmin coldly admits she only used Sora to protect herself from being bullied. Jeongmin threatens to leak the chat logs and tells Yeonji to leave if she is unhappy. Jeongmin brings up a past scandal where Yeonji's social media was exposed to the school. Jeongmin accuses Yeonji of gossiping about their classmates' private family lives behind their backs. Jeongmin points out that the class will direct their anger at the gossips rather than her own actions. Jeongmin reveals that Yeonji hides her feelings for Seon. She explains that Yeonji hides them because she fears his bad reputation. Jeongmin dismisses the group's shock and questions why any of their opinions should matter now. Jeongmin warns Yeonji that if she decides to leave, she will never be allowed to see Seon again. Jeongmin crouches alone outside and catches her breath. Jeongmin reflects on how much her personality has changed compared to her past self. A sudden vibration from her phone interrupts her train of thought. Seon sends a text asking what she is doing, providing Jeongmin with a sense of reassurance as she walks forward. Jeongmin stops walking and stares blankly ahead while resolving to be as thoughtful as possible with her response. Yeonji stands in the shadows with a cigarette and greets Jeongmin by name. Jeongmin exhales a weary sigh at the unwanted encounter. Jeongmin turns her back to walk away without saying a word. Yeonji reaches out and firmly grips Jeongmin by the arm to stop her. Yeonji demands to know why Jeongmin is ignoring her presence. Yeonji stares with wide-eyed fury at Jeongmin's audacity. Jeongmin forcefully smacks Yeonji's hand away and demands to be released. Jeongmin turns her head toward the person calling her name. She remains still and waits for the other girl to speak. Jaehyun asks what Jeongmin is scheming to do to Yihyuk. Jaehyun claims Jeongmin only wants to annoy her and brings up Jeongmin's boyfriend. Jeongmin stares back in silent disbelief. Jaehyun smiles and says she understands the situation. Jaehyun walks away while Jeongmin watches her depart. Jeongmin decides she must make the couple break up. Jeongmin weeps and admits she avoided Yihyuk only to save her own pride. She resolves to protect Yihyuk from Jaehyun and calls him immediately. Jeongmin identifies herself when Yihyuk answers the phone. She asks if he is available to meet with her today. Yihyuk declines because he has already made plans with Jaehyun. Jeongmin grips her phone in stunned silence. She realizes Yihyuk cannot continue seeing Jaehyun. Jeongmin stares at her phone in silence. The call disconnects as she remains still. The white-haired boy hums thoughtfully while watching her from the side. Jeongmin explains that she is aware of the truth but continues to worry about Yihyuk. The boy mocks her for being romantic and asks if her feelings for him persist. Jeongmin looks away and remains in somber silence. The boy tells her that she must resolve the matter on her own. Jeongmin asks why he remains in a hospital gown, and he explains it is comfortable attire for her dreams. Jeongmin tells him to quit messing around and take her concerns seriously. The boy argues that he is unable to see her while she is in class. He admits that he does not know what he does with his time. Seon leans in close to Jeongmin and asks if she agrees with him. Jeongmin shoves Seon away and demands to know what he is doing. Jeongmin questions why Seon keeps grabbing and leaning on her without warning. Jeongmin declares her feelings for Yihyuk. Seon claims he already knows. Seon asks if his behavior even matters while Jeongmin watches him in silence. Jeongmin concludes that Seon does not like her and was never normal in the first place. Friends interrupt Jeongmin and invite her to the snack shop for a treat. Jeongmin jokes about her friends trying to scam her for food before agreeing to go. The group of girls walks together out of the classroom. A girl with purple hair watches from behind and calls out to Jeongmin. Jeongmin pauses and looks back to ask where the others are going. The purple-haired girl stands alone in the hallway with a strained expression and clenched fists. A student invites Yeonji to the snack shop and Jeongmin asks to join the group. A dense crowd of students gathers outside the building entrance. The girls realize the shop is too crowded for everyone to enter together. The leaders tell Jeongmin and Yeonji to wait outside while they push through the mob. Jeongmin and Yeonji remain behind in silence. Yeonji remarks on how quickly Jeongmin changed her mind before asking for a favor. Yeonji pleads for one more chance to meet with Seon. Jeongmin questions if Yeonji will betray her again once the meeting occurs. Yeonji urgently denies that she would switch up after being allowed to meet him. Jeongmin concludes that cooperation for a meeting is exactly what Yeonji is after. Jeongmin smirks as she acknowledges Yeonji's true intentions. Jeongmin warns that her help depends on Yeonji's continued good behavior. The rest of the group returns from the shop exhausted and panting. Yeonji glares at Jeongmin and silently vows to get even. Jeongmin checks her phone while standing alone in the restroom. Jeongmin receives a text from Lee-hyuk-jo stating he has plans with Jaehyun and sighs at the mention of the name. She regrets ever making her feelings obvious in the past. Jeongmin looks down in the restroom and thinks she should have just left. Jeongmin glares at her reflection, annoyed by the childish behavior she has to deal with. Jaehyun suddenly appears in the restroom and asks if she is the subject of the conversation. Jaehyun mocks her recent popularity with a snicker. She dismisses the value of popularity since Jeongmin cannot make her crush like her back. Jaehyun washes her hands while claiming that having friends is ultimately meaningless. She adds that popularity among a group of friends doesn't even matter in the end. Jeongmin turns to Jaehyun and tells her that it is time for this behavior to end. Jaehyun scoffs at the idea of being grateful and claims she intentionally held back from doing worse. Jeongmin stares at her in complete disbelief. Jeongmin asks if all this conflict is truly over an incident from elementary school. Jaehyun smiles back with mock confusion. Jeongmin asks if she thinks she is dragging the grudge out for too long. Jaehyun violently grabs Jeongmin's collar. Jaehyun holds her by the shirt and asks if she is speaking this way because she wants to die. Jaehyun asks if Jeongmin knows how she felt in the past. Jaehyun concludes that Jeongmin does not actually know. Jaehyun releases her grip and thanks Jeongmin. Jaehyun states that Jeongmin has motivated her once again. Jaehyun turns away to use her phone while Jeongmin asks what she is doing. Jaehyun shows a message canceling her plans with Lee-hyuk and tells Jeongmin to go talk to him instead. Jaehyun walks away as Jeongmin silently labels her a weirdo. Jeongmin reacts as her phone vibrates with an incoming notification. Jeongmin enters the building looking visibly nervous. Jeongmin spots Lee-hyuk sitting alone at a table. Jeongmin clutches her chest as her heart begins to race. Jeongmin gazes forward with a somber expression. Lee-hyuk acknowledges her arrival and invites her to take a seat. The two sit across from each other in absolute silence. Jeongmin asks if Lee-hyuk is truly upset about her lie regarding their relationship and her negative comments about Jaehyun. Lee-hyuk explains he overheard Jaehyun in class and felt her feelings for him were insincere. Lee-hyuk questions why Jeongmin is making such a harsh judgment. Jeongmin stares at him in stunned silence. Lee-hyuk asks if it is true that she bullied Jaehyun into becoming an outcast during their childhood. Jeongmin clenches her jaw and remains silent under the accusation. She grits her teeth in visible distress as the tension rises. Jeongmin denies the allegation and claims it is all a misunderstanding. She offers to explain the truth of what happened between them in the past. She hesitates for a moment before beginning her explanation. Jeongmin recalls the past and maintains that she did nothing wrong when they drifted apart. Flashbacks show Jaehyun mocking Jeongmin's inability to get the person she liked to reciprocate her feelings. Jaehyun dismisses the importance of having friends entirely. Lee-hyuk listens to her story in silence with his hands folded. Lee-hyuk acknowledges her perspective and concludes she had her own reasons for her actions. Lee-hyuk thanks Jeongmin for her understanding before shifting his tone with a stark contradiction. Jeongmin watches him with growing concern. Lee-hyuk challenges Jeongmin's perceived innocence, reminding her that she was Jaehyun's only friend during that period. Jeongmin remains silent. He questions if she truly failed to realize that Jaehyun would be left entirely alone after they drifted apart. Jeongmin's heart races as she recalls a memory from their school days. She remembers standing at the classroom door. Looking inside, she remembers seeing Jaehyun in distress among her classmates. The memory intensifies as Jeongmin watches Jaehyun sitting alone and weeping. Her pulse quickens as the weight of the past resurfaces. Jeongmin stares into space with a shadowed expression as her heart continues to pound. Lee-hyuk declares that he has nothing left to say and prepares to depart. Jeongmin remains seated alone at the table with her head bowed. Jeongmin enters a bustling classroom and moves through the crowd. She ignores the surrounding chatter as she walks with purpose. Jeongmin approaches a desk where Jaehyun is sitting with other girls. Jaehyun looks up with a questioning expression. Jeongmin stops directly in front of the group, her face partially hidden by her hair. Jaehyun stares back, waiting for her to speak. Jaehyun smiles mockingly and asks what Jeongmin wants from her. Jeongmin looks down at her with cold, unwavering intensity. Jeongmin confronts Jaehyun about the time she was forced to smoke cigarettes. Her voice is steady as she begins to recount the bullying she endured. She further accuses Jaehyun of drawing on her face against her will. Jaehyun's smug expression falters as she is forced to face her past actions. Jeongmin asks why she should feel sorry and why she is the only one expected to do so. Jeongmin questions why she should have continued to get along with Jaehyun after everything that happened. Jaehyun accuses Jeongmin of being out of her mind and remembering things to suit herself without remorse. Jaehyun grabs Jeongmin by her uniform and asks if she has gone insane. Jeongmin laughs while being held and asks Jaehyun what would happen if she were indeed insane. Jaehyun glares at Jeongmin and tells her that she is a crazy bitch. The teacher enters the room. He orders the students to take their seats for class. Jaehyun pulls her hand away and tells Jeongmin to let her go. Jeongmin reveals that the rumors spread at the beginning of the school year made her wonder if she should keep living. The classmates whisper and question whether Jeongmin really bullied Jaehyun or if Jaehyun is the one who smokes. Students express sympathy for Jeongmin and wonder if she has been bottling up her feelings for a long time. A student recalls that Jaehyun slapped Jeongmin at the beginning of the school year. Jaehyun reels from the public confrontation and admits that Jeongmin bested her. Jaehyun regrets not keeping Jeongmin isolated while a classmate asks if she is all right. Jaehyun continues to ignore her classmates' concerned questioning. Jaehyun snaps at the classmate and tells her to shut up. Jaehyun reacts with a sudden startle at her own aggressive outburst. The classmate stares in silence at Jaehyun's hostile behavior. The classmate awkwardly accepts Jaehyun's dismissal and backs away. Jaehyun remains tense and silent as the class period concludes. Jaehyun stands up and moves toward Jeongmin's desk once the teacher leaves. Jaehyun calls out to Jeongmin directly to get her attention. Jaehyun requests a private conversation and Jeongmin agrees to talk. Other students approach Jeongmin to express their concern about the tense atmosphere. Jaehyun tells the other students to read the room. She tells them to leave because she and Jeongmin are busy. Jaehyun realizes that her aggressive tendencies are surfacing again. Jaehyun shuts her eyes tightly in an attempt to contain her mounting rage. Jeongmin questions why Jaehyun played mind games and claims Jaehyun is powerless against her direct approach. Jeongmin demands to know what Jaehyun told Yihyuk about her. Jeongmin asks what Jaehyun said to make Yihyuk act that way. Jaehyun asks if Yihyuk finally took action and what he said. Jaehyun insists she only told the truth and challenges Jeongmin to find a lie in his words. Jeongmin screams that she never bullied Jaehyun or told others to do it. Jaehyun snaps that Jeongmin started the conflict and maintains she is not in the wrong. Jeongmin asks if Jaehyun understands how much she suffered because of those actions. Jeongmin asks if the high school bullying was an intentional plan to make her suffer. Jaehyun dismissively accepts the accusation. Jaehyun asks what Jeongmin intended to do with her after that. Jaehyun questions if the goal was to make her feel regret. Jaehyun asks if Jeongmin planned to abandon her once she showed remorse. Jaehyun begins a hesitant confession. Jaehyun admits her original intention was simply to make Jeongmin suffer. She questions the purpose of her actions beyond causing pain. Jaehyun wonders why Jeongmin had to be so cruel to her. She confronts the reality of Jeongmin's past cruelty. Jaehyun struggles to hold back her tears in front of her rival. Jeongmin smiles through her tears and asks if Jaehyun is finally satisfied. Seon runs toward Jaehyun as the day ends. Seon asks why Jaehyun ignored his messages and if she is all right. Jaehyun claims nothing happened, but Seon remains unconvinced. Seon reaffirms his loyalty and promises to stay on Jaehyun's side. Seon asks if her current distress is caused by Jeongmin. Jaehyun stares in shocked silence at Seon's accurate guess. Seon watches Jaehyun's reaction while thinking about Jeongmin. Jeongmin offers to reveal the entire truth. Jeongmin decides to reveal the entire truth. She explains that she hid her face with bangs for years because she believed she was ugly. She accuses her friend of lacking respect and forcing her to change to become worthy. She questions if they ever had a real friendship and admits she regrets it while standing alone in tears. Seon watches her silently. Seon approaches the weeping girl and begs Jaehyun to stop crying. Seon pulls Jaehyun into a hug and reassures her that she has him now. He holds her in silence as she leans against him. Jeongmin walks through the school hallway. She thinks about her bad mood. Students gossip about whether the class will side with Jeongmin or Jaehyun. Classmates suggest that 𝒩𝒑min only has friends now because of her handsome boyfriend. The girls debate whose side they would join if the class split. 𝒩𝒑min listens as her classmates continue to gossip nearby. 𝒩𝒑min scoffs at the superficial nature of their loyalty. Seon sits at a cafe table and waits for her. He greets 𝒩𝒑min as she slumps over the table in exhaustion. He asks why she is so listless today. He asks her to tell him what is wrong because he wants to see her face. Seon watches her with an intense and silent gaze. He crouches on the floor to look at her from under the table. He gets down low to try and see her hidden face. He tugs on her shoe and startles her. 𝒩𝒑min snaps upright and yells at him for his sudden actions. 𝒩𝒑min utters a short realization. He smiles up at her from across the table. He remarks that she has finally revealed her face to him. 𝒩𝒑min releases a heavy, tired sigh. He asks if she is being bullied at school again. She denies the concern while hiding her private embarrassment. He questions why she is staring at him, catching her off guard. He asks if he is handsome while posing narcissistically for her. He notes her lack of reaction to his attempt at charm. 𝒩𝒑min ponders how Yi-hyuk knows about her past and how her classmates only use her. 𝒩𝒑min wonders if she is doing something wrong and suddenly asks him for a pencil. He wonders why she needs a pencil, but she claims she is bored sitting still. She asks if he still believes her even if her version of the story was favorable to herself. He states that the details do not matter, leaving her in shock. He reminds her of when he ruined a wealthy person's face while he was in the hospital. He asks if she felt disgusted by his past actions. She tells him that her feelings remain unchanged despite what he has done. He pulls her into a hug and promises to remain on her side even if she harms others. 𝒩𝒑min asks why he is being so kind to her. He reveals his kindness is a debt because she saved him in the past. He reminds her that his offer to grant her wishes remains valid. He recalls his previous offer to make people disappear from the world for her. He confirms his lethal intentions during their quiet talk. She watches him in disbelief, stunned by his willingness to commit violence. She questions if he truly thinks she would ask for something so extreme. He stares at her and simply asks why she wouldn't consider it. He mutters that her reliance on him is the only way to keep her close to him. He claims his only wish is her happiness. He doesn't care even if she chooses to use him for her own ends. He asserts that her joy is his own and urges her to ignore others. She notices a strange sketch on the table. She asks for an explanation of the odd drawing. He draws himself as a horse carrying her like a queen. She tries to pay him for the drinks, but he refuses the money. He shrugs off her guilt, suggesting she find another way to feel better. She stands before him completely speechless. She trips over her untied shoelaces. She stumbles forward as she loses her balance. The silver-haired boy catches her in a sudden tight embrace. They stay locked in a hug as she stares up in shock. She remains frozen, stunned by the unexpected physical contact. He smiles, noting it is his first hug and that it feels great. She asks him for clarification regarding his lack of experience. She questions if he was never even hugged by his own parents. He looks surprised by the question while holding her close. He stares into the distance and admits he has no memory of ever being held. She finds him pitiful as she looks at him. He laughs and teases her for trying to comfort him. He asks her to stay still while she continues to demand her release. She orders him to let go, but he maintains his grip and ignores her. She yells that her fall was caused by him untying her shoelaces earlier. She calls him out for his mischievous behavior. He gazes at her blankly and admits he simply forgot to tie them back. Night falls over the towering apartment blocks. The student enters her home and announces her return. Her mother remains silent on the couch, staring at a tablet. The woman coldly tells her daughter to find her own dinner. She collapses onto the bed and lets out a weary sigh. Staring at the ceiling, she questions the point of lying down. She forces herself to sit up and resolve another set of practice problems. The girl sits at her desk and begins her nightly studies. Her focus wavers as she ponders a question about a past connection. She remembers a classmate asking if they were ever truly friends. Exhaustion washes over her as she remains at her desk. She pulls a card from a binder. She laughs quietly to herself. A hand holds a photograph as one girl asks the other what she is doing and remarks that she looks silly. The gray-haired girl looks down with a somber expression. She questions her past feelings for her friend and recalls her parents' divorce during her childhood. Her mother equated her missing her father with selfishness. Her mother then threatened her with abandonment, leaving the young girl in tears. Her mother's career focus brought wealth and public praise for her parenting. An acquaintance suggests expensive clothes are unnecessary and offers her children's hand-me-downs. Jaehyun finds the offer amusing since her mother will always buy her new clothes regardless. Contempt for others drove Jaehyun to develop a habit of flaunting her family's wealth. She carefully maintained the persona of a pampered child from a perfect, affluent family. She stops on the sidewalk to watch a functional family walk together. Her mother orders her to stop idling and hurry up. Jaehyun observes a disheveled girl laughing nearby. The messy girl continues to smile brightly. Popularity came easily to Jaehyun in school without any personal effort. Her blunt honesty and beauty led classmates to whisper that she was arrogant and annoying. Classmates resolve to stop playing with Jaehyun. They agree to ignore her completely. The mother dismisses Jaehyun due to being busy. She asks if someone bullied or ignored her at school. Jaehyun denies that she was bullied. The mother declares that the situation is not a big deal. The mother orders Jaehyun to solve her own friendship problems and learn modesty. She notes that other children get along with everyone without help. Jaehyun concludes that her mother is correct. A black-haired girl approaches Jaehyun and invites her to the bathroom. Jaehyun stares back in confusion. Jaehyun asks why she is being invited. The girl explains that she wants to be friends. The girl pulls Jaehyun along. Jaehyun notes that going with her will obviously ruin the girl's reputation. She asks why the girl would do such a thing. Students block Jaehyun's path with cold expressions. A classmate mutters that Jaehyun is annoying. Jaehyun accepts this as a normal reaction. Jaehyun spends several days playing with Jeongmin and the group. Outside the school building, Jeongmin asks for Jaehyun's latest test score. Jaehyun reveals she received full marks on everything. She adds that her mother considers perfect scores normal for students of their age. Jaehyun regrets her words as Jeongmin expresses amazement. Jeongmin admits she scored poorly and fears her father's reaction, prompting Jaehyun to ask if he is strict. Jeongmin explains that her father is generally silent until she receives bad grades. Jaehyun listens as her friend expresses her frustration. Jaehyun discloses that her parents divorced during her childhood and she has no father. She reflects on the unwanted pity she usually receives after mentioning her family history. Jaehyun is surprised by the lack of follow-up and asks why Jeongmin is not questioning her about the divorce. Jeongmin dismisses the need for details. She assumes the parents' personalities simply did not match and sees no reason to pry. Jeongmin admits she never told anyone her family issues because she did not want sympathy. She urges Jaehyun to spend more time playing with the group instead of going home. Jaehyun realizes that getting someone to open up does not require a specific reason. A small interaction changes her entire perspective. Jaehyun reflects on the specific kind of supportive friend Jeongmin has become to her. Jaehyun observes Jeongmin's popularity and her proactive nature. Though she once found this behavior ridiculous, she now understands why everyone likes her. Jaehyun glares at a classmate interacting with Jeongmin. She feels a surge of jealousy. She silently insults the other girl's appearance. Jaehyun questions why Jeongmin chooses to play with people she considers lousy. She believes Jeongmin belongs with more outstanding individuals. Jaehyun asks Jeongmin to stop playing with their other classmates. She expresses her dislike for the group. Jaehyun proposes they play alone together later, reflecting on her failure to notice Jeongmin's true expression at the time. Jaehyun asks the teacher for Jeongmin's home address. She expresses her desire to visit her sick friend. The teacher agrees to provide the address, but instructs Jaehyun to notify Jeongmin before visiting. Jaehyun arrives at the rooftop residence without calling ahead, assuming their close relationship makes it unnecessary. Jaehyun knocks on the door of the small house in the alleyway, questioning if it really belongs to her friend. Recognizing Jeongmin's voice through the door, Jaehyun identifies herself. Jeongmin opens the door, causing Jaehyun to trail off in shock at her appearance. Jeongmin stands before her with a bruised face and disheveled hair. Jaehyun announces her arrival at the door after hearing Jeongmin's voice. At a playground, Jeongmin explains her father hit her mother. She admits that she was injured while trying to intervene. Jeongmin asks Jaehyun to keep the domestic situation a secret. Jeongmin returns to school after her absence and confirms her recovery to her classmates. A classmate questions Jaehyun's behavior. Jaehyun insults the other classmates as ugly and tells Jeongmin to play only with her instead. Jaehyun abruptly pulls Jeongmin away from the group. Jaehyun demands they meet her new friends after school. Jaehyun promises to introduce her to the friends she met at cram school. Jaehyun leads Jeongmin toward the secluded meeting spot. Jaehyun prepares to introduce Jeongmin to the group of girls waiting in the alleyway. One of the girls in the group offers Jeongmin a pack of cigarettes. Jeongmin stares at the cigarette pack and begins to question the morality of the act. Jeongmin hesitates and asks Jaehyun if she has tried smoking before. Jaehyun confirms she has already tried smoking when Jeongmin asks her about it. Jaehyun dismisses concerns about her mother and claims her parent does not care what she does. Jaehyun pressures Jeongmin to smoke to relieve the stress she has been facing lately. Jeongmin makes an excuse about going home early and flees the scene to avoid the peer pressure. Jaehyun watches Jeongmin leave as the other girl questions if the two of them are truly friends. The girl notes the stark difference in personality between Jaehyun and her departing friend. The girl concludes that Jeongmin looks like the type of person who has no social presence at school. Jaehyun acknowledges that she is already fully aware of Jeongmin's lack of social presence. Jaehyun worries that Jeongmin will seek out other friends if she fails to integrate with the current group. She realizes she must manage Jeongmin's social standing to prevent her from leaving the group. Jaehyun offers lip gloss to Jeongmin, who immediately refuses the offer. Jaehyun claims she stole the makeup specifically for her and grabs Jeongmin's chin to force the application. Jaehyun scrutinizes Jeongmin's face in silence. Jaehyun asks Jeongmin if she would like to dye her hair. Jaehyun suggests a change into more colorful clothing to brighten her appearance. Jaehyun explains that Jeongmin's current style makes her look like an easy target for bullying. Jaehyun instructs Jeongmin to follow her to a new location after school. Jaehyun plans to dress Jeongmin in her own clothes to resolve misunderstandings with their friends. Jeongmin stands alone in the school restroom. She stands before the mirror and stares at her reflection. Jeongmin touches her face and wonders if she is truly as ugly as suggested. Jaehyun greets her peers while Jeongmin follows behind. Jaehyun considers her dislike for the group and questions why she was invited. Classmates note that Jaehyun is only kind to Jeongmin and dismissive toward others. Jeongmin looks away in silence. Sitting outside after dark, Jeongmin expresses her desire to go home. A police officer discovers the teenagers and orders them to go home. Jaehyun pulls Jeongmin away and tells her they must run. Jeongmin's mother suddenly appears in the alleyway. Jeongmin rushes forward and embraces her mother tightly. Her mother questions why she is still out so late. Jaehyun watches them, fearing that she will be severely scolded for the situation. The mother identifies Jaehyun as Jeongmin's friend. The mother offers to escort Jaehyun home safely. Jaehyun stares silently at the pair. Jeongmin cries and claims responsibility for the trouble while Jaehyun watches from a distance. Jaehyun notes the mother's ragged clothing and physical injuries, concluding the woman has lived a miserable life. Jaehyun decides she would be too embarrassed to ever be seen in public with such a parent. Jaehyun watches the mother and daughter in a warm embrace and wonders why Jeongmin isn't ashamed. Jaehyun checks the time on her lit phone screen late into the night. In a past conversation, Jaehyun tells Jeongmin that she finds her delinquent friends weird. She explains that because of their behavior, she refuses to play with them. Jaehyun labels the group as delinquents. She warns Jeongmin that she should not engage in activities that harm her health. Jaehyun remains silent while staring intently down at Jeongmin. Jaehyun demands that Jeongmin also stop spending time with Jimin and the other girls in their group. Jeongmin agrees to stop doing what Jaehyun dislikes, but asks for some time to distance herself. Jaehyun claims that Jeongmin's friends secretly hate her. She insists that they only talk behind her back. Jeongmin listens in silence as she processes the ultimatum. Jaehyun smiles as Jeongmin promises to eventually cut ties with her other friends. Jaehyun takes Jeongmin's hand and suggests they take things slowly together. Jaehyun reflects that isolating themselves from others is fine as long as they remain best friends. She decides that they will only have each other from now on. Jaehyun calls Jeongmin late at night. She lies about being scolded by her mother to gain sympathy from her friend. Jaehyun smiles at her successful manipulation while remarking that her mother cares nothing for her life. Jaehyun concludes that only Jeongmin treats her with true sincerity. She finds a smoky eye makeup style on her phone and decides that the model resembles Jeongmin. Jaehyun prepares her makeup supplies. She asks Jeongmin to tie up her hair and orders her to sit straight while smiling and holding a pen. Jeongmin sits quietly as the makeover begins. Jaehyun focuses intently as she starts working on Jeongmin's face. A group of girls confronts Jaehyun and orders her to stop playing with Jeongmin. They claim Jeongmin revealed that Jaehyun tried to isolate her from the group. Jaehyun listens to the harsh accusations with a stunned and hurt expression. Jaehyun asks if Jeongmin spoke behind her back, but the others insist Jeongmin is finished with her because she makes her uncomfortable. The group leads Jeongmin away while Jaehyun watches in disbelief. Jaehyun spirals into confusion and wonders why this is happening. She recalls their past bond and wonders why their promises were broken. She reflects on how she discarded all her other friends just for Jeongmin. She struggles to believe that the Jeongmin she knows would ever act this way. Jaehyun ultimately decides she must be the one who messed up to survive the loss of their friendship. Jaehyun spots Jeongmin walking ahead and calls out to her. Jaehyun asks what she did wrong and promises to stop whatever behavior makes Jeongmin uncomfortable. Jeongmin stops and looks back at her with a pained and fearful expression. Jaehyun pleads for an explanation while Jeongmin mutters that she is afraid. Jeongmin shouts that Jaehyun terrifies her while Jaehyun stands stunned. Jaehyun reflects on her past selfishness and her failure to consider Jeongmin's feelings. Jaehyun recalls Jeongmin becoming withdrawn and blames the change on family issues. Jaehyun avoids offering empty comfort and instead tries to stay by her side. A series of memories show Jaehyun's past interactions and controlling influence over Jeongmin. Jaehyun vows to change her behavior and become a better person to earn back Jeongmin's trust. Jaehyun looks at Jeongmin and sees a reflection of her own past self. Jaehyun hopes her personal transformation will eventually lead Jeongmin to open up again. Hyejin Kim joins Jaehyun's class and quickly earns a reputation as a troublemaker. Malicious rumors about Hyejin's past actions spread throughout the school hallway. Jaehyun overhears her classmates whispering about Hyejin's bad reputation at her old school. Jaehyun looks after Hyejin because the girl reminds Jaehyun of her younger self. Jaehyun walks into an alley where Hyejin and her group are cornering a student. Jaehyun asks about the student's past, but Hyejin laughs off the gossip as a lesson for those who speak too much. Jaehyun turns to Sujin and asks if she is planning on staying behind. Jaehyun announces her departure and tells the others they can either stay or follow her. Sujin and the others follow Jaehyun because they find the scene has become boring. Jaehyun realizes with a start that the group is leaving the scene behind. Jaehyun wonders if she appeared just like a bully to the victim in her eyes. Jaehyun questions why she remains trapped in the past and continues thinking of Jeongmin. Jaehyun sits alone in the empty classroom lost in her own thoughts. Jaehyun remains motionless at her desk as the classroom stays quiet. Jaehyun resolves to conduct an experiment to see if she can move forward. Jaehyun ignores Hyejin and begins acting friendly toward a student with no presence in class. Jaehyun smiles at the quiet girl and notes her shy behavior. Jaehyun realizes the quiet student's shy behavior and quietness is just like Jeongmin's. Jaehyun feels annoyed that these familiar feelings have returned. Jaehyun looks at her phone lying on the desk. She wonders why she did not think of calling Jeongmin. Jaehyun attempts a call, but the recipient is unavailable. Jaehyun realizes the immediate response means she has been blocked. She spirals into resentment, questioning why she was abandoned and ignored after her apology. The initial regret transitions into deep self-hatred. She stares blankly as her expression hardens from the pain. Her feelings finally turn into pure anger over wasted efforts spent on someone who rejected her. Jaehyun reconciles with Hyejin and chooses to ignore her continued bullying of others. She plots to make Jeongmin suffer but fears damaging her own carefully built reputation. Jaehyun decides that the redhead will be the one to carry out her revenge. 3 years pass and the teacher instructs the students to submit their high school choices. Jintae agrees to ask in a group chat as Jaehyun smiles and thanks him. Jintae relays the news that Jeongmin is planning to attend Yoonbik all-girls high school. Jaehyun looks down with a cold, focused expression. She smiles and hopes that Jeongmin's life becomes a living hell. A white-haired young man in a hospital gown stares forward with a blank expression. A school announcement states that the vice class president will lead the greetings today. Jeongmin wakes up and groans about a severe headache. She sits up in bed and sighs in exhaustion. Jeongmin walks into the living room and asks her mother if she is leaving for work already. She explains she feels unwell and her mother offers to request sick leave from her school. Jeongmin agrees while her mother sends the message on her phone. She stands silently in the room with a weary expression. The front door shuts as her mother leaves. Jeongmin locks the door and leans her back against it. She looks down at the floor with a hollow gaze. Jeongmin hears that Jaehyun took sick leave because she feels unwell. She wonders if she caused the absence. She decides facing Jaehyun would be awkward anyway. Jeongmin checks her phone contacts and questions why Seon-beek did not appear in her dream to annoy her. She fusses over Seon's behavior. She realizes her classmates are trying to get her attention. Jiangmin discovers she is on an active call and a voice asks why she reached out. She realizes she accidentally dialed Xian. Her classmates tease her about calling a boyfriend. Her friends crowd her and demand to hear his voice or see him on a video call. Jiangmin panics about how to address him formally in front of her peers before the call connects. She nervously begins to speak his name into the phone receiver. A shirtless Xian answers and asks if she just called him Appa. His loud response shocks Jiangmin and thrills the eavesdropping classmates. Xian realizes the situation and decides to play along with the act to help her. He asks if she missed him causing the girls to squeal while Jiangmin trembles with embarrassment. Jiangmin frantically tries to end the call as Xian continues his romantic performance. She lies to her inquisitive friends claiming he was merely half asleep. A classmate invites Jiangmin to the canteen. She reluctantly agrees despite her desire to avoid her. Students discuss Sora's absence in the background. Jiangmin remains silent and troubled at her desk. Jiangmin sits alone in the classroom with a look of concern. Xian looks serious while sitting in a cafe. He sits across from Jiangmin at a table. He asks if she remains angry because he abruptly ended her phone call. Xian smiles and asks why her expression is so stern if she is truly not upset. He asks if Jaehyun caused her any trouble during the day. Jiangmin reports that Jaehyun stayed home from school because she was unwell. She asks if Xian was the cause of Jaehyun's illness. He smiles and denies any involvement. Jiangmin tells him to stop mentioning Jaehyun because the topic is sickening. Xian notes her sudden change in attitude toward the girl. Xian laughs and apologizes once she corrects his confusion regarding Yihyok's name. Jiangmin declares she is no longer afraid. She admits that she simply detests Jaehyun. Xian watches her silently with an intense and unreadable gaze. He asks if she hopes Jaehyun will give up on Yihyok. Jiangmin confirms that she does. Xian suggests she stop liking her crush. He admits that emotions are uncontrollable. He notes that since emotions are beyond control, it simply can't be helped. He advises her to at least pretend to have no feelings for Yihyok in front of Jaehyun. The narration describes Jaehyun as an attention seeker as Jiangmin sits in silence. Xian decides to hide his feelings for his own benefit. He flashes a bright smile. He offers to be there for her whenever she feels sad. Xian leans close and says he will overcome the situation because he has her. He tells her it is time to go. He asks what is wrong when she stops moving. She demands to know where he learned to make someone's heart race like that. Jiangmin warns him not to treat others that way while Xian jokes about being kidnapped. They walk outside after their conversation in the cafe. The two encounter Yihyok standing in their path. Xian stares coldly at the other boy. His gaze sharpens with sudden intensity. Xian stands close behind Jiangmin as they face Yihyok. Xian pulls Jiangmin back as she calls out Yihyok's name. Xian looms over Jiangmin and asks if she has already forgotten what he told her earlier. Xian asks if she promised to stop and offers his assistance. Xian maintains a sharp and unsettling smile. Yihyok watches them with a dejected expression. Yihyok calls out to Jiangmin as Xian leads her away. Xian casts a cold, threatening glance back at Yihyok. Xian tells Jiangmin she should no longer care about what Yihyok was trying to say. Xian warns her about being kidnapped by weirdos while Jiangmin questions his erratic behavior. Xian demands to know if she understands while Jiangmin clenches her hand in silence. Jiangmin lies in bed and wonders what Yihyok intended to tell her. She questions if something else occurred after that day. Jiangmin mutters to herself about what actually happened. Jiangmin confirms to a classmate that Jaehyun has not come to school. Jiangmin observes that Jaehyun appears to be genuinely ill. Sora asks where Jiangmin is going as she stands up from her desk. Jiangmin replies that she is heading to the bathroom. Sora reflects on how her initial embarrassment about Jiangmin has faded compared to her past association with Yoonju. She admits that seeing a cute guy makes the new arrangement worthwhile. Sora notices that Jiangmin left her phone unattended on the desk and realizes it is her chance. Sora recalls the promise she made to Jeonji. She also remembers the deal she struck with Seungha. She reinforces the lie that she is only associating with Jiangmin under threat and must continue her investigation. Sora hesitates, finding Jiangmin's company interesting and not as bad as she expected. Sora scolds herself for her wavering thoughts and reminds herself that she is supposedly being threatened. Sora attempts to delete the chat history from the unlocked phone. Jiangmin returns and startles her. Jiangmin questions why Sora is handling her phone. Sora panics and claims she was only intending to bring the forgotten phone to her. Jeongmin dismisses the excuse, revealing she has backups and that deleting the chats is useless. Jeongmin decides she needs to set a password to prevent further interference. The school day ends and Jeongmin walks outside the school gates while focused on her phone. She scrolls through her contact list, pausing on the names of her acquaintances and family. Jeongmin looks up. She notices someone waiting for her in the distance. She sees Seon standing by the school gate in a hoodie. He is waiting there to escort her home. She observes his cold profile and thinks he looks distant when he is expressionless. Seon pulls down his mask and calls her name. He greets her with a bright smile as she watches him. He remarks on her early release while she questions why he comes to fetch her every day. Yi-hyuk brushes past them silently as they stand by the school entrance. Jeongmin stops and watches Yi-hyuk walk away from her. She reflects on how frequently she has been bumping into him lately. Seon suggests getting shaved ice while Jeongmin admits to herself that she is still not over Yi-hyuk. Jeongmin asks Seon to wait for her while she turns back toward the school. She states clearly that she wants to talk to Yi-hyuk. Seon reacts with a sharp, startled expression at her sudden request. He asks if she is still hung up on him, but she claims it is not what he thinks. She resolves to explain everything clearly to Yi-hyuk. She prepares to face the outcome even if it results in her getting hurt. Seon asks why she would ever get hurt. He clenches his jaw and vows never to allow it. Seon questions what she sees in the other man when he himself changed entirely because of her. She explains that Yi-hyuk was the one who helped her learn how to love herself. Seon insists that he is capable of providing that same support. She smiles softly and acknowledges his claim. He stares at her with a serious and intense expression. Seon bluntly states she only wants a rejection to finally move on and offers to wait for her. She tells him to do as he pleases. She turns and begins walking away toward the school. She continues toward her destination under the sunset sky. She finds Yi-hyuk waiting and calls out his name. Yi-hyuk looks at her and asks if she has something she wanted to say to him. Yi-hyuk asks if she came to find him because she has something left to say. She looks at him in silence as he waits for her response. He stands before her waiting to hear what she has to say. She tells him she has absolutely nothing to say to him. She asks Yi-hyuk if Jaehyun missed school the previous day. Yi-hyuk confirms that Jaehyun has been absent for 2 days. He explains that she is currently sick at home. Yi-hyuk turns his back on her and prepares to leave. Yi-hyuk pauses and looks back over his shoulder. She asks if he is curious about what happened after their meeting at the cafe. Yi-hyuk reacts with a visible bead of sweat at her probing question. She claims that her words at the cafe did not cover the full extent of the truth. She questions why he only wants to ask about Jaehyun. She points out that he was the one who approached her first. Yi-hyuk remains silent while looking away from her. Yi-hyuk tells her that she is taking the matter too far. She demands to know why he places so much trust in Jaehyun. She points out that Jaehyun does not contact him regularly and offers to tell him the truth. She reveals that Jaehyun is only dating him because she knew of her feelings and wanted to cause her pain. She recalls how she could not mention Jaehyun's bullying and wonders how he could turn against her so quickly. She remembers his past kindness and concludes that he should never have been nice to her in the first place. The boy warns that being with someone like that will only end in heartbreak. He decides to make his feelings clear now that the situation has reached this point. He asks if her goal is to make him break up with Jaehyun. He demands to know why she is acting this way and questions if she thinks she actually matters to him. He asks if her actions are driven by her feelings for him and questions her current boyfriend. He asks if she wants to use him like Jaehyun does while Jeongmin tearfully denies it. Jeongmin struggles to speak while standing alone in the dark alley. Suddenly, Seon appears and violently slams the boy into the ground. Seon looms over the fallen boy as Jeongmin watches the sudden assault in shock. Seon suggests that he should finally give the boy what he deserves for his actions. He asks Jeongmin if this guy actually still means anything to her. Terrified by the violence, Jeongmin begs Seon to stop his attack. Jeongmin screams for Seon to stop and listen to her. Seon ignores her pleas and continues the confrontation with the boy on the ground. The boy continues to question her motives and the status of her current boyfriend. He repeats that he cannot understand her and asks if she is simply trying to use him like Jaehyun does. Seon stares ahead with a dark, intense expression. The girl screams for Yi-hyuk and frantically asks if he is all right. She notices Yi-hyuk is bleeding profusely from his arm and wonders how such a wound occurred. The girl turns to Seon and demands that he show her his hand immediately. Seon calmly asks what is wrong as he stares back at her. The girl forcefully grabs his arm and pulls it forward to reveal what he is hiding. A long, bloody metal nail is driven through the center of Seon's palm. She stands paralyzed with shock while holding Seon's mangled and bleeding hand. The girl stares in horror at the weapon Seon hid within his own flesh. Seon laughs and asks how the object got there as the girl questions what he was trying to do. The girl panics and begins to look for a way to help everyone. She realizes she needs to contact Lee-hyuk's parents immediately. Lee-hyuk glares at her and tells her not to touch him as he slumps against the wall. The girl clutches her chest in distress at Lee-hyuk's cold rejection. She worries that Lee-hyuk might have changed his number and considers her remaining options. She pulls out her phone and looks at a contact for Ja-hyun-ha. Deciding she has no other choice, the girl prepares to unblock Ja-hyun-ha. She then presses the yes button to unblock her and start the call. In a dark room, a phone vibrates repeatedly on a bed next to a sleeping figure. Ja-hyun wakes up to her phone ringing and wonders who is calling her. She sits up in bed and hopes it is not Lee-hyuk bothering her again. She checks the screen with an intense, focused gaze. She is startled to see Jeongmin's name appearing on the caller ID. She stares at the phone in disbelief and questions if Jeongmin is actually calling. Ja-hyun answers the call and brings the device to her ear. Jeongmin stands in the dark alley with the silver-haired man as Ja-hyun recognizes the caller. Ja-hyun arrives at the scene and looks around in confusion. She surveys the tense situation and asks what is happening in the alley. Jeongmin promises to explain everything later as the situation in the alley becomes more desperate. She insists that the injured Lee-hyuk needs an emergency hospital visit immediately. She explains that Lee-hyuk refuses to go with her and begs Ja-hyun for help just this once. Ja-hyun sighs and tells Jeongmin that she expects a full explanation once this is over. Ja-hyun hoists Lee-hyuk onto her shoulder as Jeongmin asks if they are heading to the hospital. Jeongmin looks away with a troubled expression and offers a quiet, heartfelt apology. Lee-hyuk bleeds onto Ja-hyun's shoulder and weakly utters her name in his semi-conscious state. Jeongmin admits her guilt for making Ja-hyun come out to help despite her being sick. Jeongmin watches in silence as the group prepares to leave the scene. Her boyfriend tells the group to leave immediately while holding a mask stained with fresh blood. Jeongmin stares at the boy as they stand alone in the darkened alleyway. The silver-haired boy, identified as Jeongmin's boyfriend, issues a final warning for them to be careful. The two walk away from the scene and leave the others behind in the distance. Jeongmin realizes his words were not a joke and that the severity of the beating proves he is truly dangerous. The boyfriend calls out Jeongmin's name playfully while they walk down the street at night. He asks if she is angry with him but receives no reply. The boy stops suddenly as a sharp sting catches him off guard. He winces in pain while clutching his hand, noticing the blood beginning to seep through. He wonders aloud if his injury will become infected. He asks Jeongmin to give him her hand as he leans in close to her. A deep, jagged gash bleeds profusely across the palm of the hand. Jeongmin asks why he resorted to such violence and reminds him that he promised to wait for her. He counters by asking what she would have done if he had not intervened to stop her. The boyfriend looks down and admits that he does not have an answer. Jeongmin acknowledges that Seon has been emotionally dependent on her from the very beginning. Seon questions if she is blaming herself for what happened. He reveals a troubled expression and confirms that he is blaming himself as well. He tells her that he has been reflecting on the incident since the moment it occurred. Jeongmin observes his lack of remorse and wonders if he committed the violence on purpose. Seon declares that nothing else mattered to him as soon as he saw her cry. He asks Jeongmin to blow on his wound, questioning if that is the right thing to do. Jeongmin expresses disbelief that he can speak so lightly after the gravity of his actions. She finds his casual tone unsettling given the violent events that just unfolded. Seon requests a hug, claiming it has been a long time since he was held. He walks toward her while she remains frozen in a state of quiet contemplation. Seon leans in extremely close to her face. The sudden intense proximity causes her to flinch in surprise. He laughs and tells her to relax before bystanders assume they are doing something bad. Seon pulls her into a tight embrace and claims he can finally feel calm. He promises her that she will never have to be sad because of that man again. He holds her firmly against the wall, reinforcing his protective and possessive vow. Jeongmin remains silent and stares ahead with wide, shocked eyes. She suddenly asks if Seon will find her in her dreams tonight, catching him off guard. Seon demands that she visit him every single day and forbids her from going anywhere without his permission. Seon laughs and accepts the terms of their new arrangement. Jeongmin reasons that she must comply to prevent Seon from taking more drastic actions. Seon smears blood across her face while insisting they stay together forever. Jeongmin arrives at school looking completely exhausted, reflecting on her new routine of staying with Seon every night. Seon touches her face with his bloodied hand as Jeongmin agrees to follow his orders so they can remain together. Seon waves cheerfully from his hospital bed and calls her his pretty Jeongmin. Jeongmin asks him to stop using that nickname, but he ignores her and pulls her into a tight hug. Jeongmin observes that Seon appears normal during these brief calm moments. She remains wary, remembering the disturbing sight of his bloodied hand and the intensity of his previous demands. Dark memories of Seon's menacing smiles and his blood-stained palm flicker through her mind. Jeongmin wonders which version of Seon is his true self. Seon waits outside for Jeongmin after school, while Jaehyun approaches her inside the classroom. Jaehyun demands an immediate conversation with Hyejin despite her protests of being tired. Jaehyun calls Hyejin selfish and questions her right to order others around. Jaehyun mocks Hyejin for sucking up to people and warns her that Jeongmin has not truly forgiven her. Jeongmin grows annoyed by the constant, intense bickering and decides to leave the room to go outside. Outside, Jeongmin asks about Yi-hyuk's condition and learns he is bedridden with a fever. Jaehyun explains that Yi-hyuk is currently home alone because his parents work late into the evening. Jaehyun mentions that he has been unable to come to school for several days. Jeongmin remains silent, wondering how Seon could hit someone so hard. Jaehyun tells her to come along during the lunch break. Jaehyun finishes speaking and waits for a response. Jaehyun presents a bag of supplies and tells Jeongmin to deliver it to Yi-hyuk. Jaehyun insists she is finished with Yi-hyuk and tells Jeongmin to take over since she is still his girlfriend. Jaehyun looks at Jeongmin with a strained, expectant expression. Jeongmin wonders why Seon was so violent during the encounter. Jaehyun clarifies that she has officially cut ties with Yi-hyuk. Jeongmin realizes Seon will never apologize and feels forced to take responsibility for the situation himself. Jeongmin laments how her attempt to leave Yi-hyuk has spiraled into a massive problem she must now manage. Jaehyun confronts Jeongmin directly and asks her a question. She asks if Jeongmin has something to tell her. Jaehyun stops Jeongmin and demands she buy her lunch as compensation. She insists on this because she missed her own meal while following her. Jeongmin reacts to the persistent annoyance of the situation. Jeongmin agrees to buy food on the condition that Jaehyun keeps a secret. She demands that Jaehyun never reveals the true details of the exchange. She specifically orders her to never reveal who actually purchased it for Yi-hyuk. Jeongmin declares she no longer has feelings for Yi-hyuk. This sudden declaration leaves Jaehyun staring at her in complete disbelief. Jeongmin explains she is only helping because her boyfriend assaulted Yi-hyuk and refuses to offer an apology. Jeongmin shoves the food at Jaehyun and orders her to the 2 portions with Yi-hyuk. Jaehyun admits she never truly hated Jeongmin and was merely being stubborn after their initial falling out. Jaehyun suggests Jeongmin is incapable of hate, but Jeongmin clarifies that she specifically hates Jaehyun the most. Jaehyun stands frozen and visibly hurt by Jeongmin's blunt and unexpected declaration of hatred. Jaehyun watches Jeongmin walk away and thinks about how their current walk reminds her of their childhood. A subtle smile crosses Jaehyun's face as she continues to track Jeongmin's departure from a distance. Jaehyun reflects that Jeongmin's personality has not changed at all. She watches her for a moment longer and silently calls her a fool. Jaehyun gazes at Jeongmin's retreating back and silently wishes that their brief time together would not end. Jaehyun acknowledges that Yi-hyuk's medical condition has recently forced Jeongmin to interact with her. She realizes that these awkward interactions have become significantly more frequent. Jaehyun decides there is no longer a reason to date Yi-hyuk since Jeongmin is over him. She admits to herself that she never truly liked him anyway. Jeongmin continues her walk, slowly fading into the distance. Jaehyun continues walking alone through the empty street after Jeongmin disappears from her sight. Jeongmin questions if Jaehyun's excuses justify the bullying she endured. Jaehyun asks if the bullying happened simply because she ditched Jeongmin. Jeongmin states the reason for their broken friendship is obvious. Jaehyun claims she has forgotten everything about their childhood. Jaehyun's dismissal of their history leaves Jeongmin with a heavy, pained expression. Jeongmin accuses Jaehyun of taking the abuse too far. She says Jaehyun never stood up for her, leading Jaehyun to realize she has nothing left to say. Jeongmin suggests they both suck and decides to end the conversation. She reminds Jaehyun that she is a bully who only speaks for Yihyok's sake. Jaehyun watches her leave and believes Jeongmin is merely trying to justify herself. Jaehyun arrives at an apartment and rings the doorbell. Yihyok opens the door and greets Jaehyun. Yihyok tells Jaehyun she visits too often. He wonders if she actually likes him but simply cannot express it. Yihyok reflects on how Jaehyun ignored all of his phone calls that day. He notes she rushed over immediately after Jeongmin called, realizing it is rare for her to care this much. Yihyok looks at his bandages as Jaehyun prepares to speak. Jaehyun announces that this is her final visit. Yihyok assumes she is just busy, but she clarifies that is not the case. Jaehyun abruptly demands a breakup. She reveals that every gift and medical supply she brought was actually bought by Jeongmin. Jaehyun declares she never liked him once. Yihyok sits in brooding silence, processing the truth about who really looked after him. He reflects that the breakup was unsurprising since he had long suspected her lack of feelings. He remembers being told that his girlfriend only used him as a way to target and hurt someone else. The girl wept while revealing that the things she said at the cafe were only a fraction of the truth. She breaks down further, asking him if he is curious to hear the rest of what happened. Yihyok remains alone with his bandaged arm, consumed by the weight of the betrayal. Seon leans his head on the girl's shoulder in the cafe while checking his phone. He remains close to her as they sit together, ignoring the busy surroundings. Nearby patrons whisper about how adorable the young couple looks. The girl hides in her hood as she hears the comments from nearby patrons. She tells him to stop clinging to her in public, fearing that people will misunderstand. She worries that people will assume they are dating, but he dismisses her concern entirely. A heavy silence falls between them as they stare at one another. She abruptly asks him if he actually likes her. He is stunned by her directness, while she immediately regrets the blunt question. She claims her question was just curiosity, but he simply confirms that he does indeed like her. Jeongmin presses Seon to clarify if he truly loves her. Seon stares back at her in silence for a moment. He leans closer and gives her a casual affirmation. She reacts with shock and questions why he is being so physically forward. Jeongmin hides her face in embarrassment as her heart races. She decides to leave, worried about making a fool of herself if the conversation continues. He suggests getting dinner as they walk through the glow of the sunset. She struggles to respond, eventually admitting she is broke after buying things for Yihyok. He points to his bandaged hand and demands she feed him as compensation for the meal. He claims he is left-handed to justify his sudden helplessness. He smiles and continues the playful ruse while they walk home. He secretly acknowledges that he is actually ambidextrous and just wants her attention. He remembers her command to visit every night, noting that her words kept him from a violent act. He considers that she might only want him around to protect another person, but he decides he does not care about her motivations. She walks in silence through the evening, reflecting that the reasons for their current status do not matter. He feels a deep sense of happiness just by being near her. She returns home as the day ends and her arrival is noted by someone inside. She tells her mother that she already ate with her friends. Her mother comments on her exhaustion and her late arrival. She enjoys the quiet of the house and reflects that she can finally rest now that her father is gone. Jeongmin asks when her father is returning, and her mother replies that his business trip will last another month. Jeongmin concludes that they are better off without him. She decides to go to bed. Jeongmin lies awake in bed with a somber expression. She closes her eyes and drifts into a deep sleep. Inside a dream, Jeongmin wonders why Seon has not arrived yet, and if he is still asleep. She rests her head on her arms as a strange sound echoes through the void. A memory of Seon standing over a bleeding figure in a dark alleyway flashes forward. Seon's bloodshot gaze pierces the darkness during the violent encounter. Jeongmin stands up in the white expanse and calls out for Seon. She shouts for him with increasing desperation, demanding to know his location. Seon places a hand on her shoulder and asks if she called for him. Jeongmin turns around to find Seon standing directly behind her. Seon remarks that he was waiting to see when she would finally look for him. Jeongmin stares at him with an expression of deep unease. Jeongmin shouts Seon's name and demands to know where he is hiding. She continues calling for him until he suddenly appears behind her and asks if she is looking for him. Seon stands close to her with a calm and silent presence. He admits he was curious to see how long it would take for her to find him. Jeongmin looks at him with an expression of stunned disbelief. He pulls her into a firm embrace, holding her close in the quiet expanse. Tears well in her eyes as she remains frozen in shock. Seon stands in a dark alleyway surrounded by several unconscious men. He glares with an intense predatory expression through the darkness. Jeongmin demands an explanation for his behavior while Seon asks if she was simply worried. She sternly warns him never to joke around in that manner again. Seon lowers his gaze and quietly agrees to her demand. He repeats his apology before the scene transitions to Jeongmin wondering why he is late. He pulls her into a hug and remarks that he did not expect her to care so much. Seon offers an apology while a dark, menacing smile crosses his face during the embrace. Jeongmin appears visibly distressed and tense. Jeongmin asks if Seon is joking. Seon asks if she was worried because he was not around. Jeongmin tells Seon not to joke like that anymore. Seon looks down as he admits he did not realize his absence would cause her such worry. He holds her hands, reflecting on the distress his disappearance caused her. Seon offers a sincere apology while holding Jeongmin close. Seon pulls Jeongmin into a tight embrace while repeating his apology. Summer arrives as Jeongmin notes Seon has become more stable and less frightening. Jeongmin walks to school and complains about the intense morning heat. Seon surprises her and excitedly mentions the upcoming summer vacation. Seon notes how happy she looks about the upcoming break. Jeongmin confirms her excitement for the time off as they walk together. Seon suggests they spend every moment together during the holidays. He looks at her calmly, awaiting her response to his suggestion. Jeongmin requests a few days to rest alone once the vacation starts. Jeongmin braces for a negative reaction and wonders how he will take her request. Seon falls silent, causing her to feel uneasy about his sudden lack of response. Seon agrees to her request with a small smile. He asks her to signal when she is finished resting. Jeongmin wonders if she overestimated his potential for a bad reaction. Seon tells Jeongmin he will wait at a nearby coffee shop while she studies. Seon tells her to remember to reply to his messages if she feels guilty. Jeongmin acknowledges him as she is called by her name. Seon waves goodbye and wishes her luck with her studies. Jeongmin waves back with a strained expression. She wonders if their parting is really this simple while clenching her hand. Seon walks away while staring at his phone. He pauses when he hears someone call his name. He turns his head back to see who is speaking to him. A male student approaches him with a shocked expression. Seon turns to face a former classmate who recognizes him in the middle of the street. The boy apologizes for being too afraid to help Seon in the past. Seon questions the boy about his casual clothes and where he is going. The boy looks nervous as Seon continues to ask about his destination. He smiles and claims to remember a girl who approaches them. The girl asks Seon if he has any free time to spend with her. Seon reflects on his good luck as he continues to smile. A younger boy calls out to Seon as he stands in the street. Seon confirms he is finished over the phone and calls out to Jeongmin. Seon tells the person on the line to hurry out while Jeongmin stands nearby. Jeongmin notices a girl arriving and alerts the others to her presence. A long-haired girl walks toward them while occupied with her own phone call. The newcomer maintains a cold, silent expression as she listens to her phone. The purple-haired girl pleads to speak with Seon and reminds him of a promise to help. Seon and the long-haired girl lock eyes as they stand on the sidewalk. Memories of her standing in a crowd begin to surface in Seon's mind. He recalls seeing her face among many others in his past while he was still an idol. Seon realizes he definitely recognizes the girl standing in front of him. The long-haired girl suggests that they all head to a nearby coffee shop together. The group decides to head to the cafe to continue their conversation in a more private setting. A voice inside the empty cafe asks the others if they are curious about him. The fan asks if Seon still keeps in touch with his former idol group members. Seon admits they have been busy lately, so he hasn't been able to call them often. The long-haired girl asks Seon if he is currently preparing for any solo professional activities. Seon states he has stopped participating in broadcasts because he grew bored of that lifestyle. This sudden revelation visibly shocks the fan who has been following his career. The long-haired girl excuses herself to the restroom, leaving the fan excited to talk to Seon alone. Seon and the fan sit in an awkward silence after the long-haired girl leaves the table. The fan mentions sending Seon a direct message on Instagram and asks why he stopped using the platform. The fan continues to talk about his social media, but Seon stares at her with a cold, unreadable expression. He remains silent, his gaze fixed on her as she giggles nervously through the silence. Seon confirms he no longer uses the account and notes that he will not see her messages now that Jeongmin is absent. Siyun dismisses the fan's mention of supportive comments as troublesome. He then clearly states his intention to delete the social media account entirely in the near future. The fan tells herself not to give up and suggests to him that their encounter is a sign of fate. The fan holds out her phone and asks Siyun if he can give her his personal phone number. Siyun leans in and tells the fan that she seems to have forgotten a specific important fact. Siyun bluntly reminds the fan that he is currently dating her friend Jeong-min. The fan sits in stunned silence as she processes the direct reminder of his relationship status. Siyun asks if she sought Jeong-min's permission before deciding to ask for his phone number. His question causes the fan to blush and nervously deny having any ulterior motives for her request. The fan stares down at the table, unable to look Siyun in the eye as she feels the weight of his gaze. She fidgets with her fingers under the table as the tension between them continues to rise. The fangirl looks up at Siyun with a look of intense distress as she realizes her mistake. Siyun rests his chin on his hand and asks the fan what she likes about Choi Jeong-min. At a local movie theater, Siyun stands in the lobby waiting for someone to arrive. He speaks into his phone, telling the person that he is waiting right by the popcorn counter. Siyun asks if the person has arrived yet, and then reacts with a look of sudden genuine shock. Jeong-min navigates through the crowded movie theater lobby while occupied with a phone call. She continues walking through the dense crowd and announces that she has finally found her companion. She approaches Siyun, who suggests getting popcorn while she internally frets over her own appearance. Jeong-min tells Siyun to wait behind for a moment while she heads into the crowd alone to choose a snack flavor. Siyun watches her go and, becoming flushed, blames the building's air conditioning for the sudden heat he feels. Jeong-min pushes through the dense lobby crowd, complaining to herself about the overwhelming number of people. A man suddenly catches Jeong-min's arm to steady her after a collision, and she offers a quick thanks. Jeong-min's initial relief at being caught turns to pure shock as she looks at the man's face. She is stunned into silence when she realizes the person who just helped her is Yi Hyuk. Yi Hyuk stares back at her in complete silence before finally uttering her name in surprise. Jeong-min stands in stunned silence as she encounters Yi Hyuk unexpectedly in the lobby. The two exchange awkward, strained greetings about their reasons for being at the movie theater. After a long moment of tension, Jeong-min tells him to have a great time. She immediately looks for an exit and tries to walk away from him. Yi Hyuk grabs her hand to stop her and asks if her movie is about to start yet. He ignores her discomfort and asks for 10 minutes to talk. Jeong-min recalls how every interaction with him turns into a bad situation. She remains silent as she dreads what he might say next. Yi Hyuk persists and tells her that this is the kind of situation where he should help her. Behind them, a tall figure with a menacing silver-haired look approaches. Jeong-min spots Siyun approaching from behind Yi Hyuk. She realizes things are about to get complicated as Siyun keeps a sharp gaze on them. Siyun arrives with a menacing smile and calls out to Jeong-min as he looms over the pair. Siyun confronts the group and dismisses the other man's refusal. He calls out his own name as he stares the pair down with an intense expression. Siyun lies on the floor while Jeong-min suggests going shopping or to a coffee shop. Siyun demands a real opinion instead of just rejections, immediately shutting down her suggestion to stay home. Siyun questions why she asked for his input if she had no plan, leading Jeong-min to claim she has a great idea. Jeong-min invites Siyun to her house since he has never visited. She promises to turn on the air conditioning and provide food to convince him to come over. Jeong-min wakes up and mentions she has plans for the day. She struggles to get out of bed while discussing her schedule for the upcoming visit. Siyun stands at his doorway and welcomes Jeong-min inside with a warm smile. Jeong-min enters the house and learns that Siyun lives all by himself. She finds the interior of the apartment much more beautiful and comfortable than she expected. She stands in the entryway looking around in awe at the clean and bright living space. Jeong-min lounges comfortably on the sofa as they enjoy watching television together. The two lounge on the sofa and laugh while watching a comedy show on television together. Siyun eventually gets up to clean the remnants of the meal they eat on the coffee table. Siyun insists Jeong-min keep watching television while he handles the chores in the kitchen. Jeong-min looks on with a complicated expression, noting that she has already seen the current program many times. She remains silent, feeling the awkwardness of the situation grow. Jeong-min suddenly discovers a large ramen water stain right on the front of her white shirt. She expresses her deep annoyance at the mess while Siyun notices her distress from across the room. Si-yeon tells Jeongmin to remove the stained shirt so he can wash it and offers to lend her some of his own clothes. Si-yeon reaches out and hands over a spare, clean black shirt for her to change into. He casually suggests that Jeongmin take a shower while they wait for the laundry to finish. He makes a teasing joke about lending her his underwear, causing her to flush and retreat toward another room. Jeongmin puts on the oversized shirt and is suddenly struck by the realization that she is alone at a boy's house. Jeongmin panics as she fully realizes the implications of being in Si-yeon's home in such a state. Her eyes swirl with anxiety as the reality of her predicament sinks in. She deeply regrets letting him start the laundry since she is now stuck waiting indefinitely for her clothes to dry. Jeongmin enters the room to check on her laundry. She stops when she sees Si-yeon standing in the bathroom with a face mask on. Jeongmin asks why he is wearing a mask and if her shirt has been washed yet. Si-yeon explains he just put it in the machine, leaving her speechless. Si-yeon approaches Jeongmin and asks her if the shirt fits. He hugs Jeongmin from behind and mentions that it is his smallest shirt. Jeongmin asks why he is hugging her so suddenly, and Si-yeon states that he simply loves hugging her. Si-yeon holds Jeongmin in a tight embrace and says her full name. Si-yeon leans over Jeongmin while she lies on the bed. He gazes at her face and asks if she is truly asleep. Si-yeon hovers inches from Jeongmin's face and stares into her eyes. He gently holds her face as he leans even closer. Si-yeon watches Jeongmin while she sleeps and wonders if he has gone mad. Si-yeon sits on the edge of the bed and clutches his head, admitting to himself that he really is mad. Jeongmin lies asleep on the bed while Si-yeon watches from a distance. She continues to sleep peacefully on the pillow. She eventually rolls over under the covers. Jeongmin begins to stir as Si-yeon calls her name. Morning light fills the bedroom as she starts to wake up. Si-yeon looks down at Jeongmin and tells her it is morning. She wakes up and looks at him in confusion. Jeongmin realizes she cannot look Si-yeon in the face and questions if his feelings for her are real. Si-yeon stands at the kitchen counter with his back turned to the room. Si-yeon asks if her clothes are dry yet and suggests she should double-check. Si-yeon asks if she stayed on purpose to be near him. Jeongmin denies liking the situation, looking flustered. Si-yeon points out that she had many choices to leave if she truly wanted to go home. Si-yeon presses her for an answer while he finishes up in the kitchen. Jeongmin remains flustered and silent, unable to meet his gaze. Jeongmin explains her mother would misunderstand if she wore a boy's clothes home. They both note that her laundry is still wet and needs more time. Si-yeon tells her to stay a bit longer. He settles onto the sofa and starts looking through his phone. Si-yeon notes her empty phone gallery as she sits down beside him. He insists they take a silly photo together to fill up her gallery. Si-yeon gets ready and holds the phone up to frame the shot. They take a silly photo together while Jeongmin yells in surprise. Si-yeon asks why she has avoided looking at his face until now. His direct question catches Jeongmin off guard, causing her to stutter. Si-yeon offers to walk her home because he wants to stay with her longer. Jeongmin receives a call from an unknown number but chooses to ignore it. Si-yeon questions why she won't answer the call. He teases her playfully as she prepares to enter her home. A man worries that Jeongmin is cutting ties after she ignores his message and phone call. The man calls himself a piece of trash while agonizing over his past behavior at the movie theater. A new message notification from Jeongmin finally appears on the man's phone. Lee Hyuk receives a text from Jeongmin asking for his identity and is shocked she didn't save his number. Jeongmin notices Lee Hyuk's contact info is missing and suspects Si-yoon deleted it while playing tricks. Lee Hyuk agonizes over his phone, wondering if Jeongmin intentionally deleted his contact details. Jeongmin searches for the missing contact and wonders if Lee Hyuk changed his phone number. A sudden incoming call from the unsaved number startles Jeongmin as she's deep in thought. Jeongmin finally answers the call from Lee Hyuk. Lee Hyuk asks if she received the message he sent her earlier. Jeongmin lies and says she forgot to reply to his message, causing Lee Hyuk some confusion. Lee Hyuk asks what she wrote in her previous text message. Lee Hyuk offers a direct apology and asks if her boyfriend would object to them meeting. Jeongmin is stunned by his assumption that she has a boyfriend. Jeongmin clarifies that she and Baek Si-yoon are not dating. Lee Hyuk listens to her explanation in silence, processing the information. Jeongmin worries that meeting Lee Hyuk would upset Baek Si-yoon. Lee Hyuk waits on the line hoping for a positive answer to his request. Jeongmin agrees to meet because she senses Lee Hyuk's sincere guilt and recalls Si-yoon's permission to be alone. Lee is surprised by her acceptance and suggests they meet up. He proposes they go to a coffee shop to study together. They agree to coordinate a meeting time and Lee promises to message her when he is free. Lee feels flustered after hanging up the phone. He remains consumed by intense guilt over his past actions toward her. Si-yoon proposes starting vacation plans, but Young-min replies that she wants to be left alone. Si-yoon stares at his laptop and attempts to suppress his rising frustration. He tries to convince himself that Young-min is no longer in danger. He fears that pressuring her will cause her to abandon him. He spirals into the terrifying thought that Young-min will no longer need him if she finds happiness. The idea that she could find joy elsewhere makes him feel deeply unnecessary. Si-yoon decides to sleep in hopes of calming his confused mind. He heads to bed trying to find some peace and quiet his troubling thoughts. Lying in the dark, Si-yoon stares blankly at the shadows of his room. He wonders if Young-min still harbors feelings for Lee-hyuk. He decides everything will be fine as long as she stays by his side. Si-yoon acknowledges that his emotions are spiraling out of control. He resolves to visit her in secret to restore his sense of security. He enters her dream and embraces her from behind, vowing to keep his presence a secret forever. Lee-hyuk and Young-min say their goodbyes. As the sun sets, Young-min realizes she is waiting for Si-yoon to contact her. She considers calling him herself. Young-min decides to call Si-yoon. When he answers, she notes how his voice sounds different than usual. She realizes his voice is hoarse from sleep. Si-yoon confirms he just woke up, and Young-min finds the sound of his voice attractive. Si-yoon asks Young-min if she is tired. She denies it and asks what is troubling him. Si-yoon requests to have dinner at her house. She agrees to let him come over and he promises to wait for her. Young-min arrives at the apartment and announces her presence. As the door opens, Si-yoon suddenly appears and immediately pulls her into a sudden embrace. Si-yoon asks if she finished talking to another man and praises her for studying. He gently strokes her hair. She looks back at him with a mix of confusion and sadness. Si-yoon asks to use the bathroom. After he leaves the room, his phone remains behind on the table. Suddenly, the phone begins to ring, vibrating against the surface. Si-yoon notices the incoming call from a man he deeply dislikes. His expression turns cold as he watches the phone screen light up. Later, Si-yoon asks Young-min if she is afraid of him and reminds her of his past violent behavior toward others. Si-yoon admits he cannot guarantee his composure in the future. He states there are dark things about himself he cannot reveal to her. Si-yoon questions how she would have reacted if she had known the truth earlier, holding her face while awaiting a response. Young-min pulls him into a hug to provide comfort. She reminds him that he previously claimed her embrace would always calm him down. Si-yoon remains motionless as she holds him. He stares blankly into the distance. Si-yoon reflects that he might still have hope if she is the one to accept everything about him. He pulls her closer. Si-yoon thinks about specific people who make him feel uncomfortable. He recalls past interactions with individuals who bothered him. Si-yoon observes that Young-min has grown accustomed to his presence. They stand together in the street at night. Si-yoon plans to brainwash Young-min until she cares only for him. Young-min calls out to him. Young-min tells him she will change clothes before they head to his house together. He listens silently as she describes their plans for the evening. Without a word, Si-yoon reaches out and pulls her back into his arms. Young-min suggests a food stop as Si-yoon pulls her into a close embrace. Si-yoon rests his head on her shoulder. He claims he is finally calm. Si-yoon stares at her and says he wants to lick her face. Si-yoon notes her makeup and questions why she put it on. He tells her she looks sweet. Young-min shouts that she wore the makeup for him. She clarifies that she didn't do it for anyone else. Young-min tells him to wait outside. She explains that she is going to change her clothes. Young-min suggests meeting in their dreams. Si-yoon warns her that he is dangerous tonight. They part ways for the night while Young-min regrets her makeup choice. Young-min lies in bed reflecting on their extraordinary relationship and mutual affection. Young-min sits with Si-yoon. She realizes he definitely likes her back. They a quiet moment together as they watch a movie. Young-min leans on him and wonders how long their ambiguous connection will last. Si-yoon retreats to the bathroom as he prepares to settle in for the night. Young-min sits alone wondering why he will not take the next step in their relationship. Young-min admits to herself that she understands him less as more time passes. A sudden noise outside her room startles her, breaking her train of thought. A reddish-haired girl informs her peer that she is finished showing respect to others. Bullies taunt a silver-haired girl about her growing isolation. They suggest her recent breakup has left her in a depressed state. The silver-haired girl laughs and denies that a guy is the cause of her current behavior. The silver-haired girl smirks confidently as she faces her bullies in the classroom. Youngmin watches in silence as the confrontation unfolds before her. The silver-haired girl insults her tormentors, refusing to be intimidated. Youngmin observes the tense situation from a distance. The girl dares them to keep messing with her as she stands her ground. Students discuss how Ju-hyun has destroyed her own social life by cutting everyone off. Youngmin listens to her peers with a concerned expression as she processes the gossip. Youngmin questions if her own past interactions caused Ju-hyun's downfall, but remains skeptical. Students retreat to the canteen to avoid the scary atmosphere in the classroom. While in the hallway, a girl named Min-ah is suddenly summoned by a group of peers. Peers ask Min-ah to confirm rumors regarding Ju-hyun's past actions. The conversation centers on rumors of Ju-hyun being a notorious bully in elementary school. The students discuss rumors of Ju-hyun forcing others to smoke and wonder who leaked the information. Youngmin asks Min-ah who she heard the rumors from to find the source. Youngmin suggests a specific classmate might be the one spreading the information. A blue-haired girl interrupts the group to ask if there are any injuries. Min-ah claims she is protecting Youngmin and brings up a past conversation they had at a cafe. While recalling their cafe meeting, Min-ah denies being the leak and shifts blame to someone else. Youngmin realizes her friend likely gossiped as she observes the changing classroom atmosphere. She watches as her peers react strongly to the rumors spreading throughout the school. The tension grows as Youngmin witnesses the entire class turning against Ju-hyun. Youngmin reflects on her lucid dreams becoming reality while observing the chaos among her classmates. Youngmin questions her current situation while standing alone in the school restroom. Youngmin encounters a bloodied Ju-hyun and realizes the situation has escalated beyond her expectations. She stands frozen in place as she takes in the severity of the injured girl's state. Youngmin watches silently as the injured girl turns to face her. The silence in the restroom is heavy as the two girls lock eyes in a tense moment. Ju-hyun smiles through her injuries, leaving Youngmin in stunned silence. The girl's unsettling grin deeply disturbs Youngmin given her bleeding condition. Classmates openly mock and insult Ju-hyun back in the classroom. 𝒟𝐼 apologizes to Youngmin and claims Ju-hyun coerced them into their past actions. The girls discuss how Ju-hyun's malicious personality finally surfaced after she grew tired of living a fake life. 𝒟𝐼 turns the conversation toward Youngmin, asking about her relationship with Baek Si-yoon. She expresses disbelief that they are close and comments on his intimidating reputation. 𝒟𝐼 warns her that he is dangerous and that everyone at school is afraid of him. 𝒟𝐼 slams the table while recalling her intense fear during a past encounter with Baek Si-yoon. Youngmin remains silent, absorbing the harsh words about the person she cares for. Disturbed by the conversation, Youngmin decides to leave the classroom alone to clear her head. While walking, Youngmin suddenly regrets a recent interaction she had with Si-yoon. She stops as she hears voices nearby and peeks around a wall to see what's happening. She is startled to see Ju-hyun being cornered by a group of vengeful students. Youngmin witnesses the group extorting money from Ju-hyun while mocking her former status. Youngmin waits silently for the bullies to finish their smoke break and leave the area. She feels a heavy sense of guilt as she watches Ju-hyun's total social collapse from afar. After the others leave, Youngmin approaches the battered Ju-hyun. She notes the severe physical abuse Ju-hyun has suffered, seeing the fresh bruises on her face. Youngmin questions why Ju-hyun has changed so much. She asks if Ju-hyun is enduring this torture because of her. Ju-hyun stares back, her expression tightening with intense resentment. Suddenly, Ju-hyun reaches out and grabs Youngmin firmly by the collar. She demands to know why she should endure this for her and tells Youngmin to stop her delusions. Ju-hyun asks why Youngmin pretends to care when her problems are her own. She sneers that Youngmin should be happy her wish came true instead of looking at her with pity. Ju-hyun screams for Youngmin to look down on her like she used to. She claims that no one else cares and that being looked down upon won't make things worse. Youngmin calmly tells Ju-hyun to take care of herself and stop doing stupid things. Ju-hyun finally releases her grip and stares back in heavy silence. Ju-hyun turns and walks away into the distance while Youngmin watches her leave. Youngmin recalls a past classroom scene where she stood by and did nothing while Ju-hyun was targeted. She questions how she handled the situation back then as she remembers Ju Hyun's pain. Young-min admits she stayed silent because she feared her friends would target her next. Young-min sees a message from Yi Hyuk and wonders how he would react to this dilemma. Young-min considers Baek Si-yoon's violent solution to the problems she is facing. She immediately rejects the idea knowing that violence isn't the answer. Young-min texts Yi Hyuk asking for advice. Yi Hyuk quickly responds and suggests they talk over the phone. Young-min calls Yi Hyuk to discuss the complicated situation she witnessed. Yi Hyuk steps away from his friends so he can listen to her properly. He encourages her to speak freely about whatever is bothering her. Young-min asks how he would respond to seeing a hated person being bullied. She confesses that the sight makes her nervous even if she has no desire to help. Young-min expects Yi Hyuk to suggest helping Ju Hyun but admits she is still afraid to act. She acknowledges making wrong choices in the past and feeling paralyzed by fear. Yi Hyuk praises Young-min for recognizing the situation's wrongness. He calls her cool for her judgment despite her personal feelings. Young-min admits she regrets not stopping her friend from bullying Ju Hyun in the past. Yi Hyuk tells her to stop dwelling on it since she was a victim as well. Yi Hyuk clarifies he is not offering advice and warns Young-min to avoid dangerous situations. He mentions the matter actually involves a friend rather than himself. Young-min urges Ju Hyun to return to class to avoid getting in trouble with her mother. Ju Hyun remains silent and despondent on the bench. Young-min explains she is helping out of disgust for their classmates rather than personal forgiveness. Young-min declares she never wants to see anyone else turned into an outcast. Young-min admits she once viewed Ju Hyun as her only enemy, but now refuses to let the cycle of bullying continue. Ju Hyun looks up in surprise at the confession. Young-min leaves Ju Hyun behind and returns to the school building heading toward the classroom alone. Young-min enters the room as the other students watch her in silence. As the school day ends, the red-haired girl slams the desk and demands to see Young-min after school. Young-min tries to endure the confrontation while sitting at her desk. A teacher's message summons both girls to the office the next morning, giving Young-min a chance to escape. She quickly packs her things to leave the room. Young-min hopes to avoid any further trouble by making a hasty departure. The red-haired girl blocks the exit. She asks if Young-min is sneaking out to see her boyfriend. The red-haired girl insults the nature of the relationship just as Si-yeon suddenly appears at the door, making both girls freeze. Si-yeon plans a future outing. He receives a text from Young-min. The text explains her struggles with her classmates. He realizes the situation at school is far more serious than he previously thought. Si-yeon reacts with shock as he reads the message. He is filled with confusion at the contents of the text. He reads the message while drinking, nearly choking in surprise. Si-yeon stops what he is doing immediately. He stares at the phone screen in silence, processing the situation. Jeongmin halts in the school corridor with a look of pure shock. Si-yeon corners her and asks why she ignored his 45 missed calls. He reveals that he sneaked into the building specifically to find her. He continues to press her for an explanation about her radio silence. Si-yeon demands to know which person dared to put their hands on her. He pulls her against him and asks if they should leave immediately. Si-yeon mocks her anxiety and suggests going on a date or returning to his home. He leans in close and says he wants to spend more time with her. A classmate wonders if Jeongmin will be safe or if things have gone too far. He stares past the gate toward the school exit. He maintains an apprehensive gaze as he watches from a distance. He spots Jeongmin walking toward the exit of the school grounds. His face pales with worry as he continues to observe her movements. He wonders why she is leaving the campus accompanied by Si-yeon at this hour. He calls out to her and asks what she is doing. Yi Hyuk mentions his concern regarding their earlier conversation. Si-yeon greets Yi Hyuk by the wrong name. Jeongmin corrects Si-yeon on Yi Hyuk's name, but Si-yeon laughs and claims he cannot remember the name. Si-yeon continues to laugh hysterically while intentionally mangling the name as Yi Hyuk watches him with visible contempt. Si-yeon stops laughing and asks why Yi Hyuk is there, while Yi Hyuk wonders if Si-yeon is losing his mind. Yi Hyuk comments on Si-yeon appearing to be in a good mood. Si-yeon claims he is always in a good mood. Yi Hyuk observes Jeongmin's distressed expression from across the street. He wonders why she looks that way while in Si-yeon's company. Si-yeon pulls Jeongmin close and notes the strange atmosphere between them. Yi Hyuk begins to explain the reason for his sudden appearance at the gate. He explains he came to check on Jeongmin because he was worried about their previous phone call. Jeongmin is shocked by the tense confrontation occurring before her. Seon mocks the fact that the two of them had been talking together on the phone. Jeongmin desperately tries to claim the situation is not what it seems. Jeongmin attempts to explain herself to Seon while Yi-hyuk watches the tense interaction. Seon stares back coldly as she continues her explanation. Seon smirks to himself and wonders if Jeongmin noticed his reaction. Yi-hyuk decides he does not care about Seon's feelings right now. Seon suppresses more laughter as he looks away from Yi-hyuk. Seon denies being angry and offers to give the two of them space to talk. Seon waves goodbye and prepares to leave the pair alone. Jeongmin questions if his sudden generosity is linked to their earlier encounter. Seon asks if they truly suspect him of enjoying violence. He claims he feels a sense of guilt like anyone else, though his smile suggests otherwise. Seon asks why they think he would strike someone again while the pair remains unconvinced of his restraint. Seon insists that he is not a psychopath to emphasize his morality. Seon laughs at their silence and bids them a playful farewell as he steps away. Seon retreats further down the alley to check his phone while the others watch him go. Jeongmin experiences a sense of déjà vu as she recalls a previous violent encounter involving Seon in this alley. Yi-hyuk asks Jeongmin if he spoke out of turn during their earlier conversation. She assures him he did not and looks at him with a gentle smile. Jeongmin reflects on their currently stable situation as they walk together. She wonders if it is safe to speak her mind or if it might put Yi-hyuk in a dangerous position. Seon smirks at his phone, noting his desire to avoid any further misunderstandings with them. Jeongmin tells Yi-hyuk he went too far, though he attempts to offer a quick rebuttal. Yi-hyuk suggests they avoid meeting in front of the school because of Seon's constant presence. Jeongmin listens as he expresses his concerns about their safety. Yi-hyuk recalls seeing the two together and asks Jeongmin if they are dating, catching her off guard. Jeongmin frantically denies the rumor and clarifies that she and Seon are not in a relationship. Yi-hyuk reflects on how strange the situation has become as he watches her. Yi-hyuk questions why she stared at the other man so intently if they are not in a relationship. Yi-hyuk asks for her understanding as a man, hoping she will see his perspective. Jeongmin accepts his explanation and offers her thanks in return. Yi-hyuk clenches his fist while recalling a girl who once had feelings for him. Jeongmin abruptly announces her departure, catching Yi-hyuk completely off guard. She ignores his reaction and turns to leave the scene immediately. Yi-hyuk watches in silence as she walks away into the alley. Yi-hyuk hears a commotion from the distance and questions his own thoughts. Seon intercepts Jeongmin in the alley and claims her backpack zipper is open. Seon touches her while pretending to check for missing items from her bag. Seon lies and tells her that Yi-hyuk has already left. Jeongmin tells Seon that his touch is ticklish as he leans in toward her. Yi-hyuk listens from the shadows as Seon continues his manipulative behavior. Seon tells her that she must accept that whatever is lost is gone forever. Seon declares that her new owner will take care of her forever. Seon tells her that the loss is her own fault and promises that her new owner will love her forever. Young-min looks at Si-yoon with a tired expression. Young-min pinches Si-yoon's face. She then suddenly notices her backpack is wide open. Young-min demands to know if his claim about Yi-hyuk being gone was actually just a joke. Young-min feels relieved that he told the truth while Si-yoon follows closely behind her. Yi-hyuk walks away alone as the sun sets over the city streets. Yi-hyuk recalls being pinned against an alley wall and swears under his breath. Si-yoon and Young-min walk together through the quiet neighborhood. They continue their way home as the day turns to dusk. Si-yoon watches Young-min closely as they walk side by side. He questions silently if she truly has feelings for him. He stays by her side, observing her every movement. Si-yoon reaches out and touches Young-min's mouth. He claims there is something on her lips to justify the contact. Young-min is left flustered and blushing by the sudden intimate touch. Si-yoon remains calm and pulls out his phone to check it as they walk. She stammers a quick thanks, feeling completely overwhelmed. Si-yoon contemplates their future home while scrolling through his screen. He begins planning a luxury wedding trip for the two of them in his head. Si-yoon suggests a takeout dinner while searching for wedding restaurants on his phone. He decides in his heart that he never wants to her with anyone else. Young-min asks what they should do next, and Si-yoon declares that he wants to get married. Si-yoon brushes off his blunt proposal. He clarifies his intent by asking if she is interested in marriage in the future. Young-min is left completely stunned by the unexpected direction of the conversation. Young-min thinks about her traumatic past and concludes that she has no desire to wed. A dark memory of a man's assault surfaces from deep within her past. The painful recollection haunts her, filling her with a sense of dread. Overwhelmed by the memory, Young-min rejects the idea of marriage. Jeong-min asks Si-yoon to explain his earlier behavior and what he meant. Si-yoon suddenly reaches out toward her without warning. He catches her off guard and grabs Jeong-min firmly by the shoulder. Si-yoon begins to pull her close, preparing to pin Jeong-min down. With a sudden movement, he pins her down onto the sofa. Si-yoon leans in close and suggests that they try it again. Jeong-min wonders if Si-yoon is about to kiss her as he moves even closer. Si-yoon maintains his intense gaze while looming over her. Si-yoon stops just before their lips meet and begins to laugh at her. Si-yoon dismisses the tension as a joke and asks if she is hungry. Jeong-min glares at Si-yoon and curses him in her mind. Si-yoon clings to Jeong-min and begs to walk her home. Jeong-min struggles to pry Si-yoon off her while he insists the night is dangerous. Jeong-min looks exhausted while Si-yoon walks beside her with a smile. Jeong-min leans her head against Si-yoon's shoulder as they walk together. Si-yoon asks if she is still upset about the prank, but she sharply denies it. Jeong-min's heart races as she remembers their actual kiss and tries to hide her blushing face. Jeong-min admits she is upset, prompting Si-yoon to ask if she is mad at him. Si-yoon promises never to repeat the prank and tells her not to worry. Jeong-min remains silent and looks away. Jeong-min dismisses the issue but then calls out to Si-yoon to explain the real reason she was angry. Si-yoon listens and waits for her to continue. Internal panic seizes Jeong-min as she realizes she does not know what to say. Jeong-min stammers his name, catching Si-yoon by surprise. She starts to speak but immediately falters. Jeong-min remembers another boy telling her that his kind actions were just an act. The boy in Jeong-min's memory apologizes for causing her to misunderstand his true intentions. The weight of this sudden past memory causes Jeong-min to stop speaking entirely. Si-yoon asks why she suddenly stopped talking and prompts her to finish her sentence. Jeong-min forces a smile and insists to Si-yoon that her earlier thought was actually nothing. Si-yoon looks away, expressing disappointment at her sudden withdrawal from the conversation. Jeong-min says she must go inside now, abruptly ending their time together. She walks away, leaving Si-yoon alone in the street to watch her disappear into the distance. Si-yoon regrets his silence and admits to himself that he misses seeing Jeong-min's anxious expression. He agonizes over whether he should just confess his feelings to her right now. He considers whether it would be better to wait for her to act first instead. Si-yoon decides to wait a few days, convinced his rival will not have a chance to see Jeong-min in the meantime. He walks off, whistling, reflecting that there is nothing worse than leading someone on. Jeong-min walks toward school alone while checking a text from Si-yoon explaining that he is busy today. Jeong-min wonders about Si-yoon's whereabouts while she walks toward school alone. She suddenly stops in her tracks as she spots a familiar face waiting in the distance. Her classmate approaches her and calls out her name in total surprise. She tells him that Si-yoon is absent today, leaving the boy embarrassed by his own impulsive reaction. They continue their conversation as they head toward the school entrance together. As they walk, the boy begins to search through his bag for something to show her. He asks Jeong-min if she thinks he has found something worthwhile to give to her. He presents a cartoon sticker from a bread snack, remembering her past interests in such things. However, he suddenly fears that his gift is too childish and will lead to total embarrassment. He becomes visibly distressed, worried that she will judge him for his juvenile taste. Jeong-min smiles warmly and asks if he still enjoys collecting those types of things. He admits to wanting the sticker while blushing intensely under her playful, teasing gaze. Yi Hyuk demands to know why she is laughing while Jeong-min offers a breathless apology. Jeong-min continues to tease him for his hobby, finding his flustered reaction quite funny. Her words lead Yi Hyuk to admit to himself that perhaps his interests are not manly enough. Jeong-min counters that she finds his interests cute and admits she liked him because of them. Yi Hyuk reels in confusion as his heart races from her sudden confession. Upon arriving at school, Jeong-min requests that they walk together again tomorrow since she gave him the sticker. Jeong-min bids him farewell as they arrive at the entrance to the school. She leaves Yi Hyuk standing in a state of shock after her departure. They agree that they cannot talk in front of Si-yoon and must remain cautious. Yi Hyuk agrees that they must be careful from now on, looking slightly flustered. Walking away, Jeong-min reflects on her hatred for the situation, but admits she must comply to see him. She decides she is simply glad for the opportunity to meet him this way as she turns to head inside. Jiang-min walks through the empty school corridor alone and pauses outside the classroom door with a somber expression. She voices her dread of entering the room before sliding the door open. Jiang-min let out a heavy sigh as she prepared herself to face her classmates. The classroom falls into an uncomfortable silence as she steps inside. Jiang-min moves through the room while her classmates avoid eye contact. The students turn their heads away and refuse to acknowledge her presence as she walks by. Other students whisper and quickly head for the canteen as she reaches her desk. Jiang-min asks if the seat belonged to 𝒩�ဋ𝒁 and learns that the students switched places. Jiang-min realizes that her presence is causing the seating arrangement to constantly shift. The classroom atmosphere remains tense as students pointedly avoid looking at Jiang-min. Jiang-min admits to herself that she no longer wishes to attend class. Jiang-min enters the classroom while other students watch her from the doorway. Classmates immediately excuse themselves to head out the moment Jiang-min passes them. They mention going to the canteen as an excuse to escape the awkward tension in the room. Jiang-min returns to the classroom, noticing the cold atmosphere once again. Jiang-min discovers that 𝒩�ဋ𝒁 requested a seat change specifically to avoid her. Jiang-min stands alone in the room while her peers turn their backs to her. She looks around, feeling the heavy weight of the social exclusion in the air. Jiang-min observes that everyone is actively avoiding her while she sits at her desk. Her phone vibrates on the desk as she considers the extent of her social isolation. 𝒟𝐸 confronts Jiang-min and asks why she was summoned outside so suddenly. She looks annoyed, demanding an explanation for the unexpected meeting. 𝒟𝐸 warns Jiang-min that their situation is not yet resolved despite the morning's quiet. Jiang-min listens to the verbal assault with a weary and somber expression. 𝒟𝐸 smiles coldly, continuing to press her point in their tense conversation. 𝒟𝐸 recalls the white-haired boy's murderous gaze from the previous day. 𝒟𝐸 remarks on the abnormal nature of the pair after witnessing them kiss. 𝒟𝐸 warns Jiang-min that she is isolated by the whole class regardless of the bullying. She notes that Yeon-jae and Seung-ha also want nothing to do with her. Jiang-min tells 𝒟𝐸 that she is free to switch sides now. She offers a cold smile, suggesting 𝒟𝐸 no longer needs to be tied to her. Jiang-min releases 𝒟𝐸 from their alliance, stating that her own school life is already ruined. 𝒟𝐸 asks for the reason behind this sudden change. Jiang-min claims she does not need friends and wants to prevent 𝒟𝐸 from being shunned. She tells 𝒟𝐸 to stop staying with her out of obligation. Jiang-min departs for class alone. 𝒟𝐸 stands in silence, left behind. 𝒟𝐸 sits at her desk and questions the sincerity of Jiang-min's words. She gazes around the empty classroom, feeling more alone than ever. 𝒟𝐸 checks her phone in the classroom and reacts with confusion to a message. 𝒟𝐸 discovers a private chat group created specifically to slander her. She is enraged by the insults her peers have been saying behind her back. 𝒟𝐸 expresses frustration over her misplaced kindness and her lack of true friends. She realizes she is no better than the people she hates. 𝒟𝐸 reflects on Jiang-min's previous attempt to protect her as she sits in bitter silence. Si-yoon meets with a director and questions the reason for being called there. The director informs Si-yoon that his old dorm belongings are ready for pickup. Si-yoon is surprised that the company is returning his property. He wonders why the agency is suddenly being so cooperative after everything that happened. The director asks if Si-yoon is dating anyone lately. Si-yoon thanks the director for his current life despite a past suicide attempt. Si-yoon notes that he is no longer an idol and is being forgotten by the public. Si-yoon shakes hands with the director and confirms that his current house is excellent. The director observes that Si-yoon does not seem angry or sarcastic about his situation. They conclude their meeting on surprisingly amicable terms as the director watches him leave. The director promises to lend the house to Si-yoon until he grows up, provided he follows their condition. Si-yoon shakes hands with the director to confirm the deal. Si-yoon asks if this reminder is the only reason for their meeting. The director looks at him, seemingly finished with the formal business. Si-yoon promises to keep the director's secrets if the agreement is honored. The director concludes that he no longer needs to worry about the past. The director notes that Si-yoon has grown taller and more muscular than before. He remarks on how fragile and skinny Si-yoon used to be. The director recalls the weak image Si-yoon once projected during his trainee days. He is visibly impressed by the transformation he sees in the young man today. The director praises Si-yoon's unscarred appearance despite his past. He admits he was paid to keep their history a secret from the general public. He reflects on how easily people forget scandals over time as new news emerges. The two walk together through the building hallway as their meeting finally concludes. The director offers further assistance, but Si-yoon refuses a ride home. Si-yoon chooses to leave alone, claiming he has another stop to make. Si-yoon stops in his tracks when he spots a familiar figure in the distance and questions if he has finally located the person he suspected. Si-yoon notices a missed call from Young-min and immediately calls her back. He smiles as he hears her voice on the line. Young-min asks about his activities during the afternoon. Si-yoon explains he was meeting an acquaintance at the company. She mentions that her school day is ending and she is about to leave. Si-yoon listens happily to her voice, feeling relieved to speak with her. Si-yoon apologizes for being late and asks to visit Young-min's home later. She agrees to wait for him despite her lingering questions about his whereabouts. Young-min walks through the school hallway alone. She feels uneasy about Si-yoon's secrecy. Si-yoon stands on the street alone, his expression shifting into a cold and focused stare. A brown-haired student with a backpack walks toward the entrance of a building. Si-yoon suddenly lunges forward and grabs the student from behind. The boy reacts with visible shock and confusion. Si-yoon identifies the student as 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ, claiming he recognized him by the back of his neck. He offers a mockingly friendly greeting to the startled boy. The student looks distressed and asks to speak with Si-yoon for a moment. Si-yoon watches him with a chilling, calm smile. Si-yoon remarks that she visits the house often, but 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ explains that he lives alone. 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ realizes with concern that she is not actually with anyone else. He recalls Si-yoon claiming over the phone that she was sleeping right next to him. 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ stands in silent distress as the truth begins to sink in. Si-yoon asks if he is feeling jealous. 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ reacts with visible shock at the blunt question. 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ insists that he and Young-min are only friends, but Si-yoon questions his claim. 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ admits he has no right to be jealous after what he did wrong in the past. 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ warns that Si-yoon will put her in danger because of his violent tendencies. He states that he cannot help but worry regardless of his feelings. 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ notes that the two of them are not actually dating. 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ tells Si-yoon that he has no right to interfere in her private life. Si-yoon vows that it is only a matter of time before he stops her from seeing him again. 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ questions his qualifications to make such demands. Si-yoon says they are enjoying their current relationship. 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ asks if he is playing with her. Si-yoon dismisses the accusation. Si-yoon accuses 𝒩𝒜ℳℰ of being the one playing with her feelings. He calls him a bastard for being nice without having any real feelings. Si-yoon reminds 𝒩𝒑ℰ that he knows better than anyone how much Young-min has suffered because of him. He demands to know what 𝒩𝒑ℰ has to say for himself now. 𝒩𝒑ℰ realizes he is being told to stay away from Young-min and asks how he is supposed to help that. He wonders if he has understood the demand correctly as he looks into Si-yoon's cold eyes. Si-yoon warns 𝒩𝒑ℰ to never dream that he will leave her side for the rest of his life. Si-yoon declares that no matter what tricks he must use, he has made up his mind to keep her by his side forever. 𝒩𝒑ℰ realizes the extreme danger Si-yoon poses and vows to stay with her even if it costs him his life. 𝒩𝒑ℰ fears for Young-min's safety, certain that something bad will happen if she stays by Si-yoon's side. Si-yoon asks if Young-min's kindness has caused 𝒩𝒑ℰ to forget his place, noting she holds no grudge despite everything. Si-yoon laughs and dismisses his intense threats as a mere personal thought, telling 𝒩𝒑ℰ to try giving up if he really wants to. Young-min dreads another boring day at school. She worries about the embarrassment of going down to the canteen for lunch alone. She observes a girl sitting alone at a desk and assumes they are in the same situation. Young-min decides she cannot join the girl sitting alone at the desk. However, she is surprised when another student suddenly approaches her instead. The student asks to sit there, claiming that dozing off in that spot makes it harder for the teacher to catch her. The student shocks Young-min by inviting her to go to lunch together. Young-min stares at her in total disbelief and confusion. The student simply dismisses her confusion about their past history and deleted screenshots. She explains that she had an argument with her other friends and decided none of them were worth her time. Suddenly, the student moves her desk all the way to the front of the classroom. She explains that the new position allows her to see the board more clearly during class. The girl invites Young Min to lunch again, prompting a shocked and aggressive outburst from their nearby classmate. The girl remains completely calm and indifferent to the sudden outburst. The classmate demands to know why the girl is suddenly acting so friendly toward Young Min. The girl remains calm despite the pressure and insists on her original lunch invitation. Young Min mediates the conflict by suggesting that all three of them eat together to stop the public bickering. The other students whisper about Young Min's newfound bravery and her lack of fear when standing before Kim Hae-jin. Young Min feels relieved that having companions will finally stop Si-yoon from worrying about her social isolation. The blue-haired student attempts to speak with Young Min privately, but her rival mocks her for trying to act when Young Min is alone. The two girls argue over their past treatment of Young Min, with both claiming the other is equally guilty of hating her. Young Min interrupts the argument to ask what excuses the two girls use when they want to leave school early. Si-yoon tells Young Min to finish her tasks and meet him outside quickly because he has something important to say. Two men sit across from each other in a quiet cafe to begin a meeting. The man in the cap asks Si-yoon if he is living well. Si-yoon checks his phone with a distant expression. The companion expresses his previous worries and remarks that Si-yoon looks more handsome and celebrity-like than their fellow idols. Si-yoon abruptly decides he has heard enough and ends the meeting. He then leaves the cafe with Young Min following behind him. Si-yoon meets Young Min outside and asks why she arrived at such an hour before they walk away together. Si-yoon asks if something happened and checks if Young Min was hurt somewhere. Young Min questions the identity of the person she saw earlier. She wonders if Si-yoon has acquaintances besides her. Young Min tries to dismiss her suspicions. Si-yoon calls her name to check on her again. Young Min claims she is fine and suggests they head to her house immediately. Si-yoon asks why Young Min sought permission to leave so early as they enter the building. Si-yoon cups Young Min's face and asks if she is truly all right. Si-yoon studies Young Min's expression closely. Young Min reminds Si-yoon that he requested to see her today. She looks up at him with a conflicted expression while he holds her face. Si-yoon laughs and wonders if her behavior is due to their morning conversation or what they intended to discuss. Young Min asks about the identity of the person she saw with him earlier, and Si-yoon hesitates. Si-yoon begins to explain his side of the story. He explains that he simply happened to meet that person on the road. Si-yoon looks at her while waiting for her reaction to his explanation. Si-yoon admits he did not expect to meet the individual there as Young Min pulls him closer. Si-yoon tells Young Min to move away if she does not like their closeness. He gazes into her eyes for a long moment. Finally, Si-yoon leans in for a kiss. Si-yoon's gaze is fixed on her with intense focus. The two an intense kiss in the hallway. Young Min blushes deeply as the kiss continues. She grips his clothing tightly during their embrace. Si-yoon holds Young Min by the shoulders and looks at her. She stares at him in a stunned daze after the kiss. Young Min remains overwhelmed and breathless. Si-yoon calls out to Young Min as she looks away in tears. He pulls her close and reminds her that she was the one who started this. Si-yoon grabs her face and leans in once more. They an intense kiss while she blushes deeply. He holds her face and pulls her closer to continue the kiss. Si-yoon asks if she likes him too, and she softly confirms that she does. He asks if she loves him, and she tearfully agrees. He smirks and asks if she is telling the truth. Si-yoon confesses his love and claims his past hardships were all for the sake of meeting her. He pulls her into another passionate kiss. He pulls back slightly and whispers her name. Young Min returns home and confirms her arrival to her mother. Young Min's mother asks why she is home early. Young Min wonders if teachers typically call parents regarding early departures. Young Min asks to stay at a friend's house overnight. Her mother notes her improved social life and more frequent outings. Her mother requests an introduction to the friend. She reminds Young Min that she has not met any of her friends in years. Her mother asks about a friend named Ju Hyun. Young Min ignores the question and announces her immediate departure. Young Min explains that her friend currently lives without their parents. Her mother stops Young Min to pack some food for the friend. Her mother insists that every child deserves a home-cooked meal regardless of their independence. Young Min walks down the street and looks back to ensure her mother is not watching. Young Min searches for the friend who promised to wait for her. A silver-haired boy surprises Young Min by grabbing her from behind. The boy laughs at Young Min's fright. She hands him the bag of side dishes her mother prepared. The boy is moved that his mother-in-law sent him a meal. Young Min confirms the origin of the food. The pair walks through the neighborhood together. Young-min suddenly stops when she notices something. Young-min scolds the boy for calling her mother his mother-in-law. He laughs and claims he knows her now. He asks if she needs to buy something at the convenience store. Young-min confirms she does. He stops her in her tracks and offers to go inside for her. He tells Young-min to wait outside while he makes the purchase alone. She questions why she cannot go in. He insists on going alone and heads into the store. Young-min watches him with a confused expression. Young-min stands alone on the sidewalk, frustrated by the situation. He returns from the store, quickly surprising Young-min with his speed. Young-min asks what he purchased as he holds the bag close. He promises to show her the item once they arrive home. They walk together while Young-min wonders what he is hiding. She speculates if he bought something embarrassing or inappropriate. Later at the house, the boy relaxes in a robe while Young-min drinks a soda. He calls her honey, catching her off guard while she drinks. The boy leans forward and catches Young-min in a sudden firm kiss. He pulls back with a smirk and asks her if the television is truly more interesting than him. Young-min hides her face and asks why he keeps teasing her while he questions if she dislikes his advances. She takes the initiative to ask him exactly when his feelings for her first began. The boy turns the question back on her, demanding to know the moment she started liking him. He closes the distance and insists that she tell him the absolute truth of her feelings. The boy declares that the joking is over and tells her they should do things for real now. He pins her to the floor and pulls her into a deep, passionate kiss. He breaks the kiss to point out she forgot to breathe and explains that is why she is gasping. He nuzzles her neck and suggests they need more practice, prompting her to call him a pervert again. Young-min reflects on her naive belief that their relationship would remain unchanged even after they started dating. The physical intensity of their encounter proves that her assumption was entirely wrong. He cups her face and asks if she was disappointed by what he bought at the convenience store earlier. Seon admits to having feelings for her since the very beginning. Young-min considers his claim unbelievable. He specifies that the attraction began when they first met in a dream. Seon notes she saved him and he realized his feelings at the cinema. She reflects on how that day was a significant first for her. Young-min finds discussing these memories fun. Seon tells her that her lips are delicious. Young-min spits out her drink in total shock. She blames his nonsense for the mess that she made on him. Seon laughs and offers to go shower again to clean off the drink. Young-min plans to clean the kitchen as he walks out of the room. Her phone vibrates repeatedly in her pocket. She checks the screen with a dark, uneasy look. Young-min remains silent and visibly troubled by her phone. Seon suggests they should go to sleep since the television program is boring. He pulls her closer and suggests they talk or do something more interesting in bed. As they settle in, Seon watches Young-min sleep and thinks she looks adorable. He smiles to himself, admitting how much he truly likes her. Later, Young-min wakes up and finds herself admiring Seon's impressive physique. Seon notices her gaze and asks why she is looking at him so intently. Sometime later, Seon repeatedly calls out Young-min's name to wake her up. He notes that she is waking up very late today compared to usual. Seon warns Young-min that he will have to touch her if she does not wake up now. He continues to tease her as she stubbornly remains fast asleep. Seon covers his face with his hands, seemingly overwhelmed by her cuteness. Young-min finally wakes up looking completely confused by her surroundings. Young-min asks why Seon is on the floor while Seon claims it is nothing. Young-min asks if Seon prepared the pasta himself. Seon confesses he ordered delivery and simply plated the food. Young-min realizes that the meal was not actually homemade after all. A phone notification suddenly startles Young-min as Seon watches her reaction closely. Young-min asks for a minute to check her phone. Seon's expression turns dark as he observes her troubled reaction to the screen. Young-min hugs Seon from behind and thanks him for the meal. Seon refuses Young-min's offer to wash the dishes. He states firmly that he does not want her hands to touch any water. Seon asks for a romantic hug from behind if she feels pity for him, and Young-min complies. Young-min embraces Seon tightly while he works at the sink. Seon remarks happily on how they look like a newlywed couple. Seon suggests having strawberries for dessert and offers to buy some after he finishes the dishes. Seon claims he would go to any length to buy her strawberries if she wants to eat them. Seon proposes marriage and promises to buy her delicious food every day. Seon teases Young-min for her face turning completely red. He reaffirms his serious desire to marry her regardless of her reaction. Young-min prepares to kiss Seon in the middle of their conversation. Suddenly, another notification sounds from her phone, catching her off guard. Young-min pulls away from the kiss as the phone continues to buzz. Seon questions who has been repeatedly messaging her, noting the constant vibrations. Young-min asks Seon to promise he will not get angry with her. She hesitates for a moment before she begins to explain the situation. Seon's expression turns somber as he anticipates what she is about to say. Seon teases her for acting coy just to avoid his inevitable anger. He sighs and tells her to continue with her explanation. Young-min reveals that Yi Hyuk has been texting her a lot recently. Young-min explains she occasionally replies to be polite, while Seon becomes visibly annoyed. Young-min expresses uncertainty about Yi Hyuk wanting to see her, prompting Seon to suggest she cut him off. Young-min hesitates to end the relationship, abruptly suggesting it might not be a good idea. A bandaged man makes a phone call in a memory while Seon remains silent. Seon questions if Yi Hyuk's situation is truly dire and if he would be left entirely alone. Seon notes Yi Hyuk has a family and a social life, but Young-min denies the simplicity of the matter. Yi Hyuk concludes that Seon is a dangerous man and fears for Young-min's safety. Seon continues to push Young-min for answers regarding her past troubles. Yi Hyuk lies in bed grappling with the realization that he cares deeply for Young-min. He stares blankly at his phone while lost in his own thoughts. Yi Hyuk acknowledges that Young-min finds him annoying but feels he has no other choice. He decides to be selfish and shameless to prevent an unfortunate future for her. He vows to get Young-min away from Seon and keep her by his side at any cost. Yi Hyuk remains still consumed by his desperate resolve. He finds himself standing suddenly in a vast, empty white void. He questions why he has appeared in such a strange and featureless place. He notices a dark, misty alleyway and begins to investigate the familiar surroundings. He sees a vision of a younger Young-min crying while they were in high school. A white-haired boy corners Young-min in the alley and pulls her into a forced embrace. The white-haired boy smiles triumphantly as he holds her. He stops and calls out to her. He walks into the dark alley and spots Young-min standing near the wall. He gasps in shock as he realizes what is happening. He questions why this dream has brought him to this specific location. The white-haired boy looms over Young-min and pins her against the wall. The white-haired boy turns his head and grins mockingly at him. The white-haired boy pulls Young-min close and kisses her. He stands in the distance and watches the two kiss. He stares at the kiss in silent disbelief. The white-haired boy grips her waist and continues the kiss. He thinks to himself that he does not want to see this. He discovers that he cannot move his body to intervene. The white-haired boy smirks at him while still kissing Young-min. He pleads for the scene to stop as he remains frozen. Yi Hyuk jolts awake, his body drenched in cold sweat. He gasps for air while sitting up in bed. He clutches the sheets and stares blankly into the room. In the classroom, a student offers to introduce Yi Hyuk to a potential girlfriend. Yi Hyuk asks for her photo and stares at the phone screen while his friend admires the girl's appearance. He gives a cold, disinterested response, confusing his classmates. The group falls into a tense silence as Yi Hyuk hangs his head. He snaps at his friends, fiercely denying that the girl is his ex-girlfriend. The dark-haired girl wonders how long he has harbored feelings for her. Yi Hyuk breaks down in tears against her shoulder in the alleyway. He admits he has never been in a situation like this before. Suddenly, a tall rival appears in the distance watching them. The white-haired boy claims he came to pick her up, his expression turning dark. A foot steps firmly onto a discarded paper beneath the series title. Seon interjects and pulls the girl away from Yi Hyuk. Seon remarks that their conversation is clearly not over yet. Seon tells the girl to step back. He promises to handle the matter without causing her trouble. Seon asks for her trust as she prepares to walk away from the encounter. The girl retreats while wondering if the situation will truly resolve peacefully. She admits having no choice but to leave the conflict to Seon after his sudden arrival. The girl looks back with concern as the two boys face each other in the distance. Yi Hyuk warns Seon that he will not tolerate any harm coming to the girl. Seon mocks Yi Hyuk's hidden nature. He mentions seeing the contents of his dreams. Seon taunts him by describing how the girl is much more beautiful in reality. He emphasizes that her true appearance far surpasses what he saw in his dreams. He mocks the boy's obsession and the secrets hidden in his mind. Seon reveals that he intentionally invaded the boy's dreams. He admits he did this to drive him toward madness. Seon contemplates a lethal revenge but decides on a punishment he can hide from the girl. Seon reminds the boy of his past arrogance and forbids him from ever contacting her again. Seon stares downward with a cold expression while wearing a face mask. Seon asks who would tolerate a friend having feelings for their lover and admits the situation makes him want to kill. Lee-hyuk recoils in shock and asks Seon what is wrong with him as the confrontation turns aggressive. Seon tightens his grip and warns Lee-hyuk never to touch her again. He states he is barely restraining his urge to shred his face to pieces. Jeongmin watches from a distance with a worried expression. Seon walks away from a defeated and hunched over Lee-hyuk. Lee-hyuk remains alone in the alley clutching his chest and gasping for air. Jeongmin hesitates as she follows, feeling uneasy about the situation. She questions if Seon went too far with his threats back there. She tries to reassure herself that Lee-hyuk has many people to depend on. Seon approaches Jeongmin with a bright smile and tells her she should have gone on ahead. Seon dismisses Jeongmin's questions about the encounter. He suggests they go out for a meal since they are already outside. The couple arrives at a steakhouse to begin their dinner date. Seon puts on a pleasant face as they sit down together to eat. Seon mentions that a new season of a show she liked is coming out. He invites her to watch it together next weekend. Jeongmin realizes she has been quiet and offers a quick apology for being distracted. Seon notices Jeongmin is distracted and asks why she has been spaced out during their meal. Jeongmin gives a small smile and agrees that a quiet night together would be nice. Seon suggests they continue their date at home since the outdoors seems to be distracting her. Seon watches Jeongmin with a cold, piercing gaze while waiting for her reaction. Back at home, Jeongmin checks her phone. She finds a brief apology message sent by Lee-hyuk. Jeongmin resolves to stop dwelling on the past. Seon suddenly reaches out and takes hold of her face. Seon kisses Jeongmin forcefully. She reacts with immediate shock. Seon pulls back and reveals he has been calling her name for a while. Jeongmin realizes she was completely distracted. Seon maintains a silent, piercing stare. Seon asks why she still thinks about the other man when their relationship is over. Jeongmin tries to explain her feelings. Jeongmin admits she was unsettled because the man cried in front of her. She promises she will be over it soon. Jeongmin apologizes and decides to go home, promising to feel better tomorrow. Seon agrees to bring her home after she gathers her things. Seon drinks from a mug while Jeongmin walks away. Seon stares ahead with a cold, dark expression. Seon internally curses the man for gaining Jeongmin's pity. He watches her leave with simmering anger. Jeongmin prepares to depart after their conversation. A loud, shattering sound stops Jeongmin in her tracks. Jeongmin runs back into the room to check on Seon. Seon kneels on the floor with a bleeding hand amidst broken glass and spilled liquid. He apologizes for the accident. Seon claims he simply slipped. Jeongmin looks on in stunned silence. Seon seethes over the other man's attempt to win Jeongmin's attention through sympathy. Jeongmin pauses as a sudden loud sound echoes from the room she just left. Jeongmin reacts with visible shock and horror. Jeongmin shouts for Seon and asks what is wrong. Jeongmin stares in stunned silence as tears well in her eyes. Seon kneels on the kitchen floor amidst a pool of spilled liquid and shattered glass. Jeongmin remains frozen in a state of distress while watching him. Seon apologizes and claims he was not being careful. Seon asks if she is truly all right and she apologizes for being scared. Jeongmin worries about a potential scar while Seon gazes at her. Seon insists on escorting her home despite his injured hand. Seon mentions he is left-handed to dismiss the severity of the scratch. Seon wonders if she has finally forgotten about the other man for a moment. Seon playfully pushes her along as she reacts in confusion. Seon stands alone in the darkened hallway. Seon stands alone in his dark apartment. He stares forward with a blank and cold expression. Seon discards a shattered cup and decides he must buy a replacement. A sudden sound from outside catches Seon by surprise. Seon opens the door to find the girl waiting for him. She looks at him with a weary and troubled gaze. The girl announces that she will spend the night at his place. Seon admits that he was worried about her staying alone. He warns her that her fresh wound will become more painful as the night goes on. Seon pins her against the door, causing her to whisper his name in surprise. He asks if she planned this and confesses that she drives him crazy. Seon smiles and asks if she has come to help him. He leans in and requests a kiss on his cheek. Seon fakes pain in his bandaged hand to fluster her into showing him affection. Youngmin asks if the cheek kiss was enough and Seon confirms it with a smile. Seon demands a proper kiss and Youngmin calls him too demanding before leaning in. The two a deep kiss. Youngmin complains that her neck is tired and tells Seon to lower himself. Seon happily pulls Youngmin toward the bed. Youngmin pins Seon down on the bed as they lie together. Seon remarks that this position makes it much easier for them. Seon, holding Youngmin's face, laughs at her flustered expression. Ju Hyun sits alone in a quiet classroom. Ju Hyun tries to sleep through her hunger, but is suddenly startled by something on her desk. Ju Hyun looks up in surprise at the person standing before her. Ju Hyun watches Youngmin walk away while drinking a soda. A classmate calls for Youngmin to hurry, as Ju Hyun stares in silence. Ju Hyun gazes at the burger and drink left behind for her. A male student calls out to Ju Hyun as she remains lost in thought. A red-haired student demands that Ju Hyun accompany her outside immediately. Ju Hyun follows the student as Youngmin watches them leave. Youngmin suddenly grabs Ju Hyun's wrist to stop her from leaving. The redhead asks what Youngmin wants while Youngmin hesitates to answer. Youngmin claims she has a prior plan to talk with Ju Hyun, prompting another student to drag the furious redhead away. Youngmin tells Ju Hyun that she is leaving first. The two girls walk through the school corridor as a student watches from behind. The student remains silent while Ju Hyun and Youngmin walk toward the exit. Ju Hyun and Youngmin walk across the paved schoolyard in silence. Youngmin prepares to leave, but Ju Hyun calls out to stop her. Youngmin refuses payment for the bread and milk, insisting that she will cover the expense herself. Youngmin walks away, leaving Ju Hyun standing alone in the yard. Youngmin considers how confused Ju Hyun must be by her unusual gentleness. Youngmin wonders if Ju Hyun intends to keep letting Kim Hae-jin and Yu Ju bully her. Youngmin reflects on her own history with the bullies and decides she must protect Ju Hyun from them. Youngmin stands alone and reflects on the current situation in silence. Youngmin proposes inviting Ju Hyun into their circle to end the bullying, but Sora dismisses the idea as a hero complex. Sora protests the impossibility of befriending both a bully and a victim simultaneously, while stressing her own frustration. Sora fears for the group's stability, while Youngmin turns to request Yoonju's input on the matter. Yoonju supports Sora and questions the longevity of Youngmin's current compassion for Ju Hyun. Yoonju recalls a memory of Ju Hyun and admits she harbors a deep personal dislike for her. Sora mentions that Ju Hyun previously betrayed Yoonju by stabbing her in the back. Youngmin requests a private talk with Yoonju and leaves a frustrated Sora shouting behind them. Youngmin asks for the full history between the two girls. Yoonju admits she once idolized Ju Hyun. Yoonju begins to recount her past with a pained expression. Yoonju explains how she continued to trust Ju Hyun after a betrayal only to find the entire friendship was a lie. Yoonju confesses that Ju Hyun used her and Sora to target Youngmin before casting her aside when she was no longer useful. Youngmin spots Ju Hyun sitting alone at the back of the classroom and decides to approach. Youngmin contemplates the possibility that her offer will be rejected but decides to proceed anyway. Youngmin calls out to Ju Hyun, who turns around in sudden surprise. Youngmin invites Ju Hyun to join them for lunch. Ju Hyun is left stunned by the unexpected offer. Seyoon rejects the proposal immediately while leaning against Youngmin. Seyoon questions why Youngmin would be so kind to a person who used to bully her. Youngmin denies being close to her and claims she actually dislikes the girl. Youngmin admits her frustration with the girls around them, while Seyoon notes her kindness serves as a lifeline for Ju Hyun. Youngmin reacts with confusion as Seyoon hides his face against her shoulder. Seyoon confesses that he hates having so many people surrounding her. Youngmin asks him directly if he is feeling jealous. Youngmin points out that they are all girls, but Seyoon insists he would worry regardless of their gender. Seyoon remains silent and continues to cling to Youngmin. Seyoon asks about moving her belongings to his place. He mentions the day they officially start dating as a possible time for the move. Seyoon brings up a previous visit from a member of his old band. Youngmin mentions the man has contacted her. She claims she remembers nothing he said. Youngmin considers that maybe he wants to make peace with Seyoon. Youngmin considers whether the former band member is trying to reconcile with Seyoon. Youngmin notices Seyoon is ignoring the topic and decides she should not meddle further. Youngmin embraces Seyoon and reflects that it would be better if he had other friends to rely on besides her. The pink-haired man notes that Seyoon has changed significantly. He comments that Seyoon now seems to lack his own opinions. One member describes a metaphorical wall that has grown between them and Seyoon. Another teammate reveals the shocking news that Seyoon is dating a fan. The dark-haired man insults Siyun for losing his talent over a girl and calls him a loser. The pink-haired man criticizes his teammate for his foul mouth. He tells the man he is wrong for devaluing Siyun's worth. The dark-haired man boasts that women beg to follow him and dismisses accusations of being a bastard. The pink-haired man demands his teammate act more professionally and think about their fans. The teammate explains that he only wants to be a singer. He mentions that he plans to leave the idol group once he is famous. The dark-haired man asks how Siyun is currently faring. A student asks her friend why she is suddenly skipping meals despite her obvious hunger. The dark-haired girl explains that the harassment makes eating impossible. She promises to be her friend. The girl asks her friend if she committed some wrong against Yoonju. The dark-haired girl suggests resolving the conflict through conversation since the group already eats meals together. She admits to making a mistake. She expresses surprise that her previous words were taken so literally. The gray-haired girl offers a sudden apology that shocks everyone present. She attempts to apologize to So-ra, who reacts with confusion. The dark-haired girl observes the obvious confusion in the other student. She wonders why her advice is being followed so obediently and questions the girl's state of mind. The dark-haired girl remains silent and lost in her own thoughts. She watches from a distance as two other students walk together through the courtyard. She realizes she no longer fears the people who used to intimidate her. She finds a strange comfort in this new realization. She declares that she is no longer afraid of anyone, including Ha-ju-hyun. The girl looks down in silence as she continues her reflection. She decides to let go of her hatred for her own comfort and questions if they will ever be together again. She reflects that while everything is subject to change, that law of change remains constant. She muses on the impossibility of predicting what will happen in the world. She resolves that she can now fight So-ra or others. This confidence stems from the fact that Yoonju is now on her side. Jeong-min invites the other girl to the canteen after lunch. The girl reacts with a look of stunned disbelief. She hesitates and stutters while trying to formulate a response. She finally agrees and walks side by side with Jeong-min. The girl notes that Jeong-min has something on her cheek. She instructs Jeong-min to stay still so she can remove the object. Jeong-min reacts with visible alarm as the girl's hand approaches her face. She stares in shock as the hand reaches out toward her. Jeong-min abruptly pulls away, leaving the girl's hand hanging in the air. Jeong-min questions the reason behind her own physical rejection. The other girl looks on with a crestfallen expression. Jeong-min tells him to wear casual clothes because he is already handsome, but he remains sitting on his bed. Siyun insists on dressing up to ensure he is worthy of standing next to someone as pretty as Jeong-min. He continues his praise by claiming she is the most beautiful person in the world. Siyun collapses onto his bed and laughs with unrestrained joy. Siyun laughs and tells the caller that the situation is hilarious before asking them to wait a moment. He continues to smile at his phone as the person on the other end expresses confusion. He promises to see the caller later and ends the conversation abruptly. He exhales deeply and sits upright on the edge of his bed. He notes that her school life seems to be going well while he gazes at his phone. His expression shifts into a sharp and intense stare. He stands up from the bed with a sense of purpose. A man in a mask and cap walks down a city street while talking on his phone. He stops walking and looks ahead after spotting someone approaching in the distance. He wonders if the stranger thinks he is a famous artist or someone important. He recoils in shock upon recognizing that the man walking toward him is Baek Si-yoon. The two men come to a halt and stand face to face on the sidewalk. Baek Si-yoon stares at the man in the cap with suspicion while the man freezes in place, dreading a confrontation. He realizes the stranger is Baek Si-yoon and panics at the unexpected meeting, fearing that discovery is imminent. His heart races as he wonders if his disguise has already failed. He begs himself to stay calm and avoid being found out. Back at home, he rages against the insult of being forgotten. He declares that the feeling is absolutely terrible. His roommates hear the shouting and wonder what is wrong. They dismiss his anger as another problem involving girls. He stands alone in the room, brooding over the encounter. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he stops being angry. He decides that the lack of recognition was only natural given his covered appearance. He strikes a triumphant pose and resolves to shock the other man. He plans to reveal his true, successful image soon. A man laughs hysterically while his companions debate taking him to a hospital or ignoring his episode. The silver-haired man covers his mouth in shock and claims he cannot believe his eyes. He asks if she is trying to set a world record for beauty while she avoids his gaze. He leans in to proclaim her a goddess, and she tells him he is being too dramatic. The man asks if they have reached the correct location, and the woman confirms it. They enter the building, and the man remarks on the beauty of the interior. The woman asks what they should order to drink while they stand at the counter. The woman expresses relief as she finally takes a seat at a table. She looks up in confusion as the man approaches the booth. The man sits directly beside her on the same side of the table and leaves her stunned. He argues that sitting together is better despite her complaints about the lack of space. He dismisses her offer to pay for her coffee and puts his arm around her. Touching her chin, the man remarks that he was the one who invited her, yet feels he is only receiving. He looks at her directly and asks if she wants anything in return. She explains that she needs to do something for him to feel comfortable. The man smiles brightly and announces that he wants to get drunk. The woman stares at him in shocked silence. He continues to hold her face and gazes into her eyes. Leaning closer, he specifies that he wants to get drunk on her kiss. She beats him over the head and calls him ridiculous as he pleads for her to stop. She orders him to stop joking and maintains that she needs nothing from him. The man looks away in pensive silence. The woman walks down a city street and yawns. She winces at how exhausted she feels. Jeong-min and the silver-haired man swing together late into the night. The pair reunites later within the confines of a dream. At school, Jeong-min recalls his advice that lucid dreaming is necessary for proper rest. She attributes her unusual exhaustion to the long night spent out. She slumps onto her desk to nap before the next lesson starts. While drifting off, she notes the cold weather and the need for warmer clothing. The teacher concludes the lesson and dismisses the class for a break. A classmate shakes Jeong-min's shoulder to wake her. Jeong-min startles awake and learns the teacher requested she be roused. She looks around the classroom in a daze. She discovers a pink blanket draped over her shoulders. Jeong-min asks Yoon-ju if the blanket belongs to her. Yoon-ju explains the blanket was already there when she approached. Jeong-min remains confused as another student sits quietly nearby. A voice calls out to Ha-ju-hyun, causing her to turn in confusion. She looks back in surprise as she is addressed. A student returns a pink blanket and offers her thanks. Ha-ju-hyun asks how the other girl knew the blanket belonged to her. A man searches the empty walkway, wondering where his target went. The man curses his rival, frustrated by the perceived disrespect. He recalls a smiling, silver-haired man and fumes over being looked down upon. He vows to see who will ultimately win their confrontation. A friend asks Jeong-min if they can spend time together after school. The friend points out a popular restaurant she found on social media. Jeong-min admits she has already visited that location several times with Si-yoon. The friend insists they go today so Jeong-min can recommend the best dish. Jeong-min repeatedly declines making excuses for today, tomorrow, and the day after. She continues to push the plans further back, eventually rejecting even a vague future date. The friend snaps in frustration at the rejection while Jeong-min insists she truly wants to go. Jeong-min explains that Si-yoon would have to eat alone without her and would be unhappy about it. The girl with glasses listens as her friends discuss her relationship. The purple-haired girl asks if the boyfriend is controlling, but the friend denies it while questioning his true motives. The friend points out the constant cancellations despite their long history, but the girl admits they have not known each other long. The purple-haired girl calls the situation bad luck, which visibly irritates the girl with glasses. The friend asks if the girl is being forced to isolate herself, causing her to wonder why she cares so much about his reaction. The purple-haired girl argues that the boyfriend is not a child and questions the constant worrying. She mentions his personal hardships and loneliness, while the girl with glasses recalls the online rumors about him. The girl defends him against bullying rumors but refuses to his private business with her friends. The girl with glasses tries to reason with her friend about her choices. The purple-haired girl expresses frustration over her friend's stubbornness, leading to a brief argument with the girl with glasses. The girl stops the bickering as her friend asks if she is still joining them for the outing. The friend challenges her to come along if the boyfriend is truly as permissive as she claims. The purple-haired girl offers unwanted relationship advice that is immediately dismissed. The group approaches Ju-hyun and invites her to go out for a meal after school. Ju-hyun declines the invitation, stating she needs to stay behind to study extra. The three girls listen to the explanation and acknowledge the situation. The man in the hoodie experiences a sudden moment of clarity regarding the truth of the matter. The silver-haired man questions 𝒩𝒩 about his role in a past incident involving a conglomerate's son. 𝒩𝒩 mocks the idea of his own influence while casually drinking from a cup. 𝒩𝒩 challenges the man's next move, as their hands clash in a tense physical confrontation. The silver-haired man thanks 𝒩𝒩 for sabotaging his career and preventing his debut as a singer. The silver-haired man dismisses his past injuries and claims he only ever wanted attention before leaving for urgent business. 𝒩𝒩 asks if the man is telling the truth, while the silver-haired man turns away and offers an unsettling final grin. 𝒩𝒩 watches the man walk away and concludes that he has completely lost his mind. The silver-haired man reflects on the encounter with a cold, dismissive expression. The silver-haired man walks calmly through the streets alone. The group of schoolgirls spots the man and greets him with enthusiastic cheers. Sora attempts to act unconcerned while internalizing her excitement over the man's presence as she greets him. The silver-haired man dismisses Sora's claims of being Jeongmin's best friend. He pulls Jeongmin close, physically asserting his dominance in the situation. The silver-haired man announces his intention to take Jeongmin away for the rest of the day. He watches the group's reaction with a cold and calculating gaze. He maintains a charming yet unsettling smile throughout the declaration. The man gives a card to Jeongmin and tells her to buy something delicious to eat with her friends. Jeongmin accepts the card while her companion expresses envy over the generous gesture. Sora questions if Jeongmin is too trusting of others. She wonders aloud if the man finds that specific trait appealing. A hand reaches out towards the silver-haired man's head during the exchange. Smoke begins to rise from the man's hair, catching Sora's attention. Sora suddenly grabs the man's head in a surprising and frantic move. Sora stares in shock as she realizes the implications of her actions. The man remains entirely composed despite the unexpected and invasive contact. Sora quickly apologizes for her sudden and frantic movement. She retracts her hand and attempts to act as if nothing unusual happened. The man offers a brief apology before turning to leave the group behind. Jeongmin watches him walk away and feels unsettled by the intensity of his care. Jeongmin confronts Si-yoon at his home after the day's events. She questions why she works so hard for his sake despite the tension. Si-yoon asks what occurred earlier that day to make her so stressed. He watches her closely, waiting for an honest explanation. However, Jeongmin insists that nothing is wrong. Si-yoon asks if she visited his house solely for that reason, and she confirms it. Si-yoon brings up Kang 𝒩𝒩, whom Jeongmin identifies as the person with the worst relationship with him. Si-yoon looks away and admits that he crossed paths with Kang 𝒩𝒩 earlier that day. Si-yoon reveals his past bullying was orchestrated by Kang 𝒩𝒩, who also stole his style and sabotaged his career. Jeongmin concludes that these revelations are the source of Si-yoon's current distress. Jeongmin invites Si-yoon to go somewhere with her while looking at him with deep concern. Jeongmin reflects on the necessity of staying by his side during these difficult moments. Jeongmin silently curses Kang 𝒩𝒩 for his past actions and the pain he caused. Jeongmin kneels down and Si-yoon speaks her name as he gazes at her from his seat. Si-yoon pulls Jeongmin into a tight embrace as they sit together on the floor. He holds her close, seeking comfort and warmth in her presence. Their faces draw close as Si-yoon prepares to kiss her. Si-yoon and Jeongmin a deep lingering kiss. Si-yoon pulls back slightly to ask if her mood has improved yet. Si-yoon leans in again and looks deeply into Jeongmin's eyes. He leans closer and softly whispers Jeongmin's name. Si-yoon questions if she has ever had such intimacy with anyone else. Si-yoon demands confirmation that he is the most special person in her life, and she agrees. Si-yoon notes his lack of emotion when facing the man who ruined his life. Si-yoon admits to feeling maddened by the sight of other people close to Jeongmin. Si-yoon admits he hates himself and resolves to hide the truth from her. Jeongmin urges Si-yoon to report the man if he continues to cause trouble. She watches him closely, pleading for him to take her advice to heart. Si-yoon mocks the idea of her seeking revenge or scolding the culprit on his behalf. Si-yoon laughs at her sincerity while she demands he take her seriously. Si-yoon pulls her back into an embrace, deciding that he requires no one in his life but her. He pulls her close and confesses that she is driving him crazy. Si-yoon claims she has improved his mood, but she warns him to behave better around her friends. Jeong-min reveals she apologized to her friend for his behavior as Si-yoon offers his own apology. Jeong-min suggests staying at his house for the upcoming weekend. She offers to cook a delicious meal for him. She teases him about plating takeout food as they walk together. A hooded observer watches the couple from afar. He notes Si-yoon's constant presence at the school gate. The observer questions how they can stay together all day. The stalker plans to take action if he manages to find an opening. He decides that he wants to confront Si-yoon's girlfriend. The dark-haired man shivers in the freezing winter air. Days later, the roommates watch the man leave and wonder if he has started dating. One roommate watches the man leave, curious about his sudden change in behavior. They decide that him being in a relationship would be a relief for everyone. The man wanders the streets checking the time and his surroundings. He fears he will never find an opportunity to approach the girl with Si-yoon always around. He resolves to make one last attempt today. If he is not successful, he considers that he'll have to look for a different solution. He notices with surprise that the girl's protector has failed to show up at the gate. The man laughs to himself, feeling a surge of confidence. He notes that even a clingy person cannot be present every single day. He is amused that things are finally going as expected. He gleefully prepares to approach the girl and flirt with her. The stalker's expression suddenly shifts to one of pure shock and fear. He is suddenly confronted by the silver-haired youth he was trying so hard to avoid. The silver-haired youth asks why he has been followed lately, catching the stalker off guard. He smiles knowingly at the man's obvious distress. The youth corners the man against the wall and asks how he was located. The stalker tries to hide his real intention of finding the girl. The stalker stammers in shock, unable to form a coherent response. The silver-haired youth accuses him of lying about his feelings. He suggests it is all due to a deep sense of jealousy and inferiority. The youth claims his only desire is to be noticed. The stalker considers the hidden motives behind his own words as he faces the truth. The silver-haired youth notices that the other man's self-esteem has already been wounded. The brown-haired man admits his jealousy and blames the youth for preventing his debut. He demands the youth stop looking at him pathetically. The youth notes that he is simply taller and asks where else he would look. The silver-haired youth reveals he has a girlfriend. The other man is left confused by the sudden remark. The silver-haired youth bluntly states that the brown-haired man is not his type. The youth rejects him again, prompting the man to shout that he is not gay. The man corners a student behind a building and orders her to remain silent. He warns that they will both be in trouble if discovered, while the girl asks for his identity. He reaches out and firmly grips her by the wrist. The man drags her along as she pleads for him to be gentle and laments her bad luck. The girl questions why she is forced to meet with him at all. He snatches the phone from her hand just as she attempts to call Si-yoon. The man instructs her to retrieve her phone from the male teacher's restroom after her classes end. He looms over her and demands to know if she understands his instructions. The girl looks away in distress, certain that Si-yoon is waiting for her. The girl realizes her stolen phone prevents her from contacting Si-yoon and regrets not memorizing his number. She recognizes the gravity of the situation as a man approaches her from behind. Kang Na-hyuk traps her against a wall in an alley and remains confident that Baek Si-yoon cannot find them. He grabs her chin and asks if she is his girlfriend. The man insults her appearance by calling her average. This causes the girl to react with visible annoyance. He realizes that girls generally dislike hearing such comments. The man changes his mind, calling her face pretty. He then asks her to date him. The girl is stunned as the man claims Baek Si-yoon is completely worthless. He asserts that Si-yoon has a boring personality and predicts their relationship will end soon. The man promises that dating him will improve her confidence. He mentions her history with bullying and offers to support her. The girl wonders how he knows so much about her life. She trembles and asks if he is a stalker. The man laughs off the accusation, claiming she only idolizes Baek Si-yoon because of her youth and lack of experience. The man asserts that his rival has no future after dropping out and mocks him for failing to debut as an idol. He boasts about his superior experience and expresses confidence that he can satisfy her. He tells her she will realize he is the right choice once she matures and notes their similarities. He dismisses any comparison between himself and the other man, insisting they are on entirely different levels. The girl questions the company's decision to choose him over Si-yoon. She acknowledges that he does have a handsome face. She points out they are all the same age and declares she has no interest in anyone but Si-yoon. He calls her crazy and questions her lack of vigilance in such a dangerous situation. He squeezes her hand with force and reminds her they are alone in a deserted alleyway. She looks at him with a tired expression as he asks if she still wants to threaten him. Baek Si-yoon arrives and calls out to her, telling her to look at him. Baek Si-yoon pulls her into a sudden kiss. He holds her close and continues the kiss. The other man watches in shock as Si-yoon continues to kiss her. He declares she is his. He licks her face. He flinches for a moment. He pulls her back into a deep, gasping kiss. He shoves the other man away and cups her face with his bandaged, bloodied hand. He deepens the kiss with hungry passion. He continues to kiss her with intense focus. He continues to kiss her while the bystander watches in stunned silence. She pulls away and tells him it is enough. He asks for a little more, but she says they must go home first. She stares ahead blankly while he clings to her shoulder. The bystander warns that she cannot leave the man like that, drawing a sharp look from him. She commands him not to look at her in that manner. He remains silent with a dejected expression. She holds his bloodied, bandaged hand and tells him she is more worried about him. She warns him he is making things worse and states she cannot go to prison with him. He apologizes as the onlooker marvels at the crazy man's sudden submission. The silver-haired man glances back. The bruised youth recoils in shock. He walks away with the girl while she gazes back with a troubled expression. The youth collapses to the pavement before jumping up to chase after them. The silver-haired man pauses to throw a cap back toward the youth. He dismisses the youth with a sharp gesture as the cap hits its target. The girl questions if letting him go is safe and worries he might expose them. The man asserts the boy will remain silent because his pride outweighs his fear. He explains the youth would rather die than admit to losing a fight. The girl follows him while contemplating the weight of the situation. She privately admits her relief at his protective violence. She stops him by the chin and demands his full attention. She inspects the fresh wound on his lip and asks how he got hurt again. She maintains a steady, concerned gaze as she evaluates his condition. She points to his chest and instructs him to button his shirt. He stares at her in silence, seemingly baffled by the command. The girl questions his sudden modesty while looking at his open shirt. He suddenly covers his chest in a fit of bashfulness. He asks her to button his shirt for him while she watches with a flat expression. She tells him to show his chest if he wants, leading him to ask if she is forbidding him from doing so. She insists on going home quickly, but he pulls her close and claims he is in a hurry as well. He embraces her and then breaks into a loud protest while she tells him to speed up. She smiles and informs him that they are going to the hospital before heading home. She warns that the nurse will scold him and tells him to look after his hands. He recalls the many times that she has saved him in the past. He pulls her into a tight hug and looks at her with an intense expression. She turns her back and walks away down the street. She looks back after hearing her name called from the darkness. He thinks about staying by her side forever. The boy with the bruised face shouts that he was never considered a member and demands to be left alone. The purple-haired boy blames the man for destroying his relationship with his brother. He expresses deep resentment over the loss of his family connection. He examines an old cell phone and notes that Kang Na-hyuk bought an outdated model. He questions the identity of the bruised man hiding under the bed covers. The man aggressively reclaims the phone and forces the boy out of the room. The man realizes he failed to return the phone just as a call begins to vibrate. He is caught off guard by the unexpected vibration of the device. The screen identifies the incoming caller as Baek Si-yoon. He stares at the vibrating device in a state of complete disbelief. Memories of the caller's past insults and sinister smile flash through his mind. He fears the caller's return to the company while the boy listens nearby. He wonders what will happen if Baek Si-yoon reclaims his position. The boy recalls the chairman's plan to call Si-yoon and resolves to stop the intervention. The phone continues to ring while he watches it with a panicked expression. He finally lifts the device to his ear to answer the call. Baek Si-yoon mockingly questions if they still have business to discuss. The man insists that they meet as soon as possible. Baek Si-yoon limps through the street under a sunset sky. The girl stops in her tracks. She asks him what is wrong. She asks if his old leg injury is the reason he is limping. Si-yoon claims he overexerted himself by running. He insists he can manage the walk despite the discomfort. He mentions a past injury that nearly ended his dancing. She leans her head against his back. She expresses her heartfelt gratitude. She thanks him for saving her. Siyun prioritizes her safety over his own injury and apologizes for his condition. She looks at him and thinks about how caring he is. She recalls his past violence but decides to focus only on the person standing before her. Siyun gives her a gentle smile. She notes that the weekend is starting and tells him she will stay over to care for him. He expresses relief at her offer while she prepares to contact her mother. A sudden realization strikes her as she stops walking. She remembers that Kang Na-hyuk still has her phone and she forgot to get it back. Jeongmin returns home and realizes her phone is missing. Her mother announces she is starting night shifts, prompting Jeongmin to question the sudden change in her work schedule. Jeongmin asks if financial support from her father has ceased. She informs her mother that she will stay at a friend's house. Her mother approves of the plan to avoid being alone and Jeongmin departs the apartment. The white-haired man rests on the floor of a dark apartment. He sits in the silence while examining a phone. He contemplates a way to confront the celebrity without creating a public scandal. He wants to ensure the situation is handled without alerting Jeongmin. The celebrity begs over the phone to return what he took, but the white-haired man demands a favor instead. The white-haired man instructs the celebrity to continue rejecting the CEO's collaboration offers. He remains firm in his commands while the celebrity is left confused by the request. He maintains a cold, calculated focus as he controls the conversation. He plans to retrieve Jeongmin's phone personally while managing the situation with the man. He warns the celebrity that his future safety depends entirely on his compliance with these demands. The celebrity is shocked when the white-haired man suggests he might return to the industry for the money. He listens in disbelief as the man mentions doing things he doesn't want to in order to earn money. The celebrity frantically offers to hand over the phone or send it back by mail. The white-haired man rejects the idea of mailing it and insists on a face-to-face meeting. The call ends, leaving the bruised celebrity terrified of their inevitable encounter. He is left shaken, dreading the moment they eventually meet again. Na-hyuk broods over the threat of a criminal taking his spot at the company. He decides he can no longer afford to prioritize his pride. He concludes that preserving his dignity is useless in this situation. He finally reaches for his phone to contact the CEO. Na-hyuk intends to report Baek-seun's dangerous behavior, so the CEO will reconsider bringing him back. He initiates the call, immediately determined to prevent the return of his rival. Na-hyuk asks the CEO if they can meet in person the following day. Na-hyuk arrives at the office building determined to expose Baek-seun's true nature. He enters the CEO's office only to stop in total shock. Baek-seun is already sitting with the CEO. He greets Na-hyuk casually as if they were old friends. The CEO explains that Baek-seun requested to come at the same time and was granted permission. Na-hyuk realizes the simultaneous meeting is a calculated move rather than a coincidence. Baek-seun offers a silent, knowing smile from across the room. The CEO notices the severe bruising on Na-hyuk's face and demands to know who hit him. Na-hyuk falters under Baek-seun's gaze and lies by claiming he simply fell. The CEO berates Na-hyuk for being a constant source of trouble. He reminds him of a previous violent incident with another member to justify his anger. Baek-seun plays the mediator and comforts the CEO. Na-hyuk watches the manipulation in silence, feeling trapped. Na-hyuk stands frozen and unable to speak as he watches his rival win over the room. His plan to expose the truth collapses completely. Seun wonders how the man knew the exact timing of his meeting with the CEO. The CEO rages at the boy who stormed out while Seun offers to follow him. The CEO tells Seun to contact him regarding potential careers as an idol actor or model. The CEO promises to resolve the issues with the other boy's parents while Seun privately mocks his previous orders. The CEO pressures Seun to renew his contract and Seun reluctantly accepts the terms. Seun exits the office. He stands alone in the hallway. Na-hyuk clenches his fist in anger and questions if he means anything to the CEO. Na-hyuk realizes the CEO treats him poorly because he is already signed and no longer needs to be impressed. Na-hyuk stands outside alone. He stands by the railing and smokes a cigarette. Seun suddenly appears behind Na-hyuk and startles him. Seun mocks Na-hyuk for smoking. Na-hyuk demands the return of his phone so he can contact his girlfriend. Na-hyuk hands the device over. Seun prepares to walk away. Na-hyuk asks if Seun is really leaving now that the phone has been returned. Seun smiles and explains that the CEO specifically told him to stop causing trouble. Na-hyuk watches him in stunned silence. Nahyuk questions if Seon believes his relationship will last or lead to marriage. Nahyuk shouts that the couple's bond is bound to break. Seon retorts that Nahyuk should focus on his own life instead of being obsessed with others. Nahyuk argues that the girl has many other options and will eventually meet new people. Nahyuk asks if Seon can really guarantee that her feelings will not fade over time. Seon turns back with a dark, confident smirk. Nahyuk laughs and notes that Seon is the one who will be unable to live without her. Seon suddenly lunges forward and seizes Nahyuk by the throat. Seon threatens to either kill him or destroy his face to end his celebrity career. Nahyuk realizes he pushed too far as Seon offers to explain what happened to Yoo Seung-hyun. Seon admits that the state Yoo Seung-hyun ended up in was his doing. Seon tightens his grip on the stunned Nahyuk. He tells Nahyuk that his belief in the truth is irrelevant. Seon declares that while he can tolerate personal insults, Nahyuk crossed a line regarding his relationship. Seon laughs at the interference and insists his girlfriend will never leave him. Seon asserts that she understands him better than anyone else would in that situation. Seon dismisses Nahyuk's worries as meaningless, prompting Nahyuk to ask how he can be so certain. Nahyuk stares blankly and mutters that she really is not going to leave him. Seon remembers her hospital promise to stay with him forever and clings to her vow that she would never leave his side. Seon suddenly lunges forward and seizes Nahyuk by the throat. He continues to grip the punk tightly, behaving in an erratic and frightening manner. Seon fixates on the love she promised him. Nahyuk realizes he pushed his luck too far. Nahyuk breaks free and flees the scene after shouting a final warning for them to be careful. Nahyuk runs in a panic, convinced that Seon is a criminal because of his violent past. He contemplates reporting Seon to the company, but realizes he lacks the evidence to catch him. Nahyuk regrets failing to record their encounter while Seon stands alone in the shadows. The quiet city buildings stand tall under a clear afternoon sky. Seon walks through the streets with a dark and somber expression. He pulls out his phone and stares at the screen, hoping for a sign from her. Seon looks intensely at his device with a mixture of longing and desperation. He resolves not to let Nahyuk's empty provocations shake his confidence. Seon continues his walk, eager to reunite with her as soon as possible. He catches sight of her waiting for him in the distance. Jeongmin stands leaning against a wall, waiting for him at the designated spot. Seon smiles with relief upon seeing that Jeongmin actually stayed for him. Seon's eye narrows with sharp, predatory focus as he watches the scene ahead. Jeongmin smiles and laughs while chatting with an unfamiliar man on the sidewalk. She appears happy as they stand together in the middle of the path. Seon stands in the shadows, observing the interaction with a cold and motionless expression. He questions if her feelings will eventually fade as she meets more people. Seon is haunted by the thought that she would be fine even without him. He looms over the pair with an intense gaze, unable to bear their interaction. His face reflects a deep, obsessive distress as he looks at the couple. Seon suddenly lunges forward towards the unsuspecting pair. He seizes the stranger by the throat with a powerful, vice-like grip. He demands to know the identity of the person she was talking to. Seon asks why she is smiling at a man he does not know. He tightens his grip on the man's neck, cutting off his breath completely. Jeongmin apologizes and begs him to go home so they can talk. Seon smiles and agrees to her request while releasing the man from his hold. The stranger gasps for air and coughs violently on the pavement. The man watches the couple in pure terror and confusion. He remains frozen in shock as the two of them turn to leave. Jeongmin looks down in silence as the stranger continues to struggle behind them. She keeps her head lowered, avoiding any further eye contact. Seon tells Jeongmin they should go home and mentions he has her phone. He smiles as she remains silent with her head bowed. Seon notices his hand wound has reopened while maintaining a calm smile. Seon looks at his bandaged hand and acknowledges that it stings. He glances back with a peaceful expression despite the pain. Seon asks if anything happened during her meeting with the man. Jeongmin confirms that something took place. Seon explains that the man's words irritated him and asks if his reaction surprised her. Jeongmin looks at him with a somber expression as they stand together in her room. Seon pulls Jeongmin into a hug, seeking some form of comfort. He leans in close to her ear and asks her for a kiss. He says he needs affection because he feels unwell. Jeongmin pulls away and asks why he is pretending like nothing happened. Jeongmin asks if he will repeat his actions and tells him he is not improving. Seon stares at her in shock, a frozen smile remaining on his lips. His eyes widen with an intense haunting focus as she continues to speak. Jeongmin admits she is tired because this cycle has happened many times. Jeongmin begins to explain her words, her voice trembling slightly. She stops speaking abruptly when she sees the terrifying look on his face. She gazes at him, paralyzed by the sudden shift in his demeanor. Baek-seun stares at her while breaking into a cold sweat. Baek-seun speaks her name softly as she looks at him with visible hesitation. Jeongmin continues to watch him with a worried and uncertain look. Silence fills the room as Baek-seun turns his gaze away. Seun claims they will be fine in a few hours while Jeongmin remains silent and tense. Seun asks if she even wants to respond to him as Jeongmin looks away in distress. Seun calls out to Jeongmin and she looks at him with trembling eyes. Seun questions her behavior before suddenly pulling her onto his lap. Seun slams Jeongmin against the door and she frantically asks what he is doing. Seun tells her she cannot ignore him now while staring at her with a crazed expression. Seun pins her firmly to the door and says he has a question for her. Seun asks her directly why she has not yet said that she loves him. Seun asks if she is just being shy and insists that she truly loves him. Seun lies awake alone in his bed, unable to find peace. Seun hears a loud thud and suddenly opens his eyes wide. Seun sits up and looks toward the doorway. He remains alert as he stares into the dark hallway. Seun walks quietly into the dark kitchen. Seun startles Jeongmin in the kitchen. She asks if he needs to use the bathroom while looking at him with concern. Seun stares at her while breathing heavily and breaking into a cold sweat. Seun lunges forward and pulls Jeongmin into a desperate embrace. He repeats her name while she stands frozen in shock. Seun grips her tightly in the dark room. He pulls her close and promises that he is not going anywhere. Autumn leaves wither and fall as the seasons change. The city skyline turns gray under a bleak winter sky. Jeongmin sits in her classroom shivering and clutching her arms. She mutters to herself that she is cold. Her friend slams the door and yells that the heating is escaping the room. Jeongmin stares blankly at her phone while her friend calls out her name to get her attention. The teacher continues the lesson at the front of the classroom as Jeongmin remains lost in thought. Students tease a boy for studying during his free time. They mockingly ask him if he is trying to get into a top university. The friend leans back and wishes for winter break, saying school feels harder now that the holiday is near. The friend notices Jeongmin's dazed expression and asks if something is wrong, but Jeongmin lies that it is nothing. Jeongmin mumbles that she cannot get in contact, causing her friend to ask for clarification. Her friend screams her name to snap her out of her trance, and Jeongmin jerks awake in a panic. The friend asks if she is talking about her boyfriend while Jeongmin reflects on the frequent days she cannot reach him. Jeongmin rests her head in her hand, looking exhausted and weighed down by worry. Seun finally sends a text message apologizing for the delay and stating he will pick her up today. Jeongmin notes he usually contacts her much earlier and wonders if she has done something wrong. A student shouts with joy that the long school day is finally over. One classmate watches Jeongmin intently as she walks through the hallway. Another classmate looks on with a worried and thoughtful expression. A friend asks if Jeongmin can hang out but immediately assumes she will refuse. Jeongmin looks down and offers a brief apology. The friend tells Jeongmin to stop being so serious and just act normal. Jeongmin walks away from the group toward the exit of the school. Her friend watches her go and wonders aloud why she is acting that way lately. The blonde girl reflects that the situation with Jeongmin's boyfriend seems to be getting worse. Jeongmin walks alone through the school courtyard during sunset. She maintains a heavy, weary expression as she approaches the gate. Seun waits outside the school gate, his face partially hidden in the shadows. He greets her with a smile and waves with his hand wrapped in bandages. Jeongmin observes that he appears to be in a bad mood despite his greeting. Seun drapes a coat over her shoulders and tells her it is cold and they should go home. Jeongmin stands silently as he pulls her bag toward him to carry it. Seun promises to cook something delicious once they arrive home. He smiles as he walks, his hand still heavily bandaged from a previous incident. Jeongmin offers a small, faint smile in response. Jeongmin laughs and teases him for always ordering delivery instead of actually cooking. Seun notices her hesitation and asks what she wants to discuss. Jeongmin asks what happened to Kang Na-hyuk. Seun maintains a smile while asking what her question is supposed to mean. Jeongmin asks if his hand still hurts. She notes that it should have healed by now. Seun claims he is unsure why the healing process is taking so long this time, but admits he likes it. Jeongmin rebukes him for using the hand so roughly. Jeongmin remembers Seon kneeling over a bleeding body with his own hand mangled and bloody. Seon explains that he enjoys the fact that she worries about him every time she sees the injury. Seon reiterates how much he likes her concern while Jeongmin looks away thoughtfully. A blood-stained knife rests in the bottom of a dark kitchen sink. Jeongmin walks silently behind Seon as they continue their way home. She realizes that despite everything, nothing has truly changed between them. Seon calls her name and she responds as they continue walking side by side. Seon smiles and notes that he has not seen the individual, recently calling it a positive development. The pink-haired boy brings food to his brother, who remains huddled under a blanket in a darkened bedroom. He yells at his brother to stop being stubborn and eat so he can recover. Despite the yelling, the man remains defiant and refuses to leave the safety of his covers. The boy demands that his brother listen and show respect when someone is speaking to him. The brother remains curled in a ball on his bed, isolated in the shadows of the room. He tells a companion that their group's comeback is delayed another year because of his brother's persistent state. The boy wonders how his brother keeps getting injured while isolated in his room. The man mutters about his insomnia while staring out from beneath his blanket. Jeongmin stands up at her desk to carry out the teacher's instructions for the final class greeting. She orders the students to stand straight and bid the teacher farewell. Min-ah packs her bag as the classroom empties for the break. She bids her friends farewell while they wish her a safe trip home. Jaehyun watches from across the room as Min-ah departs. Jaehyun stands alone with a troubled expression. Min-ah walks down the quiet school hallway. A hand catches Min-ah's sleeve as Jaehyun calls her name. Min-ah stops and looks back in confusion. Min-ah recognizes Jaehyun as the silver-haired girl struggles to find her words. Jaehyun invites Min-ah to spend the upcoming holidays with her and their classmates. Min-ah listens silently to the unexpected proposal. Jaehyun explains she felt she had to ask despite the risk of making things uncomfortable. Min-ah declines the offer, stating that today is a difficult time for her. She offers a gentle smile and thanks Jaehyun for the invitation. Jaehyun remains focused on her as a lingering thought passes through her mind. Jaehyun wishes her a nice break and promises to see her at the opening ceremony. Jaehyun watches from the hallway as the girl disappears into the crowd of students. The man and the girl enter the room and she remarks that it is cold. He tells her to wait a moment while he turns on the heater. Sitting on the couch, he asks what she is watching and suggests they see the movie she wanted before. He nuzzles her neck, causing her to blush and look away. She asks if he is truly watching the movie and he confirms that he is. She tells him to look at the screen instead of her, but he says her face is more interesting. She announces that she is ignoring him. The two sit close together on the sofa under a blanket. She remains silent and flustered while he stays close behind her. He watches her silently from over her shoulder. He calls her by name Jeongmin-ah and she looks at him in surprise. He tells her that it will probably suit her. She says she feels it is a good thing that they will not see each other often. The silver-haired man stares ahead with an intense gaze. He acknowledges the hardships they endured and promises to support her regardless of her choices. Jeongmin-ah questions the news that she is transferring to another school. Ha Ju-hyun clarifies that she is moving to a new school. She explains that this decision followed her confessing everything to her mother. She admits to understanding Jeongmin-ah's discomfort even without anything being spoken aloud. Jeongmin-ah reacts with visible shock to the sudden revelation. Ha Ju-hyun observes that despite any outward forgiveness, the internal wounds from the past remain unhealed. Jeongmin-ah looks away, struggling with the emotional weight of their history. She gently urges her companion to stop hiding behind lies. A memory of their time in uniform serves as a reminder of the necessity for change. Jeongmin-ah insists she has forgotten the past, while worrying her expression was too transparent. She admits to being trapped by her memories and unable to move forward. Jeongmin-ah confesses that she cannot say she has completely forgiven the other girl. Ha Ju-hyun takes responsibility for the pain caused. She reveals this will be their final encounter. She offers a quiet and sincere apology before leaving. Ha Ju-hyun reflects on their history and hopes for the return of a kinder, warm-hearted Jeongmin. Ha Ju-hyun admits it is fortunate Jeongmin did not forgive her, as she feared she would cross a line again. Jeongmin walks through the streets while Ha Ju-hyun expresses gratitude for everything she tried to do. Ha Ju-hyun insists that Jeongmin should no longer feel burdened by her presence. Young-min suggests they avoid contact after the transfer but asks to exchange greetings if they meet by chance. Young-min reminds Ha-ju-hyun to remember to say hello. Ha-ju-hyun listens silently to Young-min's final request. Ha-ju-hyun tells Young-min to live a good life. Young-min quietly agrees. Young-min starts to mention her boyfriend but stops herself mid-sentence. Young-min stands alone outside and dismisses her previous thought as nothing. Young-min returns to her dark and silent apartment. Young-min finds Si-yoon waiting in the kitchen and calls his name. Si-yoon turns around and asks when she got out of bed. Young-min lies that she went out to speak with a friend who wanted to see her. Si-yoon asks which friend she met, and she nervously identifies Ju-hyun. Young-min notices an unsettling quality in Si-yoon's voice as he questions her. Si-yoon demands to know when that girl became her friend. Young-min considers if she should dress differently today. Young-min reflects on the growing distance and changes in her relationship with Si-yoon. Young-min stands alone in her kitchen and sighs. Young-min lingers in her apartment contemplating her next move. Young-min resolves to stop overthinking their awkward situation to find a solution. Young-min dresses in a new outfit and worries if she looks strange. Young-min hesitates outside the apartment door fearing Si-yoon will think she is weird. Young-min knocks softly and assumes Si-yoon cannot hear her because he is still asleep. Si-yoon stands in the doorway looking exhausted and disheveled. Young-min looks up at him with a blushing, nervous expression. Si-yoon asks who is there as he looks toward the doorway. Young-min reacts with surprise as they finally lock eyes. Young-min calls his name and Si-yoon responds with a dark, heavy stare. Young-min offers a stuttering apology for her early arrival. She senses a confusing tension in his silent gaze. Jeong-min offers a hesitant morning greeting with a nervous smile. Si-yoon stares in shock, seemingly unable to process her presence. Si-yoon covers his face, visibly overwhelmed by her sudden presence. Jeong-min admits she arrived early to see him sooner and go out together. Si-yoon remains silent and hides his mouth while Jeong-min watches him expectantly. Si-yoon lifts her into his arms and carries her toward the bed. He carries her toward the bedroom despite her protests. He pins her down on the bed as she questions why they are there. Si-yoon looks down with a flushed face, calling her pretty and wondering what to do. He asks if she dressed up and wore makeup specifically for him to admire. Si-yoon repeatedly calls her beautiful and whispers to her. He whispers in her ear, making her feel strange. Jeong-min looks up at him with a dazed and blushing expression. She reaches up and gently cradles his face in her hands. Si-yoon leans down and initiates a kiss. Jeong-min pulls him closer as their kiss deepens. Si-yoon gazes at her intently before continuing. Si-yoon moves on top of her on the bed to continue their embrace. Jeong-min pulls back to wipe the lipstick she smeared. She sees the smudges she left on Si-yoon's face. She apologizes for the mess as they sit together on the bed. She reaches out to rub the lipstick smudge from his face. Walking through the city at night, Si-yoon notes how quickly the time passed. He asks Jeong-min if she enjoyed their outing today. Si-yoon questions if she will be staying overnight at his house again. Jeong-min declines, explaining that she should go home to see her mother. Si-yoon calls out to her as they continue their walk. He asks her why she felt the need to turn off her phone earlier. Si-yoon demands to know what is wrong with her. She looks on in shock as he demands an explanation. Jeong-min dismisses the concern, claiming she was only avoiding spam and group chat notifications. Si-yoon stares at her intensely before breaking into a small smile. Earlier in a store, Jeong-min checked her phone with a worried expression while Si-yoon watched her from behind. Si-yoon looks down with a dark and suspicious expression. Si-yoon explains he turned off his phone to focus on her and offers to take her home. Si-yoon rests a hand on her head while she looks down in silence. Si-yoon says he will text her before sleep as he prepares to leave. Jeong-min apologizes for not staying the night. Si-yoon assures her that it is okay. Si-yoon walks away while Jeong-min watches him go. Jeong-min stands alone in the dark entryway of her home. Jeong-min stares at her phone with a grim expression. She discovers missed calls and a message from Cho Yi-hyuk. She questions his sudden persistence in reaching out to her. Jeong-min wonders if she failed to make her boundaries clear. She reflects on the person who keeps bothering her thoughts. She decides against contact because Si-yoon would be displeased. Jeong-min resolves to stop worrying about the matter. She reconsiders and decides to answer the phone in case of an emergency. Jeong-min holds the phone to her ear. She waits silently for the person on the other end to speak. Jeong-min answers the call and addresses Yi-hyuk. A voice on the phone demands her location as Jeong-min stares ahead in shock. Min walks through the city streets with an unsettled expression. Min stops suddenly, her eyes widening in sudden realization. Hyuk drops to his knees in a dark alleyway before Min. Hyuk explains that his upcoming revelation will be difficult to believe. Hyuk lifts his hoodie to show a large dark bruise on his side. Hyuk claims physical wounds manifest on his body every time he dreams of Baek Si-yoon. Hyuk asks if she can see the injury as Min looks on in horror. Hyuk insists the recurring wounds are far too consistent to be a coincidence. Hyuk asks if Baek Si-yoon has the ability to appear in the dreams of other people. Hyuk warns Min that she must be extremely cautious around the man. Min questions the possibility of wounds being caused by Baek Si-yoon through a dream ability. She dismisses the idea, believing no one in the world has such power. She stares at the door in silence. She grips her head, struggling with Hyuk's warning to seek medical help and avoid the man. A close-up reveals her growing suspicion. She debates whether to ask him directly about the allegations. She considers his sleep schedule, noting he should be awake by now. She knocks on the door and calls for Baek Si-yoon. Min stands outside his apartment, recalling his permission to enter whenever she likes. Min reaches for the keypad to enter the code. She cautiously enters the apartment and calls his name again. She walks across the tiled floor as she searches for him. She finds Baek Si-yoon standing in the apartment. Si-yoon remains still as she approaches from behind. He looks at her with a sharp, piercing gaze. Min demands to know why Si-yoon is holding a knife. Si-yoon stands silently in the kitchen while she waits for an answer. Si-yoon smiles and explains he is simply changing his bandage. He explains the knot was too tight and required a blade for removal. Si-yoon directs her to the sofa while she asks if he needs medical assistance. He dismisses her concerns and says he is fine. Min sits alone and looks toward the kitchen. She considers questioning Si-yoon about the situation with Hyuk. She remembers Hyuk's bruised body and suspects Si-yoon's involvement. Min calls out to Si-yoon as he stands by the door. She asks him if he wants to go with her. Si-yoon smiles and looks toward her. He says that he wants to go together. The pair walks down the street under a cloudy sky. The pair walks through the neighborhood in a heavy silence. They proceed down the street without saying a word. Si-yoon turns toward her and offers a gentle smile. She reacts with sudden surprise. She then looks down in contemplation. She recalls Si-yoon asking if she has something to say, feeling her anxiety mount in the quiet. She wonders if he has somehow discovered what happened the previous night. The silence becomes deafening and she feels an urgent need to break it. She calls out Si-yoon's name and grabs his jacket to stop him in his tracks. She pulls him close and initiates a sudden, passionate kiss. The two remain locked in an embrace in the middle of the street. Si-yoon pulls back and expresses concern about being seen by others in public. He admits to loving her sudden aggressiveness despite his hesitation about the location. She questions his sudden worry about being seen together. She tells him to wait and promises to kiss him as much as he wants once they arrive home. He agrees to wait while she internally questions why she acted so impulsively. Si-yoon follows her closely through the shadows. Si-yoon smiles to himself, noting that everything is proceeding exactly as he anticipated. She walks into the darkness, convinced that the end has finally arrived. Si-yoon says he will wash up quickly and return, and she tells him to go ahead. Alone in the room, she questions if their relationship can continue once Si-yoon learns the truth about the previous night. She acknowledges that holding onto him through dreams has its limits. She realizes that Jo Yi-hyuk has already begun to discover the nature of Si-yoon's abilities. She hangs her head in frustration while clutching her phone. The sudden vibration of her phone in the quiet room startles her. The screen reveals an incoming call from Jo Yi-hyuk. She breaks into a cold sweat as the device continues to buzz in her hand. She tentatively answers the call and offers a hesitant greeting. She stands frozen in the middle of the room, terrified that Si-yoon will emerge from the bathroom and catch her. She waits in total silence for the person on the other end to speak. She asks for Yi-hyuk as a sobbing sound comes through the phone. The caller asks if she is Yi-hyuk's friend. The caller identifies as Yi-hyuk's mother and explains he is in the hospital. She reveals Yi-hyuk was stabbed and asks if the girl has any information. The mother questions if anything seemed unusual before they met. She asks for any possible clues while the girl stands in the room. The girl stammers in disbelief as a dark shadow looms over her. The mother apologizes for burdening a high school student with such news. She offers a final apology before ending the call. The girl stares at the disconnected call on her screen. She gasps in shock at the revelation. The white-haired man stands behind her and asks what she just said. He smiles while questioning her again. She seizes him and demands to know if he is responsible. Jiang-min questions why he stayed silent. He justifies his actions by claiming the other man made an advance on her first. Siyun points out that the man deliberately lured her out late at night. Jiang-min reacts with shocked disbelief. He smiles and mentions he has put significant thought into the situation. Siyun pulls her close and asks how she expects him to erase the rival from her mind. Jiang-min recalls losing all interest in the rival after their physical confrontation. She remembers secretly providing food and medicine while Siyun looks on with a cold expression. Siyun reveals he saw the rival's apology text and claims he only restrained himself because she seemed so worried. He warns that if the rival dies, she will never be able to move on. Siyun argues that her sympathetic nature would force her to keep the man in her heart forever. He refuses to allow a single trace of the rival to remain in her thoughts. Jiang-min realizes with horror that the rival is still being tormented. She identifies the person as Yi Hyuk. Siyun confirms his identity with a cold gaze. Siyun reminds her of her own warning not to act impulsively or end up in jail. He suggests that since they cannot act in reality, they should exploit her unique abilities instead. He looms over her and insists they use those powers immediately. She wonders if he means lucid dreaming or astral projection. Siyun demands to know why she met another man secretly. He questions that person's intentions. Siyun notes she did not care to protect the other man and claims she has too much affection. Siyun reminds her that she is alive and safe only because of him. Siyun worries that others will love her for the same reasons he does. He believes that, unlike himself, she is the type of person who can be loved by anyone. Siyun tells her she has the right to be loved. He confesses to manipulating her by faking pain to capture her attention. Siyun weeps while admitting he acted pitiful specifically to make her care for him. He collapses in tears and fears his deception will no longer work. She realizes astral projection explains his silence at school and checks his message about meeting her later. She wonders if he was actually beside her last night and suddenly stops. Siyun stares downward with a dark, shadowed expression. Jiang-min sleeps soundly in her darkened room. Siyun sits on the edge of the bed and watches her sleep in the dark. Jiang-min wakes up in her bed. She blinks several times as she gradually returns to consciousness. Siyun tells Jiang-min that breakfast is ready. Siyun explains he will go home after eating. Jiang-min looks up at him with a weary, uncertain gaze. Siyun asks her to wait for his return. He offers a slight soft smile while looking down at her. A voice shouts an acknowledgement from inside a building. Jiang-min climbs the stairs to the apartment. She reaches the landing outside her home. Jiang-min enters the room and closes the door. Jiang-min's mother yells into the phone about the family. The mother vows to raise her daughter alone as Jiang-min watches. The mother turns and gasps at Jiang-min's presence. The woman asks if Jiang-min overheard the phone conversation. She stares at her daughter with a look of concern. Jiang-min lies about hearing the call and questions the situation. Her mother dismisses the issue and offers to prepare food. Jiang-min retreats to her bedroom to be alone. Jiang-min collapses on her bed, exhausted after fleeing from Siyun. She stares blankly into the darkness, overwhelmed by her thoughts. Jiang-min questions if escape is truly possible. A sudden noise from somewhere else in the house jolts her awake. She snaps her eyes, open, heart racing at the unexpected sound. She sits up in the dark room and wonders what she just heard. Jiang-min retreats back under the covers of her bed to hide. She closes her eyes and tries to return to sleep despite her anxiety. A teammate informs the group that Na-hyuk was sleeping when he checked earlier. The group discusses rumors of Baek Siyun returning to the company. They mention this follows a recent meeting between Siyun and the CEO. The group questions if the CEO wants Siyun to rejoin their idol group or debut as a solo artist. One member recalls that Siyun previously showed no attachment to the team when he left. The members speculate on Siyun's return to the industry and the inevitable public backlash he will face. A member reflects on how Siyun once poured all his passion into their work before things changed. They conclude that returning to the company is the fastest way for Siyun to achieve independence before he becomes an adult. Na-hyuk mumbles a curse while trapped in a distressing dream. Na-hyuk wakes up and examines the fresh wounds on his hand that appear whenever a specific person enters his dreams. He realizes he cannot the secret of these dreams with his fellow members. Na-hyuk expects to be treated as mentally ill if he asks his secret, and he questions the CEO's motives regarding 𝒩𝒐𝒨. He speculates whether the CEO intends for Seon to rejoin them as an idol or pursue a solo career. Na-hyuk realizes he can no longer delay his actions, fearing Seon might actually return to the company. He predicts Seon will manipulate the public with false kindness to bury his past controversies. Na-hyuk believes the CEO will safeguard Seon's reputation at any cost. He recalls an old online post while dwelling on the situation. Na-hyuk remembers a kid's claim that his attitude changed after his debut and watches the footage in frustration. He rages at fans for demanding fanservice during an event. He walks away while dismissing their complaints as incessant barking. Na-hyuk's reputation suffered while occasional posts about Seon's good deeds began to surface. He concludes that he cannot let Seon resurface and allow the discussion to go viral. Na-hyuk recoils in bed and admits to himself that he is terrified of seeing Seon again. He is gripped by fear at the thought of encountering 𝒩𝒐𝒨 once more. Na-hyuk resolves to settle things immediately because his entire life is on the line. Na-hyuk initiates a call and confirms the identity of the person on the other line. He admits to his past wrongdoings and proposes an immediate face-to-face meeting to discuss the matter. Citing his public status as a reason to avoid crowds, he insists on finding a quiet location. Shocked by the counter-proposal, he clarifies if he is truly expected to visit the other man's house right now. He accepts the address while privately resolving to record the encounter and escape safely. Seon opens the door in a bathrobe and acknowledges his guest's arrival. Seon formally welcomes him into the residence. Seon offers a faint smile as they stand at the entrance of the apartment. In the kitchen, Seon asks his guest if he would like some tea. Na-hyuk observes the modern interior and realizes the living conditions are far better than the run-down space he expected. He is surprised to find that Seon is not struggling in the poor environment he had imagined. Seon startles him by asking if he is inspecting the house, prompting a nervous denial. Seon notices the many bandages on the visitor's hands and questions their origin. He asks about the injuries while looking closely at the fresh wounds on his visitor's hand. Seon focuses his attention on the visitor's wrapped hand. Na-hyuk dismisses the concern and vehemently denies that he was attempting to copy Seon's appearance. Seon laughs hysterically and asks whoever said anything about copying. He pulls the visitor close while continuing to mock the situation. Seon calls the visitor cuter than expected and maintains a dark, unsettling grin. Seon welcomes the visitor into his home and asks if the interior meets his expectations. The visitor apologizes for his past harshness and offers a drink as a gesture of regret. Seon asks for clarification on what exactly the visitor is sorry for. The visitor stammers and nervously adjusts his cap while trying to formulate an answer. The visitor claims he is sorry for everything and asks if he really needs to spell it out. Seon accepts the apology and suggests they reconcile, but notes he has a specific question first. Seon asks for clarification regarding the visitor's previous mention of Yoo Seung-hyun. Seon asks directly if the injuries to Yoo Seung-hyun's face were the visitor's doing. He waits for a response while standing in the middle of the kitchen. He smiles expectantly as he looks toward his guest. The visitor smiles and admits that Seon is correct. The visitor observes Seon's reaction and silently notes that the man is finished for now. The visitor deflects by complimenting the house and asking if Seon designed the interior himself. Seon sets down his tea and suggests they begin their conversation. The visitor grips his cup while a phone in his pocket secretly records the encounter, plotting Seon's downfall. Seon asks the visitor if he is curious about how he left no evidence after mutilating a Keeball's son. The visitor nervously asks to hear more as Seon enters the kitchen. Seon grabs a chef's knife and prepares to reveal his secret. He states he is only telling this secret to him while the visitor looks on in terror. Seon explains he has a superpower that makes his dream actions occur in real life. Seon approaches with the knife while the visitor asks if he will be stabbed. Shadows darken the room during the silent standoff. Seon watches the man with a single golden eye. Seon leans over the crying visitor. Seon presses the knife blade against the visitor's stomach. Seon tells the visitor he should have been more secretive about his intentions. Seon reaches into the visitor's pocket to retrieve something hidden. Seon reveals the cracked phone he took from the visitor and declares they are done. The visitor stares in shock as his secret recording device is exposed. Seon reaches for the visitor's arm as they stand near the exit. The visitor is left confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. Seon walks past the visitor toward the apartment door. Seon slams open the front door. Seon tells the man to run away immediately. The visitor stands frozen, unable to process the dismissal. The man sprints down the hallway. Seon watches the coward flee. Seon smirks and calls the runner a scaredy cat. He turns back toward the apartment door. In a hospital room, Yi-hyuk asks Jeongmin if she wants anything to drink. Yi-hyuk winces in sudden pain while trying to stand. Jeongmin reacts in alarm. Jeongmin rushes to his side and asks if he is okay. Yi-hyuk tells her to rest and apologizes for showing such a weak side of himself. Jeongmin reassures him that he did nothing wrong. She expresses relief that he woke up quickly. Yi-hyuk asks if his mother called her out of worry. Jeongmin explains that his mother questioned her about the night he was injured. Yi-hyuk looks away in thought. Yi-hyuk smiles and tells Jeongmin not to worry because she will not be affected by this. He promises to speak with his parents. Yi-hyuk promises to ensure they stop suspecting her. Jeongmin realizes Yi-hyuk already knows Seon is responsible for his state. She wonders how he can remain so calm. Jeongmin begins to cry. She repeatedly apologizes. She continues to weep for the injured man. Jeongmin sits in silence with her head bowed. Yi-hyuk stares at the ceiling. Jeongmin continues to sob and apologize. Seon acknowledges that he deserves to be punished as he reaches toward Jeongmin. He decides that such an outcome is impossible. He retracts his hand from her.